The legend speaks of a warrior's ultimate quest, a journey to behold the very end of the sword. For 100 years, a lone figure sat in silent meditation, his master's final testament, a great sword, planted firmly before him, a constant reminder of the path he was bound to follow. Before his master passed away, he had left him with that very sword, and so, for over 100 years, the warrior dedicated himself to swinging it, day in and day out. The earth itself bore witness to his relentless effort, cracking and shifting under the sheer force of his dedication. Until finally, exhausted and broken, he lay defeated beside the blade, his long journey seemingly at its end. He had reached the end of the sword, or so he thought, but the ultimate truth remained elusive. The ground continued to fracture, mirroring the cracks in his own understanding. A pained groan escaped his lips as he faced the approaching death, a stark realization dawning upon him. With renewed determination, his eyes snapped open, understanding that despite all his efforts, everything had been futile, yet he would not yield. His bandaged hand, stained with fresh blood, clenches as a profound regret washes over him. A lifetime spent obsessed with the sword. He stands on a precipice, a solitary figure living obsessed, yet yearning for something else. His face, bruised and battered, reflects the toll of his relentless pursuit, his gaze fixed on the ground in defeat. Suddenly, a young boy with stark white hair looks down at him, a smug expression on his face, questioning his very existence. Still on the ground, the warrior reacts to the boy's words, his voice laced with bitterness, speaking of being ordinary. An older man with a white beard then steps forward, his voice dripping with disdain, reminding him that he is the child of a woman who ruined their clan, and that he should be grateful it's a blessing that he wasn't driven out. The warrior remains sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, his arm outstretched in a gesture of despair. The prestigious house of poison and hidden weapon arts, Sichuan's Tang family, once stood as a formidable power. Its grand structures nestled deep within the mountains. But now, it has fallen, engulfed in devastating flames. This catastrophic downfall was orchestrated by one of the new prodigies, a figure whose very name would come to command immense power. Indeed, the order of his name alone, that of Tang Yonmyang, was enough for hundreds to follow him, his piercing blue eyes glowing with an undeniable authority. If his proposals were refused, the consequences were dire. And if he took a fancy to a woman, he would propose that she marry him. But if ignored or refused, the outcome was always the same. With eyes glowing an intense electric blue, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, stares forward, his face streaked with blood. He descends from above, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him, striking down a monstrous, shadowy entity with overwhelming force. With a hand outstretched, crackling with the same brilliant energy, he would take her by force. Such eccentricities, such overwhelming will, even extended to the prestigious Sichuan Tang family and their renowned poison phoenix, Tang Jihai. She was targeted, marked for his possession. Facing the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, who came to take Tang Jihai, the Tang family had no choice but to resist. A maelstrom of blue energy and chaotic impacts erupted as he clashed with their combined might, a single figure against many. His fist, glowing with raw power, delivered devastating blows. The Sichuan Tang family fought with all their might, but in the end, they did not win. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to the immense power unleashed, but as a result of pooling their resources, the Tang family had put up a fierce fight. Amidst the devastation, fires still smoldered, and countless weapons lay broken, scattered across the scorched earth. The demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, stood victorious, his presence alone having brought the formidable Tang family to its downfall. A distant crash echoed through the silence. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, fell upon the defeated. Tang Jihai, the poison phoenix, lay collapsed on the ground, surrounded by his guards, who mocked her resilience, telling her she still had a long way to go, but she defiantly declared this was her only life. Yun Jung-hyuk, looking down at her, questioned the purpose of her defiance. He dismissed her struggle, telling her to blame her mother if she felt worried. Far away, under the full moon, a young Yanmyung Dang stood alone, as the narration emphasized the absolute nature of the heavenly demon's bloodline. Even in his youth, Yanmyung Dang's adventures often led to minor scrapes, and this time, a scraped knee had reached him as well. As he tried to hide the injury, a familiar voice called out, asking if he was late. The man, his father, looked down with concern, a stark contrast to the recent defeat of the Sichuan Tang family's head, Tang Jihai, a memory that still lingered in the air. He questioned the boy's appearance, wondering what had happened. Yanmyung Dang, ever the resilient child, simply laughed it off, insisting it was nothing serious. His father, however, wasn't convinced, his voice rising in disbelief, accusing the boy of lying about his friend's involvement. The older man's concern was palpable, but Yanmyung Dang quickly corrected him, explaining that he had fallen on his own while playing. Still, his father's worry persisted, asking what would happen if he hurt his face, to which Yanmyung Dang promised to be more careful next time. A gentle hand reached out to pat his head, reassuring him that there was no need to worry. With a final, tender gesture, the father's hand withdrew, leaving Yanmyung Dang to ponder his promise. Looking down with a gentle expression, Yun Jung-hyuk asks if his son has eaten, then apologizes for his absence, promising to prepare something soon. Yet, the scene shifts to him lying prone on the ground, a stark contrast to the warmth of his words. His face contorted in anguish, he acknowledges the absence of his mother, lamenting that there is no one else to whom he can voice his complaints. Surrounded by shadowy, mocking visages, he understands that raising his voice would only invite further retaliation. An overhead view reveals him still on the ground, a spilled container beside him. As a somber thought echoes, his own father met the same fate. His tormented expression returns, questioning if his very nature is to blame for his suffering, and wondering who could ever truly understand the plight of his mother and himself. Tears welling in his eyes, he ponders, if only his father had been there, would things have been different? The scene briefly shifts to a serene exterior of a traditional building under a clear sky, offering a moment of calm before the storm. Suddenly, Yun Jung-hyuk is thrust into combat, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy as he endures a powerful impact, a pained grunt escaping his lips. He stands before a gathered group, his gaze steady as a voice from the crowd declares, he's not breathing. A young woman, pulling playfully at the hair of a pale-haired youth, chides him, "Don't be a drama queen. I said it from the beginning." The pale-haired youth, Yeon Mi-young, launches a swift, powerful strike. But Jung-hyuk counters with an even faster, more forceful blow, sending Yeon Mi-young flying backward in a cloud of dust. Yeon Mi-young lands hard, looking up in stunned silence at his opponent, who simply observes him from above. The young woman, Tang Ji-hai, holds out a wooden box, explaining, "I prepared this for you, in case you had to fight with Yeon Mi-young." Yeon Mi-young's eyes light up with renewed determination as he accepts the challenge. "Here we go. I'll try it this time." Ji-hai, with a smirk, calls out a name, then taunts him, "Tang Young-mi-young, you can't beat the Poison Phoenix with that." As the consequences of the challenge begin to unfold, Tang Jianzhou looks on, his voice a stark warning that a single wrong move could leave one crippled. A wave of terror washes over Yeon Mi-young Dang's face, his eyes wide with apprehension. Tang Jianzhou reiterates the danger, emphasizing that a wrong needle could indeed cripple him. He then adds, his tone firm, that Yeon Mi-young Dang should be thankful he's holding back, assuring him he wouldn't kill him. As he lies on the ground, Yeon Mi-young Dang's thoughts race, wondering if, as long as the poison's effects aren't permanent, he can still receive the antidote. Suddenly, Tang Ji-hai's fierce voice cuts through the tension, her expression resolute as she commands him not to die, making it clear he must endure. A sharp, metallic click echoes as a needle pierces his skin, injecting its contents into his arm. Yeon Mi-young Dang's eye widens in agony, yet a flicker of determination ignites within, as he internally urges himself to endure, to push through the pain. Despite his resolve, the question lingers in his mind, how much longer must he endure this torment? The relentless rain continues to fall, each drop mirroring the agonizing cries that escape him, as the sheer torment threatens to overwhelm his senses, leaving him writhing on the cold, wet ground. His body convulses, a guttural groan escaping his lips, as the poison courses through his veins. Tears stream down his face, and a desperate thought forms in his mind. It would be so much easier to just give up. But the image of his mother flashes before his eyes, and Tang Ji-hai's stern voice echoes in his memory, reminding him of his duty. He clenches his jaw, the pain momentarily forgotten as a single, burning question consumes him. Who would protect his mother if he were to fall? A shadowy, powerful vision of himself, wreathed in a purple aura, manifests in his mind's eye, fueled by the desperate desire to simply be strong. His eyes close, the thought echoing through his being, a silent vow to protect those he loves. He screams, the poison still racking his small body with unbearable pain. All he wants is a normal life, a simple existence free from this torment. Suddenly, a brilliant, swirling blue energy begins to coalesce around him. The ethereal light taking on a distinct form, shaping itself into a magnificent sword. Overwhelmed, he collapses face down onto the cold ground. He slowly opens his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he sees the impossible. A sword, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, stands before him. Fully formed, the blade radiates a powerful, serene blue light. Sitting up, he realizes the profound truth. This immense mana has always been here, waiting. He thought the immense power was something that had just appeared. But a strange familiarity washed over him, as if it had always been a part of him. As his hand instinctively clenched, the raw, blue energy crackled and surged around him. A profound realization dawned, his eyes glowing with an inner light as he understood, this power was his own. His gaze intensified, his eyes blazing crimson with the awakened mana. In a vision of his true potential, a formidable figure appeared, honed by training, wielding a sword forged from pure energy. Ethereal energy swirled around the figure, coalescing into a tangible form. With eyes glowing purple, the warrior declared his mastery over this newfound strength. The warrior stood ready, the glowing blade a testament to the power he had finally reached. As his latent power surged, the immense mana began to coalesce, forming a brilliant blue light that pulsed with raw energy, the very beginning of a new, formidable weapon. The swirling energy rapidly defined its trajectory, carving a clear path through the air as it took on a more solid form. A hand, scarred and resolute, reached out to grasp the nascent blade, guiding its final transformation with unwavering control. The energy solidified, taking on the distinct shape of a sword, its radiant glow illuminating the silhouette of its wielder, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk. With a final, blinding flash, the weapon was complete, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. Standing tall and resolute, Yun Jung-hyuk held the ultimate sword, its ethereal blue glow reflecting in his piercing eyes, a testament to his awakened strength. His gaze hardened, a silent vow echoing within him. All of these will achieve one aim. He pondered the intricate details of his power, wondering, how many lines left? He mused, assessing the full extent of his manifested strength. He stares down at the desolate landscape, a question echoing in his mind. Did I truly draw this fate upon myself? His gaze falls upon the remnants of a glowing blue energy blade, now shattered and fading. And the bitter truth settles in. But the end was always futile. He remembers the desperate struggle, the power he once wielded, even having reached the very peak of his martial prowess, the ultimate form of his sword. Yet, despite all his strength, the grim realization remained. I cannot stop the approaching death. A profound regret overwhelms him, a feeling he knows all too well. A soft thud echoes in his memory, as he recalls his younger self, surrounded by swirling mana, desperately clinging to the primal urge to survive. I want to live. The memory of that desperate plea, that raw will to exist, burns brightly within him. As the full weight of his past lives crashes down upon him, a chilling realization. In this life too, I've remembered everything. He has remembered everything, the full scope of his previous existence, realizing with absolute clarity that he was a sword master in his past life. His eyes glowing with renewed power, he recalls attaining the very peak of swordsmanship. A brilliant blue aura erupts around him, manifesting the raw power of his forgotten skill. Sharp, ethereal blades of light streak through the darkness, enveloping his form in a dazzling display of martial prowess. Each flicker of energy a testament to his mastery. The air itself seems to tear apart, shattered by the sheer force of his awakened power, leaving behind only fading trails of brilliant blue light. His power surges, a torrent of raw energy. Blue light erupts around him, as the memories of his past life as a sword master fully integrate, declaring that from this moment on, he is complete, his true strength manifesting as ethereal blades of light. A quiet resolve settles over him, a silent vow to live a normal life. The scene shifts to a serene, traditional setting, bathed in soft light. His elder's face etched with concern, knowing that nothing he wants to happen will happen. Yeomyong Dang offers a final promise, his hand clenching with determination, before he departs. He continues his journey, his small figure growing distant along the dusty path. Meanwhile, perched high in a tree, Moonshan watches him go, a sigh escaping him as he mutters about the protagonist's stubbornness. He wonders if he should follow, but then dismisses the thought, convinced that Yeomyong Dang will return. Moonshan then considers the possibility that Yeomyong Dang might not return, but quickly shakes his head, dismissing the negative thought. A small smile plays on his lips as he watches the distant figure, a quiet affirmation that Yeomyong Dang will indeed return. Yeomyong Dang continues his determined walk, leaving the familiar behind. Moonshan, still in the tree, calls out softly, a hint of longing in his voice. He admits to having been worried, but his faith in Yeomyong Dang's return remains unshaken. Lying prone on the ground, Yeomyong Dang remains still, two figures in purple robes standing over him. From a tree branch above, Moonshan calls out, urging Yeomyong to hurry up. His expression is one of slight impatience. Later, Moonshan stands beside Tang Jiaqui, remarking that Yeomyong is taking a long time. Tang Jiaqui, with a stern look, questions how Yeomyong Dang could appear unharmed. Moonshan replies that just that much wouldn't hurt him, before Tang Jiaqui and Tang Jianzhou look on with concern. Moonshan then asks, confused, what yesterday is saying. Tang Jiaqui, surprised, begins to say, huh? But you said. Before asking if Moonshan has used a hot compress. Tang Jianzhou looks on, his expression one of deep concern. And, looking up with eyes that glowed with an intense blue light, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, stood amidst the dust and debris. Meanwhile, a young boy named Tang Young-won, standing beside Moonshan, expressed his surprise, wondering what the occasion could be, as Chung-won was calling them by their names, suggesting it must be Yeomyong. From another vantage point, Tang Jiaqui, with a sinister smile, mused, asking if someone wanted to die, having hoped to teach them a lesson that very day. Suddenly, an unnamed warrior, his face contorted in fury, stepped forward, challenging Yun Jung-hyuk, asking if he wished to be the first to fall. Before the challenge could even register, Yun Jung-hyuk moved with blinding speed, a swift, vertical strike cutting through the air. The impact landed with a sharp cry, the force of the blow echoing through the space. The warrior reeled back, his hand flying to his face, the sudden, overwhelming power of the counterattack leaving him stunned. His feet lifted from the ground, a gasp escaping him as he was thrown backward. The final impact sent him hurtling away, a guttural cry marking his defeat. The impact of his strike reverberates with a deafening force. sending the challenger flying through the air with a violent quang sound. Moonshan and Youngwoo watch in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The narration confirms the swiftness of the defeat. Jianzhou was knocked down in a single hit. As Yun Junghyuk stands calmly over the fallen figure, Moonshan questions how this could have happened, given the assumption that he was untrained in martial arts. With a confident gaze, Yun Junghyuk declares that if others can achieve great feats, there's no reason he cannot. He then directly addresses the defeated Jianzhou, reminding him of his stated intention to participate in the clan leader selection match. Leaving Jianzhou sprawled on the ground, Yun Junghyuk turns and walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing the finality of the confrontation. From a distance, Tang Jiaqui watches, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, muttering about the unexpected power and the fact that Yun Junghyuk isn't even a member of the Tang clan. He dismisses his opponent with a wave, declaring that someone so weak isn't even worth his time. But a new challenger, a warrior with reddish-brown hair, lunges forward, demanding to see if those same words apply to him. The warrior presses his attack, calling out for Yun Junghyuk to face his skills. Yet, with effortless grace, Yun Junghyuk intercepts the blade with his bare hand, the impact sending ripples of energy through the air. The warrior recoils in stunned disbelief, as Yun Junghyuk calmly observes that if this is the level of the participants, he will win easily. With a sharp crack, the warrior's sword is sent flying from his grasp. A final, devastating blow sends him sprawling backward, impact lines exploding around him. Standing over his defeated foe, Yun Junghyuk's voice rings out, claiming the competition for clan leader as his own. The warrior lies defeated on the ground, looking up at his conqueror, utterly vanquished. After his overwhelming display of power, Yun Junghyuk's path to becoming the clan leader is all but decided. The hidden poison hall, once the solemn place where the Tang clan head made major family decisions, now stands as a testament to forgotten traditions. Since the leader's disappearance, it has been largely forgotten, transforming into a training hall for the clan's children. Now, with all participants gathered, Grand Elder Tang Sukjung announces the start of a long-awaited meeting, declaring that the competitors for the upcoming event are finally present. This competition, the first in a long time, is set to feature the children of the Phoenix's son, Tang Donghun. However, one of them has yet to officially announce his participation. Moonshan, aware that Tang Donghun has 2 children, can't help but wonder if he's the only one who finds this competition a waste of time. Meanwhile, Tang Sukjung questions why the eldest son of the Phoenix's son is being excluded, as Tang Jianzhou points out that such an exclusion could undermine the entire legitimacy of the future competition. Grand Elder Tang Sukjung, his expression firm, acknowledges the concerns raised about the upcoming competition. But he continues to press his point, arguing that even if a participant shares the Phoenix's son's blood, their current status might disqualify them. A sudden, sharp impact reverberates through the hall. He maintains his stance, asserting that it would be a far greater issue if someone unqualified were permitted to join the martial arts competition. Just as his words hang in the air, a young man with flowing hair and an intense aura steps forward, his sudden appearance drawing a shocked gasp from the assembly, who recognize him as Tang Youmyang. The Grand Elder's eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing the defiant youth. Youmyang's gaze is unwavering as he issues a stark warning. If anyone dares to intervene, they will face his regret. He then calmly acknowledges his grandfather's presence. The entire assembly watches in stunned silence as Youmyang stands his ground, a powerful presence in the ornate meeting hall. From a shadowed doorway, a cloaked figure watches the unfolding drama, their presence unnoticed by those within the room. From a dark, blood-soaked realm, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, gazes upward with piercing, glowing blue eyes. Meanwhile, back in the Tang family hall, Grand Elder Tang Sukjung reels in shock, muttering to himself about his past foolishness and blindness within the clan. Tang Jianzhou, observing from behind a counter, hears the elder's words, who declares he's no longer thinking of indulging in such folly. The young Tang Youmyang, standing firm in his red robes, challenges the elder's intent to harm a child participating in the martial arts competition, prompting Tang Sukjung to question if he intends to intervene. Youmyang retorts that he is seriously participating in the competition, while the elder insists he is well aware of their family rules. A black-robed figure with a subtle glowing aura stands nearby, as Youmyang provocatively asks if a little intervention would truly be a problem, leaving young Moonshan utterly bewildered by his words. Tang Sukjung, his face contorted in anger, demands to know what Youmyang is doing, accusing him of trying to challenge the Grand Elders and the entire Tang family. Youmyang, his expression resolute, simply asks if that isn't enough, leaving Moonshan speechless with a stunned what. With a slight frown, Youmyang advises caution when speaking to a main kill, then laments that Moonshan and Jianzhou are going to bully him. He declares that he has just followed the family rule, intending to repay kindness 1,000-fold and return grievances 10-fold. The Grand Elder, Tang Sukjung, watches him from the head of the table, his hand clenching in frustration. He reminds Youmyang that the martial arts competition is a sacred ceremony, not a place for personal grudges, and that his actions challenge the entire Tang family. Tang Sukjung then demands to know if he truly intends to participate in the competition. Myong simply replies with a firm no before clarifying that he will intervene in the competition. Moonshan, witnessing the escalating tension, can only stammer out the elder's title in shock. Meanwhile, in a desolate, blood-soaked landscape, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, stands amidst the carnage, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as he reflects on the countless lives he has taken. Back in the hall, an unnamed warrior with a scar over his left eye addresses Myong, telling him that if he doesn't behave, the clan leader will be angry. The warrior continues, stating that Myong will pay for what happened, and that he will be the one to make him pay. A voice echoes through the grand halls of a traditional building, demanding to know how such a thing could have been done, specifically questioning the participation in the young clan leader competition. Meanwhile, his mother, her expression a mix of concern and sternness, states that it was necessary. She continues, her voice laced with a hint of exasperation, that such a decisive thing happened because of a minor, Myong. He, however, silently reflects on his name, a name given with the meaning of suppression of evil, as if it were his destiny. His mother then softens, a proud smile gracing her lips as she admits, she thought he was still a child, but now sees he has become a great man. Her gaze falls to his hand, and she continues, acknowledging his newfound strength, stating she won't ask how he learned his techniques, nor how he overpowered not one but 3 opponents. With a determined glint in his eyes, Myong looks up, ready to address her final question, asking her to just answer him one thing. With a confident smile, Myong declares, "Who do you think I am?" His stance firm as he continues, "I am the sun." A determined glint in his eyes, he recalls a past moment. Bound and reflecting on his mother's words, "You're really something, mother. I'm so proud of you." He muses on the rarity of her expression, wishing to avoid disrupting his ordinary life, but knowing that his mother's pride was a rare sight. Meanwhile, a powerful figure, Yun Junghyuk, surrounded by a dark, swirling aura, declares his intent to protect anything that threatens this life. His eyes glowing with fierce resolve, he vows, "I will eliminate them all." 1 month later, Myong walks alongside a young woman, asking, "Sister, should we eliminate it as is?" As they continue their journey, the thought of the young clan leader competition lingers, a game to be played, for every moment is precious and must be seized. "Let him be. He must have his reasons," a woman states, her voice firm, reflecting all that has transpired. "He's not a child who acts without thinking, is he?" she presses, to which her companion, Tang Jiaqui, simply affirms, "Definitely. His mentality, his courage, and his composure are all remarkable. But, regardless, the attitude he's showing now, are you worried?" she asks, prompting Jiaqui to reflect that until now, she and the other Tang family members have been supporting Myong, and even taking care of him before he was officially recognized, she reminds him. Jiaqui admits that by this point, he too can't help but have high expectations for Myong. Yet, a flicker of concern crosses his face as he wonders if it's truly acceptable for the boy to act so independently. The quiet interior of a traditional building offers no immediate answers. Myong reflects on his current training regimen, which primarily consists of consuming the pure mana provided by his mother and ensuring he gets ample rest. He considers the internal methods that aid his development, understanding that simply knowing strengthening techniques isn't enough. The young martial artist knows that the most dangerous deceptions are those that conceal the truth, and such misguidance can lead one astray. However, at this very moment, he recognizes the critical need to fortify his physical vessel and empower his body. At the tender age of 12, his body is still developing and has yet to reach its full potential. His gaze firm. As his level naturally increases, a significant transformation will soon occur. But even then, the fundamental strength of his body will remain paramount. To maintain her balance and ensure proper physical growth, Jai-Hai knows she must focus on getting the right nutrition and rest, then she will be able to make it all her own. As she walks away, a voice calls out her name, Jai-Hai. Meanwhile, a different voice declares that the current state of affairs is insufficient as the day of the competition draws near. Jai-Hai, facing her mother, announces her departure, who simply tells her to go and take care of herself. She then bids farewell to Zhonghui, acknowledging that it was nice meeting him. With a final glance at the lush surroundings, a voice declares, "Let's go." Jai-Hai and her son, Longyang, walk away together, the boy responding simply, "Yes, mother." As Jai-Hai stands alone in a vast field, her thoughts turn to her son, Longyang. Longyang continues his journey, his path ahead clear. As she walks, a wistful thought crosses her mind, how much he must have grown, if only she could have seen him. Her journey leads her to the imposing gates of the Dark King Hall, a bustling hub of activity. Holding a small bowl, she wonders to herself if she has arrived too early. A nearby announcement confirms her suspicions, stating that the Dark King clan leader is currently unavailable due to internal clan proceedings. She continues her walk, a new thought forming in her mind. He still has about half a year before the competition begins. Her expression shifts to one of disbelief as she recalls a name, Myong, the one who became a demon king like that. With a determined stride, she walks away from the hall, her thoughts consumed by the upcoming events. Meanwhile, 2 men in the crowd discuss the rumors, one questioning if it's a false rumor that he can't even learn martial arts. Jai-hai, overhearing the conversation, scoffs at the implication, believing the standard of the young clan leader competition has truly dropped. A powerful, unseen force launches a small, sharp object with incredible speed, creating a violent impact as it flies through the air. The projectile strikes Moon-chan, sending him hurtling backward through the air, while Yun Junghyuk looks down, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he has caused. An unnamed warrior, witnessing the attack, exclaims in disbelief, realizing the sudden use of what appears to be a hidden weapon. Yet, the hidden weapon is revealed to be nothing more than a simple rice cake, leaving everyone bewildered at how such an ordinary object could possess such destructive power. Meanwhile, Tang Donghoon and another man discuss the recent events, expressing their frustration that Moon-chan only brought 2 others to the confrontation, implying a larger group was expected. They continue, noting that despite the small number, Moon-chan and his companions were still decisively beaten. As the conversation continues, Tang Jai-hai walks away from the scene, her back to the others, seemingly having heard enough. Meanwhile, a fierce-looking woman with bright orange hair tied in a high ponytail declares that the details don't matter, only the first-hand experience. Donghoon and his companion, taken aback by the woman's intensity, ponder aloud, questioning why Moon-chan didn't attempt to flee, even with a hidden weapon involved. A group of martial artists, urged on by their leader, swarms forward, their weapons glinting with intent. Attack him all together, one commands, as they close the distance, their collective cry echoing through the hall. But Tang Jiaqui's eyes blaze with a fierce, golden light, his aura flaring in response to the assault. In a blur of motion, he counters their attack, scattering his assailants with effortless precision. He looks around, bewildered by the unexpected aggression, wondering if some sort of competition is underway. A new sensation draws his attention, and he moves quickly, sensing that something significant has occurred. "You guys, what's this commotion?" he mutters, before a sudden, sharp pain grips him, leaving him gasping. "Ugh, what's this?" Clutching his stomach, he lets out a pained grunt, the agony intensifying. Still reeling, he looks down, a single question forming on his lips. "Have you arrived?" Having easily dispatched his opponents, the warrior with the scar over his eye lets out a sigh, finding the whole affair rather dull. A faint grimace crosses his face as he mutters, "I was getting bored waiting." He then clarifies, looking down at the defeated figures, "Don't misunderstand. They were the ones who started the trouble. It was so easy on me." Meanwhile, in a more somber setting, an elder with a long white beard raises his voice, expressing his concern. "We can't just overlook this, Grand Elder." The path ahead remains long and uncertain, as the elder's thoughts echo the gravity of the situation. How can there be a competition just before the competition? Tang Sukjung's gaze sharpens, his concern deepening as he considers the potential consequences. If such a person becomes the young clan leader, worse things will surely happen. Grand Elder Tang Sukjung ponders the dilemma, his hand stroking his beard in thought. Before a voice from an unseen figure suggests a drastic measure. Let's modify one of the competition rules. The grand gathering for the competition awaits, its fate now hanging on the proposed change. As the discussion turns to the upcoming competition, a voice inquires about its structure, prompting an explanation that the young clan leader is selected through this ancient, centuries-old contest. Surprised by the masked figure's knowledge, another asks how they could possibly know about a competition supposedly held in secret, only to be met with a simple, "You asked, so I just answered." The pink-haired figure scoffs, accusing the masked individual of being an outsider, a mere servant, not even a member of the clan. Before the argument can escalate, a commanding voice cuts through the chatter, demanding silence from everyone, as information, it seems, can leak from anywhere. Stepping forward, the silver-haired man reveals himself as Dark King clan leader Tang Jiaqui, the one who will be overseeing the entire competition. With a confident demeanor, he announces his intention to explain all the details of the competition's order, while a silent admirer notes his striking appearance. The competition, he explains, spans 4 years, with the first 3 years dedicated entirely to practice, including the mastery of throwing skills. The initial year focuses on identifying suitable practitioners for hidden weapon techniques and comprehensive martial arts, ensuring a strong foundation in these critical disciplines. For the subsequent 2 years, comprehensive training, including advanced poison-making skills, is conducted under the direct guidance of the clan elders. He continues, detailing the rigorous path ahead, explaining that after all the training is complete, the main competition will finally begin. A man with dark hair and glasses steps forward, revealing the form of the competition, a one-on-one duel, conducted as a goo poison match. The Grand Elder, Tang Sukjung, listens intently, while the announcer himself seems to question the severity of the rules, muttering, "Goo poison match?" The term goo poison hangs heavy in the air, a chilling concept for all present. It refers to the ancient, brutal practice of placing strong poisons in a jar to fight each other, listening to potent toxins until only one remains. Tang Sukjung elaborates on the grim reality. A goo poison match means the score goes to a single person, only one person remains. Therefore, the winner takes everything, while the loser loses their life and their entire clan. The clan members gasp in horror, protesting that such a rule is too cruel, dooming hundreds of lives. Tang Jiaqui, however, remains resolute, explaining that if they continue as they are, the same tragedies from the past could repeat. Thus, they've changed the rules of the match to help the clan regain its full power. Yeomyong looks up, his expression unreadable as the weight of the announcement settles over the hall. The Grand Elder's voice rings out, explaining that all of this, the entire competition, is for the future of the Tang family, and it is because of Tang Yeomyong. He continues, emphasizing that this is no mere child's play, but a solemn ceremony where one risks their life to challenge their limits. The gravity of his words sends a ripple of apprehension through the assembled young clan members, their faces etched with concern. Tang Jiaqui then adds, with a stern gaze, that the victor will possess everything of the Sichuan Tang family. Among the onlookers, Tang Zhongwan and Moonshan listen intently, their expressions reflecting the weight of the announcement. Yeomyong stands beside Tang Yunji, both observing the proceedings, as the implications of the competition sink in. A slight smirk plays on Yeomyong's lips, as if the daunting challenge holds little fear for him. He muses aloud, that it doesn't seem hard at all. Addressing an unseen assembly, the leader of the Black Death Alliance begins, thanking everyone for gathering in the main camp meeting room of the Saken sect. Within the grand halls of the Saken sect's main camp, the meeting room stands as a silent witness to the unfolding strategy. Acknowledging everyone's busy schedules, he urges them to listen closely to what he has to say first. With his hands clasped in a gesture of solemnity, he reveals the Tang family's recent schemes, which he expects everyone is already aware of. A figure with long, white hair, likely Yu Jiajin himself, then asks if he is referring to the young clan leader competition. Confirming the query, he states that their spies reported the competition was declared just a few days ago. He continues, mentioning the participants and the current state of the Tang family, as the Black Death Alliance leader, Yu Jiajin, prepares to reveal his true intentions. His piercing electric blue eyes glowing with cold resolve, Yu Jiajin, the Black Death Alliance leader, stands revealed. He concludes, stating that the Tang family is leaving the participants be because they still have some use, and it's clear as day that they've already given up on their own future. Yu Jiajin, the Black Death Alliance leader, continues his address, explaining that if they were to deliver a significant blow to the Tang family now, it would be an irreversible mistake. He acknowledges that the Tang family has already been abandoned by the Murim, but their roots are still deep. And for now, he asserts, they will do nothing. Later, Yu Jiajin is seated at a large, round table with Tang Donghun, a fellow leader, a map spread between them. When Donghun questions the leader's strategy, asking if it wouldn't be better to deliver a significant blow to the Tang family now, Yu Jiajin considers the Tang family's young clan leader competition, which will run for a total of 4 years, reflecting that after all their efforts, the Tang family has carefully nurtured their own ruin. He believes that if they were to act now, they would only be tempted to interfere. Donghun agrees, acknowledging the leader's point. And Yu Jiajin concludes, stating that for now, they will simply track where the carriage is heading and make their move after 4 years. As the Black Death Alliance's plans unfold, the tracking of the Tang family has already been meticulously arranged, and that's not all. Yu Jiajin reveals to Tang Donghun, he's also planted a small seed within their ranks. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he considers how the Tang family might just fall directly into their hands. Meanwhile, the stage is set for the next head of the Sichuan Tang family to be chosen, as Yun Junghyuk stands alone at the common mountain venue for the young clan leader competition, reflecting that while the rules have changed, the schedule and procedures remain the same. He joins a group of other young participants, including Yeonmyung Dang, Moonshan, and Zhongwan, as they make their way through the dark, winding paths of the forest. As they proceed, Yun Junghyuk notes that during the competition, participants will be called by numbers instead of names. Among the identified participants are Moonshan, designated as number 21, Yeonmyung Dang as number 24, and Zhongwan as number 28. But Yeonmyung Dang, looking around, suddenly asks, but wait, one moment, where is number 28? He wonders why number 28 is lagging so far behind, a thought that quickly gives way to the realization that he's been lost in thought for a moment too long. There's no time for such idle thoughts, especially when the person leading the group is moving at such an incredible pace. Yet, a strange sensation washes over him, a distinct presence that feels neither like a monster nor an elder from the Tang family. As he calls out to his instructor, Yun Junghyuk confirms their suspicions. They've been tailed. A single word hangs in the air, pointing to the very spot where their pursuer now stands. The question echoes, confirming the unsettling truth. Someone is indeed here. From the shadows, a figure emerges, demanding the password from Group 7. Yun Junghyuk realizes it's too late to respond, as the confrontation has already begun. The imposing figure, the Poison King of Hidden Poison, confirms their presence with a shout. The confrontation with the Poison King is abruptly interrupted by a blinding flash of blue energy. Yeonmyung Dang and the Scarred Warrior recoil, their faces etched with surprise. A fan snaps open with a crisp sound, as a powerful surge of light erupts, revealing a new figure standing amidst the glowing aura. He greets them with a polite smile, introducing himself as Jizal Chanshin, here to assist in their competition. Long ago, it was said that one of the 5 great demon lords, the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, had fallen early. Yet, a man now possessed that very name. drawing power from the Earth's blue energy and the heaven's brilliance itself. With their path now clear, Yamyang-dang and Yun Jung-hyuk continue their journey through the blossoming landscape. He explains that his Jeagle family will provide external assistance for the competition, their formations aiding the proceedings, while the narrative reminds of Yun Jung-hyuk's true identity as the heaven's brilliance demon lord. A shimmering blue formation glows with intricate patterns as he continues, stating that his family will assist the proceedings through their formations. Observing the display, Yamyang-dang recognizes it as the Jeagle family's unique formation technique, while Jung-hyuk muses that such a thing is indeed possible, even if one cannot discern the reason or space behind it. The young boy then notes that the man seems unconcerned by any of it, a sentiment Jung-hyuk echoes, simply stating, he's just. Thinking back, he recalls the man was just as composed in the carriage, and now, upon their arrival, they will be moving together for 3 years. Later, in a new setting, a man with dark hair addresses Yamyang-dang, greeting him warmly and expressing his pleasure at finally meeting him. The young boy confirms his identity, asking, "You're Tang Donghoon, right?" Donghoon affirms his name, adding that he's heard a lot about the boy and is glad he came, as no one has participated in the competition for the last 10 years. He continues, noting that Yamyang-dang is quite famous, the one who survived in that place. A young woman with bright red hair and glasses confronts another, asserting that while others might be easily fooled, she is not, and questions the nerve of an old geezer for daring to enter the competition. The dark-haired woman, looking away, asks what exactly her companion is trying to imply, but the red-haired woman simply reiterates her point. Her expression shifting to one of surprise, the red-haired woman insists she isn't stupid, though she admits to a strong desire to argue. The dark-haired woman, maintaining a more pragmatic stance, reminds her that regardless of past events, they are now in the same predicament. Undeterred, the red-haired woman declares her intention to argue, demanding her companion observe the expression of someone who has caused nothing but trouble. The dark-haired woman's patience wears thin, her expression hardening as she asks if she is being mocked. As a third young woman with pink hair joins them, the red-haired woman continues her tirade, insisting that unlike others, she is not easily swayed, especially after all her preparations. The dark-haired woman, now looking directly at the pink-haired companion, states firmly that if this guy causes any more trouble, she will not tolerate it. Her expression shifts to one of surprise, then uncertainty, as the dark-haired woman trails off, seemingly caught off guard by a sudden thought or realization. A sudden, unsettling silence falls over the group as instructor Jeagle Seagull vanishes without a trace. The dark-haired woman, her eyes wide with disbelief, can hardly comprehend that he was right in front of them just moments ago. Her blonde-haired companion echoes the sentiment, wondering aloud where he could possibly have gone. A chilling thought begins to settle in, a realization that getting lost within such a formation could easily trap them in a spatial rift, a place from which there is no return. The red-haired woman considers the possibility that Jeagle Seagull might have been caught in his own creation, but the dark-haired woman suddenly cries out, a new, more terrifying thought dawning on her. Even as the red-haired woman attempts to reassure them that they can find help, the blonde-haired woman's voice trembles with fear, asking if they are truly trapped and unable to move. The dark-haired woman desperately asks if anyone among them understands formations, while the blonde-haired woman collapses into despair, convinced they are doomed. Indeed, the truth is grim. They are now caught deep within the Jeagle family's 7 Looks Phantom formation. As Jeagle Seagull walks away, his form fading into the distance, it becomes clear that without the core of the formation, there is no escaping its intricate trap. Tang Donghoon shakes his head in disbelief, lamenting the pettiness of the Tang family's elders, as he questions their decision to hold an entire group hostage over a single child. Meanwhile, one of the Tang family's elders, shrouded in a distinctive green and black helmet, wonders aloud how their solemn promise could have been so easily broken. He recalls the competition, held specifically to choose a bonus instructor, now seemingly a cruel deception. A young student, his face etched with shock and despair, laments that all their best efforts have led to this predicament, believing he once had a chance to become an instructor himself. The group stands trapped within the shimmering, vibrant blue energy of the formation, its magical particles swirling around them. A guttural scream of pure terror escapes Donghoon's lips, his eyes wide with fear. The shocked student stammers, unable to comprehend their situation, while a red-haired student angrily demands to know what will happen if instructor Jeagle Seagull leaves them behind. Donghoon, still visibly distressed, warns the others that their movements are out of sync because they are still caught within the formation, urging them to be careful. The shocked student can only stammer that this is a mistake, while the red-haired student and the masked elder question how he appeared so suddenly. The red-haired student demands to know how Yeomyang did it, and the young boy simply replies that he cut it. The masked elder wonders if the formation was still holding, as the shocked student expresses doubt about Jeagle Seagull, and the red-haired student calls for light to find the disappeared Jeagle. Yeomyang declares, just now, before moving with incredible speed, leaving only a blur and scattered debris in his wake. The masked elder exclaims that he disappeared again, leaving the students bewildered. The red-haired student, however, seems to have noticed something, asking the others to see. Elsewhere, the masked elder curses, while a hidden observer admits to underestimating Yeonmyeong, but assures himself it's still within his calculations. This observer, with piercing blue eyes, acknowledges that the kid's eyes are too sharp for simple tricks to fool him. Yeonmyeong surges through a swirling vortex of purple and red energy, his speed and unique ability allowing him to bypass the magical formation, leaving observers to wonder how a child barely 10 years old could exhibit such a feat. Cutting through the last vestiges of the barrier, he locates his objective, a glowing blue energy vortex, the only path to the training grounds. Collapsing onto the ground, he pants heavily, the immense exertion of his unique ability taking its toll. Still gasping for breath amidst the dense foliage, he struggles to recover from the ordeal. Finally, on hands and knees, he declares that this level of effort should be enough. Meanwhile, from his hidden vantage point, Yoo Jae-jin observes the boy struggle, confident that whatever happens, Yeonmyeong wouldn't be able to escape him. A sudden, sharp sound makes the boy flinch, his head snapping up in surprise. Standing over him, an imposing figure reveals himself as Tang Wonjin, Group 7 sub-leader. Looking down at the exhausted boy, Wonjin remarks that he doesn't look well. He observes the empty training grounds, a growing unease settling over him as he notes that the participants of Group 7 are nowhere to be seen. A frown deepens on his face as he wonders aloud, what happened? He then mutters, almost to himself, that it seems Group 7 won't be participating in the training. The thought echoes in his mind, confirming the grim reality that Group 7 will not be joining the training grounds. Still processing the information, he asks, what do you mean? I've waited for a long time at the training grounds, but... A chilling possibility then crosses his mind. They might have been attacked by bandits or wild animals in the area. With a sigh of resignation, he concludes that they will have to proceed without Group 7. Suddenly, a sharp, unsettling realization hits him, his eyes widening in shock. His face contorts in dawning horror, the full weight of the situation crashing down. A single, terrified thought escapes his lips. This can't be. The formation. As Jeagle Seagull maintains a shimmering blue barrier, his eyes narrow, sensing a disturbance, questioning if an intruder has breached their defenses, while Tang Wonjin, positioned behind him, urges caution. Before either can react further, the barrier shatters with explosive force, splintering into countless fragments of light and energy. Jeagle Seagull recoils, a desperate surge of blue energy flaring around him, as if trying to mend the irreparable breach. His face contorts in disbelief as he utters, a chilling realization that one of the Jeagle family's supreme formations has been utterly destroyed. From the swirling purple and black fragments of the shattered dome, a shadowy figure emerges, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Tang Wonjin stares, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend how the formidable Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation could have been broken so effortlessly. His expression remains frozen in shock, the shattered remnants of the barrier reflecting the terror in his eyes. Beside him, Jeagle Seagull and a shocked student share the same horrified expression, their faces pale with fear. The shadowy intruder, now fully revealed, lets out a chilling, triumphant laugh, a sinister smile spreading across their face. The shadowy intruder, now fully revealed, stares down with glowing red eyes, a sinister grin spreading across their face. Their mocking voice echoes through the shattered remnants of the barrier, asking, "How have you been? I was worried." A student stares in disbelief, utterly astonished by the skill just displayed. The group of young martial artists questions how the formation could have been broken with such a short sword, wondering if it's even possible. He assures them that he always keeps his promises, and the formation will close exactly as he said, allowing them to leave. These are the participants of the 7th group, still processing the incredible display of power. Suddenly, a figure in dark robes appears, holding a mask. Yun Jung-hyuk turns to the newcomer, asking who he is. The newcomer replies that he was worried they would be like instructor Jeagle Seagull. He then adds, with a dismissive gesture, that thankfully they are not. The young martial artist clarifies that they must have misunderstood, explaining that they are merely participants, but thanks to him, they've managed to get out of the formation and can now return. A student watches, eyes wide with dawning realization, as the implications of the situation settle in, murmuring that the events unfolding seem to be under the Tang family's direct orders. Meanwhile, the Poison King, observing the scene with a detached air, decides to let the current chaos continue, deeming it merely a cleaning process for now. Another student, his expression grim, vows to root out the traitor completely once the formation is fully absorbed by the poison. Thus, the sword god Gumjwa of the Sichuan Tang family has emerged. The Poison King lets out a mocking laugh, amused by what he perceives as a grave mistake. Elsewhere, Tang Jiaqui, fanning himself calmly, announces his intention to go and inspect the broken formation. Yun Jung-hyuk, standing amidst the students, dismisses the recent disturbance as minor, stating that the ground where his disciples stood simply collapsed on its own, implying it was not a significant issue. The Poison King, now radiating a sinister green aura, introduces himself as the new leader of the Sichuan Tang family and proudly declares his responsibility for the hidden poison. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure with piercing red eyes reflects on the past, musing about the Bonga brothers and how he was thought to have disappeared years ago. The Bonghwa Brigade, a secret military force once operating under the former young clan leader of the Tang family, was a formidable power. Each individual within its ranks was as powerful as a great leader, making them one of the Tang family's most elite forces. Then, the shadowy figure, his face partially obscured by long dark hair, begins to speak, his voice carrying a hint of past grievances. A listener questions why he isn't with the Tang family, to which the figure scoffs, remarking that the question wasn't even worth asking. He recounts a desperate battle years ago, fought to protect their master, pitting them against the young clan leader, Poison Phoenix. The memory clearly stings, as he states that their master was shamefully defeated. His gaze falls to the ground as he continues, accusing the Manhwa brigade of failing to protect their master, and now they are nothing but winners. The pink-haired instructor announces the conclusion of the introduction, preparing to explain the competition rules. The bald instructor then clarifies that the first year of the competition focuses on mana acquisition, allowing participants to train as they wish, either alone or with a teacher, based on their own merits. As the pink-haired instructor's eyes spiral in thought, she mentions the legendary technique of the Heavenly Flower Rain, once wielded by Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. She then questions if such a powerful technique can be included, as countless glowing mana needles appear to rain down around her. In a vivid vision, Yun Jung-hyuk, his white hair flowing and electric blue eyes glowing, declares that the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain is granted only to those who have truly excelled. The bald instructor explains that, though incomplete, the technique has been passed down by the elders, along with the necessary conditions for learning this particular martial art. The brown-haired student ponders the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain, recognizing it as the technique that enables numerous mana needles to rain down at once. He then remarks on its similarity to mana control techniques, recalling that the instructor had tried to make it his own. The bald instructor confirms, stating that they will receive the essence of the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain from the elders, one by one. The bald instructor continues his stern address, his voice echoing through the training grounds, reminding the students that he cannot predict if they will master the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain through this rigorous process. He declares his lecture finished, stating that from this point forward, their journey is solely one of training. Whether they choose to work alone or in groups, he will be watching their every move. Among the students, a pink-haired girl complains, finding it natural to feel discomfort in the forest, questioning if anyone truly expects them to live comfortably in such an environment. The instructor, however, dismisses such thoughts, asserting that comfort will never lead to strength, while another student internally curses the day. With a final command, he orders them to begin their practice, tailored to their individual ages. His gaze sharpens, a silent judgment passing over the group, as he considers what it means to be truly qualified. The pink-haired student continues to grumble, insisting that adapting to the forest environment is unnecessary, still longing for the comfort of a proper bed. Her fellow students listen, some with exasperation, others with shared discomfort. Meanwhile, an elder observes from a distance, his thoughts focused on the symptoms of mana reversion, realizing that Yanmyeong Dang is the particular child he must keep a close eye on. Considering the situation, Yun Jung-hyuk muses that it might be good to test his abilities. Below, a group of students grumble about the bumpy terrain, one snapping back at another. Yun Jung-hyuk continues, promising that if they pass this test, they can enter the inner training formation. But he adds a stern warning about the consequences of failure. With a determined expression, he declares, "Let's do that," explaining that the test is simple. He reveals that the team members will attack, throwing hidden weapons. The scene shifts to a rugged, mountainous path beside a waterfall, where Yun Jung-hyuk stands high above, overseeing the students gathered below, with Yanmyeong Dang at the very bottom. The test, he clarifies, ends if one manages to block or dodge more than 5 steps, and it will begin as soon as their eyes are covered. Yanmyeong Dang stands, his eyes now covered by a blindfold, awaiting the start. As the test begins, a student, cloaked in black and armed with sharp claws, descends from the trees, aiming for the blindfolded target below. He lands silently, his form poised for a swift strike against the unmoving figure. From the sidelines, a red-haired student watches, a thought echoing in his mind. Is this even possible? Moreover, another student, with pink hair, stands beside him, both wondering, why is no one moving? Despite his blindfold, Yanmyeong Dang's senses are sharp, his mind registering a growing intensity. Could it be, the pressure is increasing? He muses internally. The attacking student lunges forward, his clawed hand blurring towards the target. But before the strike can land, a burst of white energy erupts, repelling the student with immense force. He is sent flying backward, a trail of glowing particles marking his rapid retreat. The force carries him further through the air, unable to regain his balance. The air hums with the rapid flight of thrown blades. A flurry of shurikens slicing through the training ground. The student who launched them watches, a smirk playing on his lips. For him, this entire task is simple. But the bald instructor observing the scene can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. As a brilliant burst of azure energy erupts, effortlessly deflecting every single projectile. A hand, glowing with the same vibrant blue, is poised, demonstrating that many overlook the true essence of martial arts. It isn't just about brute force. Principles such as weight, speed, and change are fundamental. With a sudden, powerful surge, Yun Junghyuk unleashes a torrent of swirling blue energy, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attack, embodying the martial arts of breaking, attacking, and cutting. The vibrant aura expands, pushing back against the unseen force with absolute control. As the blue energy dissipates, it becomes clear that for someone who has already grasped the fundamental principles of weight, speed, and change, life itself is but a single, unbroken line. Meanwhile, the shadowy intruder, having launched the attack, moves with a dark, jagged energy, a blur of motion. The projectiles themselves, now caught in the residual blue current, are redirected with impossible speed. For those who merely train and never seek true understanding, such a display is utterly baffling, leaving the observing students and the bald instructor in stunned silence. From his perch high in a tree, the shadowy intruder watches, a silent witness to the shock he has caused. Another observer, surrounded by a faint purple aura, muses aloud, surprised that the hidden weapons were deflected by a single movement. But then, a deeper understanding dawns on him. They weren't merely deflected, they were attracted. Still reeling from the unexpected display of power, the hooded elder wonders what he has just witnessed, pondering if the weapons were truly deflected or if something more profound occurred with that single, powerful swing. He considers the possibility that even he would have struggled to dodge such an attack, but then dismisses the thought, realizing the true nature of the event. Meanwhile, a pink-haired student, observing the scene, nervously asks if she has passed her own test. The elder, still deep in thought about the previous events, mutters that even that isn't certain, his mind still processing the implications of the power he witnessed. The pink-haired student, standing beside a larger, silent figure, then questions if the elder is referring to a warrior. The elder's gaze falls upon a new figure, a young man in martial attire, as he declares, "Warrior Wonjin." With a thoughtful hum, the elder concludes that the result is the result, accepting the outcome of the trial. He then announces that Wonjin has passed and will receive the manner and rest, a reward for his success. As the elder speaks, a new threat emerges from the shadows below, a monster bearing a grave aura, signaling a new challenge. As he observes the students, a pink-haired girl frets about her test, wondering if she'll pass, while another student stands nearby, seemingly shocked. He considers their youthful anxieties, a stark contrast to the weight of his own thoughts. A faint smile plays on his lips, as he muses on the idea of a manor, a reward for passing a trial. He wonders if such a grand prize truly motivates them, or if they even grasp the concept of a manor to begin with, his gaze drifting upwards. His thoughts expand to encompass the vast, empty space above, a reflection of the boundless challenges ahead. Returning his attention to the students, he offers a word of encouragement, hoping the other team members haven't lost their motivation. He knows that even if they fail, they must continue to strive, for the path of martial arts is endless. His gaze falls, a subtle shift in his expression, as he acknowledges that the battle for the top has already been decided, even before the competition truly begins. Then, his attention sharpens on Warrior Wonjin, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, thinking, perhaps, this child could be the one. Wonjin, for his part, stands resolute, determined to make sure his family never has to lose again. A desolate forest stretches out, its trees gnarled and ancient, casting long shadows across the uneven ground. Suddenly, a guttural crunch echoes through the stillness, as a massive, gray-furred beast tears into something with powerful jaws. The sound continues, a gruesome symphony of tearing flesh and bone. Its feral eyes gleam in the dim light, focused entirely on its meal. Then, with a thunderous roar, more of the monstrous creatures burst from the undergrowth. There forms a blur of gray fur and sharp claws. One lunges forward, its massive body propelled by raw, predatory instinct. But before it can strike, Yun Junghyuk descends from above, his blade a streak of light as he carves through the beast, other students fighting desperately around him against the encroaching horde. This is the brutal reality of fighting the beasts of the Heaven's Brilliance Hall. And as the battle rages, the pink-haired student remarks, "It's a good thing we prepared poison meat." The red-haired student nods in agreement, adding, "Exactly. If we keep going like this, we'll be fine." Looking down at his disciples, Yun Junghyuk acknowledges their progress, remarking on their impressive skills and the randstorm technique they've mastered. Meanwhile, the students, including the pink-haired and red-haired disciples, exchange surprised glances, a collective gasp escaping them as they listen intently. The black-haired student begins to recount their journey, explaining that it's been 4 months since they started, and on the very first day, they were simply running for their lives. He continues, detailing the harsh reality of their early days, where they couldn't even find prey and were forced to subsist on grassroots. Yun Junghyuk listens as the student concludes, recalling how they all shed tears of relief when they finally succeeded in hunting. The student adds that despite the immense difficulty, they somehow managed to find shelter. As the story winds down, the student poses a question to Yun Junghyuk, wondering if he must be living comfortably by now. Yun Junghyuk, with a stern expression, dismisses the thought, telling them not to even bring up such a notion, yet admitting his own curiosity. He then turns his gaze to a small fire, muttering that his curiosity is irrelevant, and that the person in question is probably burning something by himself. He kneels heavily on the young disciple, a stern warning escaping his lips about the life the boy truly deserves at the manor. As the boy's face contorts in a silent scream, surrounded by the looming shadows of their harsh training environment. Later, in the dim light of a cave, Yun Junghyuk reiterates his threat, promising a lifetime of regret. But the young disciple's eyes suddenly widen, a realization dawning on him. Yun Junghyuk, standing over an empty pot, demands to know where all the meat has gone. The young disciple, clutching his stomach, offers no immediate answer, a wisp of steam rising from the pot. A small, satisfied smile plays on his lips as he confesses, he ate it all, and it was good. Yun Junghyuk's eyes blaze crimson with fury, demanding to know if the bastard truly devoured all the meat by himself. His voice echoes through the cave, calling the young disciple a pig for his gluttony. A low, guttural sound echoes against the sheer face of a towering cliff, a stark backdrop to the rigorous training grounds. Within the Heavenly Demon Cult's temporary training area, a group of students moves with disciplined precision. There forms a blur of focused energy. Among them, a pink-haired student watches intently, her expression a mix of concentration and apprehension. Two other students, clad in dark, ninja-like uniforms, stand ready, one gripping a pair of knives, prepared for the next challenge. Suddenly, Yun Junghyuk, a blur of white, closes the distance, his speed overwhelming as he moves against the students. His attack lands with a sharp impact, sending one of the black-clad students reeling. With a single, sweeping motion, he dispatches multiple figures, their bodies flung through the air by his sheer force. Amidst the chaos, a student in black delivers a swift, mid-air kick, striking the pink-haired student and sending her tumbling. The student who delivered the blow recoils, his eyes wide with a pained, shocked expression. Still reeling from the previous assault, the student finds himself surrounded by a flurry of shadowy figures, each strike a blur of motion. Suddenly, a barrage of sharp projectiles slams into him, forcing his arm up in a desperate block. The impact sends a shockwave through his body, his face contorting in a grimace of pain and concentration. He's thrown backward, the force of the blows lifting him off his feet. Yet, his eyes remain sharp, a flicker of defiance burning within them despite the relentless assault. Another powerful impact reverberates through the training ground, the air crackling with energy. A circular wave of force expands outward, a testament to the sheer power being unleashed. More projectiles continue to rain down, a relentless storm of blades and energy. From the shadows, Yun Junghyuk watches, his gaze piercing, as he effortlessly catches one of the incoming projectiles. The student attacker continues to endure a relentless barrage, shadowy projectiles glowing with malevolent energy as they close in from all sides. Despite the overwhelming assault, a fierce determination hardens his gaze, refusing to yield. Impacts continue to scar the ground around him. But a new resolve ignites within him, his hands beginning to glow as he declares, "All right, time to use my new technique." With a focused intensity, he channels the burgeoning energy, his clasped hands radiating a powerful aura. Meanwhile, two shadowy figures, their red eyes piercing through masks, prepare their own assault, one gripping a knife, as they anticipate the student's next move, exclaiming, "Oh, here it comes." Before they can strike, the student attacker launches himself into the air, wielding two glowing blades that cut through the space between them. The shadowy figures recoil in surprise. As one of their projectiles is cleanly bisected in midair, its momentum instantly halted. He unleashes his new technique, a rapid spin generating concentric rings of brilliant blue energy. The power expanding outward, forming a protective and offensive barrier around him. The shadowy figures, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power, question the unexpected nature of the attack. One of them stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. The student attacker accelerates his rotation, his form blurring into a whirlwind of red energy. The shadowy opponents struggle to track his movements, one of them noticing the glowing blades that resemble shurikens. He continues his relentless assault, creating a powerful blue vortex that engulfs his immediate surroundings. His eyes glow with an intense, focused determination, reflecting the raw power he wields. The shadowy figures are overwhelmed, disintegrating into particles as they are flung backward by the sheer force of the attack. The air still crackles with residual energy as the whirling line frenzy dance technique dissipates, leaving behind a vortex of black and blue mana. A dark-skinned observer, his face illuminated by a faint red glow, stares in utter disbelief, barely able to articulate his shock. The shadowy training opponents, neutralized in an instant, disintegrate into wisps of smoke, their forms dissolving as the immense mana released makes everyone's skin crawl, all from a single, devastating strike. A red-haired female student, her expression thoughtful under the night sky, ponders if the technique was something newly created. The black-capped observer, clutching a small scroll, can only stammer out his astonishment, declaring it an impossible technique. The red-haired student, still processing the display of power, then politely inquires about the technique's name. The student attacker, finally speaking, reveals he has named it the Whirling Line Frenzy Dance, explaining that it utilizes the user's internal energy. The black-capped observer, still perplexed by the sheer scale of the power, questions how such a feat is even managed. Nearby, two open books or scrolls lie on the ground, their pages displaying intricate symbols, perhaps holding the secrets to such formidable techniques. The pink-haired student, still reeling from the display of power, questions the student attacker about his current overflow eyes and the legendary Paizen sky eyes. He confirms that he has indeed mastered the current overflow eyes, leaving her to wonder if he has truly achieved such a feat. As a vibrant green aura flares around him, taking on a draconic form, the student attacker explains that it is one of the oldest techniques of the Tang family, but questions how she would know of it. The pink-haired student clarifies that while the essence of the technique was passed down, it was considered a lost art, a relic of ascendant martial arts, implying its true power had been forgotten. With green energy lines swirling around him, the student attacker states that if they can boost their power, they should come closer. An inexplicable sense of calm washes over him, as he declares that nothing surprises him anymore, a testament to the extraordinary events he has witnessed and caused. Turning his back slightly, he announces that it's about time he tells them everything. The pink-haired student, with a look of anticipation, recalls the 2 months they spent training under the same harsh conditions, suggesting a shared journey that has led to this moment of revelation. Yun Junghyuk observes the training grounds, a cloaked figure watching the students hone their skills, recalling the words, "They said they'd be more polished." Meanwhile, the pink-haired student looks on, a hopeful smile gracing her lips as she thinks, "I'm excited to see what they'll become." Yun Junghyuk continues his silent vigil, a question forming in his mind. Was he wondering about his teammates? He then turns his attention to a scroll, dismissing the thought, whether those kids are suitable for training, I guess doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the pink-haired student gazes upwards, a single word echoing in her mind, fate. Her thoughts drift to a past life, remembering her only true connection. In my past life, my only connection was my master, she muses, recalling the stern visage of the sword ghost. Now, new connections are forming around her, which could be considered part of the heavenly way, right? She wonders. A warmth spreads through her. For some reason, I want to see them soon. Her reverie is broken by the shocked student, who exclaims, "You ate all of it." The pink-haired student, looking sheepish, apologizes, Sorry. I'm so hungry." She tries to explain, "I stopped here to find something to eat, so don't be so angry." But the other student cuts her off, "Stop talking about that." A lone leaf drifts through the dark, twilight sky, before catching a breeze and soaring into the brighter expanse above. The memory of a simpler time echoes, when they were all just novices on the first day of training, their footsteps thudding softly on the ground. Now, a group of shadowy figures stands, their leader declaring that they have attained a completely different level of power than before, their forms cloaked in dark robes. His eyes glowing with malevolent red light, the shadowy intruder finds the thought of killing Yeomyong Dang actually exciting, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, a student, face contorted in rage, vows to split his head in half, his voice filled with venom. Another student's jaw clenches in fierce determination, his gaze fixed on an unseen target. As a group of students chants loudly, demanding the downfall of Yeomyong Dang and victory for the 7th team, a collective surge of animosity fills the air. From a distance, the shadowy intruder observes the scene, a reflection showing Yeomyong Dang surrounded by glowing figures. As he wonders what is happening with them, his thoughts cut short. An unsettling silence hangs over the Grand Academy grounds, a palpable fear permeating the air, as if everyone knows Yeomyong Dang is nearby. Two students, one with dark hair and glasses, the other, a familiar figure with black hair, look around in confusion, wondering why it has suddenly become so quiet. A smirk plays on the black-haired student's lips as he speculates, asking if his target has already run away, laughing at the thought. Meanwhile, a female figure with long purple hair, observing from a distance, notes the unusual silence, addressing someone named Tang Jianyun, and remarking on their quiet demeanor. Suddenly, two other students, one with light brown hair and another with pink hair, are caught off guard, their faces etched with surprise as they react to an unseen event. Their bodies remain frozen in place. The purple-haired woman, now with a mischievous glint in her eye, reveals her true intention, confessing that she was merely hiding to surprise them. The light brown-haired student, regaining his composure, narrows his eyes, demanding to know what she was planning to do with that surprise. Sunlight bathes the ornate roof of a traditional building, casting long shadows across its ancient tiles. Inside, a group of students suddenly freezes as Yun Junghyuk's piercing gaze falls upon them, his voice cutting through the air, demanding to know what they are doing. One of the students, with pink hair and glasses, tries to deflect, recalling their earlier conversation, reminding the others about smashing heads, while the other students groan in discomfort. Unfazed, Yun Junghyuk challenges them directly, asking if they will show him the results of their year's training, or if he should attack first. The students immediately panic, throwing their hands up in surrender, insisting it was all just a joke. Yun Junghyuk observes them, a subtle thought crossing his mind about their inability to notice him before he turned around, his sharp eyes missing nothing. The pink-haired student, still flustered, internally acknowledges his incredible senses, even as she tries to compose herself. The students then collectively wonder about the progress of Yeomyong Dang's training, pondering what he might have accomplished during the past year. Meanwhile, Yamyang Dang stands tall, his appearance dramatically changed, as a voice notes that he has grown taller and even more formidable. Still processing the recent events, the pink-haired student questions her own judgment, wondering if her limited experience with only animals has skewed her perception. Despite her internal doubts, she tries to reassure her companions, telling them not to be discouraged, for even from her perspective, they have shown significantly more strength than before. The red-haired student, with a confident smirk, dismisses their worries, asserting that they don't need to worry because he is there. As the three students stand together, their familiar dynamic intact, a quiet thought echoes, some things never change. Then, a dramatic declaration heralds a new era, proclaiming, "I'm going to be the sword god of the 3,000 families," marking a significant passage of time. Years later, a grand, traditional building stands under a clear sky, as a voice notes that everyone has gathered. Inside a formal meeting room, the elderly sword ghost addresses someone as Hyuk, while a much older Yamyang Dang, now a young adult with long, tied-back blonde hair, sits among other participants, seemingly reflecting on the passage of time. The sword ghost, cutting straight to the point, inquires if there have been any changes within their group. Yamyang Dang, now looking formidable and mature, is highlighted as a noteworthy participant, having shown a remarkable growth rate among his peers. A figure cloaked in dark armor, radiating a malevolent red aura, strikes with fierce intensity. As the sword ghost observes, noting that rather than a will to become stronger or simply survive, it seems this individual is burning with immense hostility towards someone. The red energy pulses around the figure's enraged face, feeding off that raw emotion. Later, the sword ghost, standing beside a now-adult Yanmyung Dang, states with concern, "We can't ignore participant number 10. The shadowy intruder moves with incredible speed, a red blur across the training grounds, having passed the warriors left in barely a month. The sheer power emanating from the figure, still wreathed in red, elicits a shocked thought from an observer. Impossible. He's just a child. The shadowy intruder, eyes glowing crimson, seems to embody a darker truth. After facing numerous enemies, they seek out greed. Meanwhile, Yanmyung Dang, now surrounded by a vibrant blue aura, reflects on his own journey, thinking he had once believed himself to be just a simple formation. His hand, crackling with blue energy, grips a blade as he recalls, "But when I speed through the formation, I was utterly shocked." His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Yun Junghyuk stands amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle, having demonstrated skills that even seasoned masters couldn't perform. Meanwhile, a Jeagle elder, his face etched with concern, contemplates the challenge of recruiting such a formidable individual, knowing that bringing him into their ranks is out of the question, especially since he's already made a name for himself by defeating the sword ghost. Addressing his kneeling subordinate, the elder asks, "Jianju, you look very troubled. Are you all right?" To which Jianju replies, "They don't trust me." The elder dismisses his subordinate's personal concerns, suggesting it's probably better not to bring it up, clarifying that his group doesn't trust the powerful fighter out of concern, but rather for other reasons. He then decisively states, "Let's exclude him from the discussion. We need a puppet we can control." Elsewhere, a pink-haired student reacts with wide-eyed surprise, having just heard it was a formal duel, and wonders if it shouldn't be hard to find a replacement for such a match. Back in the meeting, the Jeagle elder continues his scheme, explaining that if they get this guy to join their ranks, they'll be able to take over the Tang family, and then deal with him later. Jianju, listening intently, understands the implications. Their Jeagle family will officially become the external family of the Tang family head. A smug expression crosses the elder's face as he confirms, this will grant them the authority to intervene in Tang family affairs. He leans forward, his voice a low murmur, wondering aloud about the progress of the competition. Convinced that they must claim the heaven's brilliance demon lord for their own house before anyone else can, and with a satisfied sigh, he declares their rough conclusion. The elder then dismisses the meeting. His thoughts already on the future, where the demon lord, if he survives, will become a mere puppet, a tool to seize control of the Tang family and grant them the authority to intervene in its affairs. A chilling laugh escapes him, echoing as his subordinate, Jianju, acknowledges the cunning double threat. Meanwhile, in a distant training ground, the air hangs still, only to be broken by the swift, crushing impact of a strike against a small, bird-like creature. Inside the manor, the shadowy intruder remarks on their intensified training. While the pink-haired student, exhausted, finds solace in the thought of a good night's sleep, despite the doubled efforts. A student with vibrant pink hair asks her companion, a purple-haired student, if Aijin and Yeomyong had gone to the lab that day. The purple-haired student confirms, adding that Aijin had stormed in, clearly grinding his teeth. He then questions if that was acceptable, before confidently declaring that Aijin was the best. Meanwhile, in a different part of the manor, the red-haired student grins mischievously, holding a cup and remarking on the process of poison making. The shocked student, looking horrified, questions if the liquid in the cup could truly be poison. Before he can react, the red-haired student shoves the cup towards him, forcing him to drink while demanding to know why he was consuming it. The shocked student immediately recoils, violently spitting out the liquid as his tormentor urges him to expel it. His face contorted in disgust, the shocked student continues to expel the substance. A stream of green liquid flies from his mouth, splattering across the room. He gags, a desperate sound escaping him as the red-haired student looms over him, questioning why he continues to consume the strange liquid. Still on the ground, writhing in discomfort, he struggles against the unseen effects. Meanwhile, the red-haired student watches on, a smug smirk playing on his lips. The shocked student's mind races, wondering if the poison is truly expired, or if it's actively harming him, a terrifying thought that grips him with fear. The red-haired student, still observing his victim's distress, casually asks why he would continue to drink it. His eyes gleam with a mischievous light, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, with a violent heave, the shocked student expels a torrent of vibrant green liquid from his mouth. Elsewhere, walking past a traditional building, the student attacker remarks that it seems to be working out for some reason, to which the pink-haired student simply agrees. Later, sitting together inside, the pink-haired student admonishes him not to drink her poison as if it were mere booze. A swirling, stylized symbol appears, hinting at the esoteric nature of the discussion to come. The student attacker, still pressing the issue, demands to know if there is more, insisting he has nothing left to give. He then questions the pink-haired student's resilience, wondering if she is immune to the poison. The student attacker clarifies that her situation is a bit different from simply being immune to all poisons. As a vibrant green aura flares around her, the pink-haired student finds it strange that someone who works with poisons cannot control poison treasures. The green energy intensifies, swirling around a skull-like object, and she questions aloud, wondering why she shouldn't be able to control even the poisons that enter her. The student attacker, observing her struggle, acknowledges that the poison master's daughter is indeed different, capable of controlling the poison that entered her body, which is precisely why he's asking for the poison treasures. However, the pink-haired student clarifies that this particular poison can only be purified by a master of poison, not merely controlled. Yeomyong Dang reflects on his current strength, noting that even weak poisons barely increase his internal energy now. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk recalls a past conversation, remembering his master's words about the many things he had to take care of before he could think of him. The Jegal elder, however, harbors a different ambition, believing he could take anything he desired. A shadowy intruder, surrounded by a dark, swirling aura, contemplates the implications of the Black Death Alliance or the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. Yun Junghyuk, with a grim expression, admits that if he were to invade, he couldn't guarantee the outcome. A map of Sichuan City is displayed, its territories divided, as a voice laments that such a division cannot be ignored. The Jegal elder considers the leader of the Death Alliance, acknowledging that the one who holds the Sword of the Sky is the true master. Jianju, however, admits that if he were to face him now, he wouldn't be ready. Finally, the pink-haired student, surrounded by a fiery red glow, asserts her humanity, declaring that she needs to be strong, just as she was in her previous life. She considers the legend of the 10 strongest poisons, a collection of the most potent toxins ever known, wondering if she could truly handle such power. Her gaze lifts, a flicker of determination in her eyes as she acknowledges the immense challenge, knowing that to truly master them, one must possess a will stronger than any poison. Among these, the 1st to 9th poisons were meticulously documented and preserved, their formulas passed down through generations. But the 10th poison, shrouded in mystery, was different. Most of its knowledge had been tragically lost to time. The 10th poison was so potent, so utterly devastating, that even masters of the transcendent level were profoundly affected by its mere presence. The remaining 10th poison, though fragmented and scattered, was still considered a treasure, a challenge only the most exceptional could hope to manage. A fierce, almost predatory smile spreads across her face, as she declares it a poison worth coveting. She then addresses someone, perhaps herself or an unseen mentor, asking, "So, John, can't you make the 10th poison?" Her expression softens slightly, acknowledging the immense difficulty of such a task, a challenge that would require a true genius. A shadowy figure taunts, claiming the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord is too preoccupied to be present, adding that even he likely lacks drinking companions. But before the words can fully settle, Yun Junghyuk moves with blinding speed, delivering a devastating strike that sends his opponent reeling. The shadowy intruder's face contorts in agony, his eyes glowing crimson as he cries out, demanding to know what has been done to him. A violent cough racks his body, expelling glowing, toxic particles from his mouth. Looking down at the suffering figure, Yun Junghyuk calmly asks if he wishes to repeat his earlier words. The intruder, his face now grotesquely disfigured, screams in frustration, demanding to know what has happened to his appearance. His transformation accelerates, his body erupting in a fiery aura as he fully becomes a roaring, monstrous entity. But even in this new form, he is no match, sent hurtling through the air. As the monstrous figure continues its uncontrolled descent, engulfed in its own fiery energy. A guttural scream tears from the shadowy intruder as the devastating internal attack takes hold, his hand contorting in agony, his eye widening in a final, desperate moment of shock and pain. Then, with a sickening sound, his hand begins to disintegrate, crumbling into glowing particles. The process accelerates, his entire limb dissolving into nothingness. From a distance, a young student gasps, his eyes wide with terror at the sheer destructive power he just witnessed. The incinerated form of the intruder plummets through the air, a silent testament to the swift and absolute end he met. He was incinerated in an instant. Yun Junghyuk looks down, a thoughtful expression on his face. To think the power of the heavens' brilliance demon lord is this intense. He wonders if this is the Tang family's 10 poisons. A faint red glow emanates from his eye as he contemplates the devastating technique he just unleashed. He finds himself confronted by a monstrous, shadowy figure, its glowing green eyes an unforgettable sight. Within his mind, a profound rage and pain surge, which he vows to keep restrained. The weight of this internal battle presses down, leaving its mark. Yet, a grotesque, red-eyed grin emerges from the shadows, promising to torment Yeonmyeong in a coming poison match. Half a year had already passed, and a full year since the training for the competition began, with the young martial artist eagerly anticipating the true challenge ahead. Now, an instructor addresses a group of students, announcing that a team leader would be decided, prompting a student to question the decision. The instructor clarifies that for now, a temporary leader would be appointed, explaining that by the 3rd year of the competition, the official team leader would be chosen. A student reacts with disbelief, finding the news unbelievable. The instructor then reveals the gravity of the situation, stating that only those who participate in the tournament would be chosen, emphasizing that it is a life-or-death battle where only the most outstanding participant becomes the team leader. Other students express their confusion, wondering if not all participants would go to the selection match, and how many people that would entail. As the selection begins, participant 28, Tang Yeonmyeong, is seen falling through the sky. A young student with reddish-brown hair lets out a small gasp, his eyes wide with surprise. He turns to another student, murmuring, practically, he's not even a student, but also a leading figure. Meanwhile, the elder, a stern man with a dark bandana, reminds them, but remember, he's only a temporary team leader. Below him, a group of students, including the young Yeonmyeong, look up with anticipation. The elder's hand extends, offering a small, ornate box to Yeonmyeong, instructing him, do you get it? Number 28, step forward. Take this. Inside the box, a luminous, pearl-like object glows softly, prompting Yeonmyeong to wonder, what is this? The elder reveals the item, explaining that it is the Heavenly Heart Elixir, also known as the Heavenly Heart Pill, a potent elixir crafted from the root of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, capable of significantly increasing one's internal energy, depending on the user's skill. He kneels before the elder, who holds out a glowing, pearlescent orb, a precious thing meant for Yeonmyeong. A red-haired student explains to her peers that this is a reward for the first-place student, Yeonmyeong, and the Jeagle family has high expectations for them all. An instructor elaborates, stating that depending on one's skill, the pill can significantly increase internal energy. He then asks if there's anything else they desire, prompting a student to exclaim in disbelief. The student, a light-haired youth, steps forward, demanding, can I receive something other than this? His peers laugh at his audacity, while the red-haired student dismisses his complaint, stating, I don't need anything else. The complaining student, however, is indignant, shouting, do you know how much that's worth? If you won't eat it, give it to me, man. The instructor repeats his earlier explanation about the pill's power, then questions the student's true intentions, asking, what do you want? The student's eyes narrow as he declares the pill to be a potent poison, the strongest. Then, a fierce-eyed woman with reddish-brown hair, her expression sharp and determined, surveys her surroundings. Her attention falls upon a collection of throwing weapons, shurikens and needles, laid out before her, and she questions the meager offering, demanding, so what you've brought is? Surrounded by her female subordinates, the leader's frustration mounts as she continues, these are all our weapons? Is this all? Where's the rest? She internally laments that she wanted the Tang family's 10 poisons, but was told someone else took them instead. Her impatience boils over, and she moves with a sudden, swift motion. Her voice sharp as she berates an unseen subordinate. No, you should have brought the rest, you fool. One of her subordinates attempts to interject, suggesting, if Yeonmyeong Dang isn't here by choice, we should respect it. But then adds, but it's still a bit much to just give it away without it. The leader's expression remains intense as she shifts the topic, her thoughts turning to a different matter. About that Heavenly Heart Pill. She then reveals, with a hint of possessiveness, I haven't returned it yet. A few hours earlier, the Tang family leader stood before a merchant, a serene landscape stretching behind them. The dark-skinned weapons dealer presented his wares, informing her that the requested weapons were ready. He then questioned her choice, asking if she was truly certain about taking weapons instead of the Heavenly Heart Pill. The leader, holding a box of blades, simply stated that she was the only one who would choose weapons over an elixir. When the dealer inquired if she needed anything else, she curtly replied that this was sufficient. However, the dealer then remembered something, admitting he did have one more question. As she prompted him to speak, he asked what she planned to do with the Heavenly Heart Pill. He offered to return it to her if she changed her mind, but she dismissed the notion, finding it an ungratifying idea. The dealer could only stare in disbelief, uttering a confused sound as her words hung in the air. She knows that if the team members were to combine forces and challenge the young clan leader, she would have no need to hide. He expects her to be satisfied with the Heavenly Heart pill, a good deal considering her situation, but she has no interest in it. It's true she's been searching for the 10 poisons, but she's free to challenge him. She demands the weapons, telling them to come for him themselves, and to look at her now. If she becomes the young clan leader, she'll ensure no one gets a Heavenly Heart pill. She needs to find Yeonmyeong-dang, as she'll deal with him personally now, deciding it looks like she has to go and get him herself. Urging them to hurry up, she announces her arrival. The path ahead lies open, leading deeper into the martial arts compound. Leaves drift gently through the air, painting the serene landscape in hues of green and gold. As the seasons slowly turn, bringing with them the vibrant reds of autumn. Soon, the first snow begins to fall, blanketing the rooftops in a pristine white. And just as quickly, the cherry blossoms bloom, their delicate petals scattering across the landscape. Yet, amidst this cycle of natural beauty, a sudden, violent intrusion shatters the peace. A dark-clad foot lashes out with brutal force, sending a student reeling with a cry of pain. The attacker, a man with short, reddish-brown hair, stands over his victim, his expression cold and unyielding. He presses his foot down on the fallen student, who writhes on the ground, letting out another agonizing scream. As the red-haired attacker continues his aggressive posturing, he taunts his opponent, asking how many times they've lost now. Nearby, the pink-haired student, observing with the black-haired student, confirms it's been more than 10 times, a long streak of losses. The red-haired attacker, his expression thoughtful, muses that lately, regardless of the situation, he only sees Yeonmyeong's face. The pink-haired student, still watching, finds there's indeed a fun element to witnessing this unfolding drama. Turning his attention to the light brown/gray-haired student, the red-haired attacker extends a hand, asking if he will accept his help. He clarifies his intentions, declaring that he's going to take over the section leader position. The light brown/gray-haired student expresses his hesitation, noting they haven't even formed teams yet, but he can't refuse the offer. With a firm grip, their hands meet in a decisive handshake. As the academy prepares for a crucial event, the Tang family leader observes her student, remarking, "Everyone has grown tremendously over the past year." Meanwhile, in a different chamber, the Jegal elder considers the implications of the upcoming competition, stating, "This particularly applies to the team leader. Tomorrow, the academy's section match begins." Back with her student, the Tang family leader instructs, "Make your final preparations." The student responds with a respectful, "Understood." The elder's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning to those who have faltered before. Those who have failed once will fail again. He continues, his voice devoid of mercy, even in the face of potential tragedy, and even deaths. The Tang family leader, unaware of the elder's dark pronouncements, chides her student, "Laughing at your fellow members of our family is not a good sight. We have achieved growth. You should try to take pride in that." Her expression stern, she issues a final warning. "I've warned you about this several times, but I'll warn you only one last time." The Jegal elder, however, is focused on a different kind of warning, one that will drastically alter the upcoming match. He reveals, until now, the use of poison in the section match was prohibited, but in the upcoming match, any means of forcing a defeat, including poison, is allowed. The Tang family leader remains unaware of the sinister rule change, her thoughts still on the honorable conduct of her students, as the implications of the elder's decree hang heavy in the air. The unnamed Tang family leader instructs a student to maximize his capabilities, reminding him that he is participant number 28. Meanwhile, the Jegal elder presents a box of poisons to the shadowy intruder, declaring them to be the very poisons he had requested. The intruder, with a hint of unease, acknowledges the danger, knowing a single drop could be lethal. Back at the training hall, the Tang family leader continues her lesson, explaining that the goo poison applied directly to the body is merely a catalyst for the true inner power. The Jegal elder, however, remains unconcerned by the poison's instructions, confidently stating that he's not worried about the outcome. Elsewhere, a determined student practices his moves, vowing to win the upcoming match. He executes a powerful strike, his movements sharp and precise. The Jegal elder then turns his attention back to the shadowy intruder, questioning if he truly believes the other competitors will be able to handle the challenge. With a final glance, the shadowy intruder steps into a swirling blue portal, disappearing in a flash of light and particles. A small, tied pouch, filled with potent substances, is ready, as the day of the goo poison match has finally arrived. A young woman, confident in her family's preparations, muses, "Lucky me with the 10 poisons my grandfather prepared." Her family's influence extends further, securing a new ally. As the shadowy intruder kneels before the Jegal elder in a swirling, cosmic void, the young woman continues, her voice laced with the authority of her lineage, the Jegal family. The elder, observing his new subordinate, inquires, "Offering to help me? How do you plan to assist?" He then elaborates on their strategy, explaining, "You must be aware that the section match arena is arranged with our family's formations. Manipulating the formations will allow you to gain advantage with the poison." His granddaughter, with a smirk, assures him, "Is very easy for us." A woman with dark, bobbed hair looks down at Yun Junghyuk, questioning why he would help without a reason. He calmly replies that the Jeagle family is in a desperate situation, fighting for survival. She retorts that while they might need his strength, they don't want to lose their sovereignty, accusing him of trying to interfere in the family's internal affairs. Yun Jung-hyuk then asks what she wants him to do, and if she'd rather go through this alone. In a stark, ethereal void, Yun Jung-hyuk stands before a silhouetted figure, telling them to state their desires. The figure, a young man, reveals a single eye glowing with an intense, fiery red, veins visibly pulsing around it. He declares that he has been waiting for 3 years just for this day, and now he'll make them all pay for their past deeds. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair, Tang Jianjul, remarks that he expected more from the Tang family's strongest military force. He walks away from a traditional building, his conical hat casting a shadow over his face. He reflects on the past, a blue aura of frustration swirling around him, wondering if all the grand pronouncements were merely empty words, having spent 3 years waiting in vain. The ground behind him is littered with the broken bodies of his opponents, a testament to his overwhelming power. Elsewhere, 3 more formidable figures stand ready: Tang Hian, Tang Jiao, and Tang Miho, each radiating a quiet intensity. The clear sky above seems to stretch endlessly, prompting an awed exclamation. Yan Miyong, with a chilling resolve, gazes down, declaring it a perfect day for someone to meet their end. The stage is set as the goo poison match officially begins. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, tied back in a high ponytail, surveys the vast, open landscape before her, a place known as the designated arena for the weapon match. She continues her steady advance, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. Meanwhile, from an unseen vantage point, Yun Jung-hyuk observes, thinking it would take some time to encounter anyone, but knowing he needs to eliminate his target quickly before any unforeseen variables arise. The woman continues, noting that, as expected from the starting number 28 has arrived. She reflects on the situation, especially since the Jeagle family made their choice. Yun Jung-hyuk's eyes narrow slightly, a subtle hum escaping his thoughts. The woman pauses, her expression thoughtful, as if sensing something. Yun Jung-hyuk's gaze intensifies, feeling as though their eyes are meeting across the distance. He watches the ripples spread across the water, a silent observer contemplating the unfolding events. He couldn't have known the Jeagle family would be so deeply involved. From his hidden vantage point, Yun Jung-hyuk surveys the distant forest, a frown deepening on his face as he senses an unpleasant gaze. His thoughts drift to the Jeagle family, wondering what their true intentions are. In a weapon match, only participating families should interfere. Yet, a rumor persists, a whisper he'd heard about their involvement. From his high perch, he looks down, considering the Jeagle poison technique. He watches the distant structure, a silent challenge forming in his mind, whatever they're planning. With a resolute gaze, he decides to let them try whatever they want. A figure plummets from a great height, a dark silhouette against the towering cliff face. The Jeagle fighter pants heavily, his thoughts consumed by the goo poison, which he plans to address later. Still struggling for breath, he reflects on the battle, realizing he couldn't escape, even when surrounded by his family's formation. Another Jeagle fighter, eyes glowing crimson with distress, recalls the terror, convinced he nearly died and would have been blinded. The first fighter, standing before a glowing strategic map, continues his grim assessment, noting how the opponent's swordsmanship cut through their formation, draining its essence. He admits to never having seen such a terrifying swordsman. The second fighter, still visibly shaken, concludes that their initial assessment was a miscalculation, and this opponent is beyond their capabilities. His red eyes narrow with fear, contemplating the severe revenge they would face if their true intentions were discovered. The first Jeagle fighter lies broken and bleeding on the forest floor, a hand reaching out to him as he lets out a pained sigh. The second Jeagle fighter, bloodied and bewildered, stares ahead, questioning how they could have ended up in such a dire state. He clutches his head, the terror of the ambush still fresh, unable to reconcile his desire to live with the ambition that led him here, wishing only for a decent outcome. Meanwhile, a younger Jeagle student, bloodied and distraught, recalls his simple motivation for joining the family's forces, to provide for his impoverished parents through mutual agreement. He had even planned to surrender and withdraw from the conflict, believing it could be resolved by mutual agreement. But then, his eyes wide with horror, he remembers the moment that monster appeared, leaving him to wonder what truly happened here. A dark blade, impossibly fast, cuts through the air, and the student realizes with chilling clarity that any thought of surrender or withdrawal was futile, because the swordsman's only goal was to kill them all. A heavy boot lands with a solid thud, and the young Jeagle student, clinging to a desperate hope, wonders if the team leaders and other troops might still be alive, convinced that if the monster didn't kill them, they could still fight. But the mysterious figure, now holding a pulsating red orb, seems to be collecting something from the battlefield, a chilling testament to his devastating power. As the Jeagle fighter stands over him, he questions the student, asking if he truly believes the enemy could have pierced their barrier with mere internal energy. The fighter continues, asserting that the student's lightness technique must have been too slow, and that he is no different from the others who fell. The student's face contorts in a mix of shock and despair, as the fighter's harsh words echo in his mind. He protests weakly, insisting that they didn't want this to happen to their family. His eyes widen in a silent scream, the horror of the massacre still fresh in his memory. The Jeagle fighter, however, remains unmoved, retorting that he himself has never thought of his family as a burden. A sharp gasp escapes the student as a sudden pain or realization strikes him. His hand, already bloodied, trembles visibly, a fresh trickle of crimson running down his fingers. A blur of green and white rushes past. As a figure plummets through the air, descending rapidly. The young leader's sharp gaze scans her surroundings, her instincts immediately alerting her senses to something significant. Finding herself in a secluded forest, she muses that this is exactly what she needed, a place where no human presence means no risk of being found by others. As she approaches a dark cave entrance, she confirms there's nothing immediately apparent. Yet, once inside, her instincts once again flare, sensing something profound. With a determined stride, she decides it's time to quickly ascend to the transcendent level here. The moment is now, she thinks. As she settles into a meditative pose, her body so thin she can barely feel the chi flowing through her, ready to transcend. As she settled into her meditation, the young leader reflected on her past experiences, which had granted her a practical understanding of enlightenment. This profound insight allowed her internal energy to steadily increase, a transformation created by her own unwavering will. Her internal energy had also steadily increased, a transformation created by her own unwavering will. With every preparation now complete, she was ready to proceed. A faint green glow began to emanate from her form. As she prepared to destroy the barrier that encased her poison meridians, a crucial step in refining the poison within her. The green energy intensified, swirling around her body. Releasing the refined poison, her internal energy burst forth with incredible force, a powerful surge of raw power. Normally, martial artists would struggle immensely with such a process, but she executed it with a focused intensity, her eyes glowing with the vibrant green of her awakened power. Her meridians, once shattered and reconnected countless times, now undergo a profound transformation. It feels like a literal rebirth, as if breathing life into a completely new body. Having experienced death and rebirth for the second time, she realizes the profound implications of this metamorphosis. Vibrant green energy surges around her, and her eyes blaze with an intense emerald glow, reflecting the power now coursing through her. The energy continues to swirl, a dynamic aura of her renewed self, pulsing with a life of its own. It is a complete and total cleansing. All impurities have been completely purged from her system, a process she knows would have been agonizingly repeated had any trace of the poison remained. He muses to himself, unable to go into battle wearing clothes that still carry the stench of filth. His hand glows with a faint energy as he considers that this isn't merely a new beginning, but rather the end of his old self. Standing alone in a desolate, rocky landscape, Yun Junghyuk decides it's time to put his new power to the test. A vibrant green aura pulses around his hand. These changes are far more profound than he anticipated. Yet, a determined glint enters his eyes as the green energy intensifies. He prepares to unleash its full force. With a sudden burst of speed, Yun Junghyuk launches forward, a blur of green energy streaking across the landscape. He moves with impossible velocity, leaving trails of light in his wake. The impact is instantaneous and devastating, a shockwave erupting from his strike. Dust and debris explode outwards, a testament to the raw power he now wields. He stands amidst the swirling dust and shattered earth, the raw power of his strike still echoing in the air. Looking down at the figure before him, he asks if they should finally begin. Impatient, he remarks on the boredom of waiting for 3 days. He then challenges the kneeling individual, questioning if they came to become the successor. The kneeling figure, Tang Gukran, flinches, wondering if he spoke aloud. Internally, Gukran curses his luck, realizing that of all the participants in the goo poison match, he had to face this particular opponent. He recalls the rumors about this man, an orphan raised by the Grand Elder as his own grandson. This is Tang Gukran, the Grand Elder's favorite pupil. And as the whispers had foretold, he is dangerously strong. Tang Gukran lay amidst the wreckage, his body battered, a single thought echoing in his mind. He had believed he stood a chance if he had only struck first. Yet, the reality was far more brutal. He couldn't even move his body as Yun Junghyuk had overwhelmed him. A wave of despair washed over him as he realized he was truly going to die. As Yun Junghyuk stood over him, Tang Guklan found himself wondering, why was he thinking about that guy now? The image of Yeomyong flashed in his mind, and the thought that Yeomyong was here somehow made the situation feel easier. Looking up at his opponent, Tang Guklan questioned, why was he laughing when there was nothing funny? A soft sigh escaped Yun Junghyuk's lips, a subtle smirk playing on his face. He mused internally. He had merely thought of something easier than Tang Guklan, finding the idea of it being insulting rather amusing. Tang Guklan, battered and defeated, struggles to comprehend the words spoken to him, wondering if this new torment is meant to make him even more miserable. A figure with dark purple hair, a smirk playing on his lips, reveals his true allegiance, declaring himself a spy for the Death Alliance. The revelation hits Tang Guklan like a physical blow, his mind reeling in disbelief. His eyes widen in shock, the blood on his face stark against his pale skin. The spy, Shin Taek, leans in closer, his smirk deepening as he adds another chilling detail. He tells the defeated martial artist that he is doomed to die soon anyway, but not before revealing his name, Shin-take. The newly identified Shin-take stands tall, his silhouette cutting a menacing figure against the light. He tilts his head slightly, a silent, chilling judgment. Tang Guklin, left with only questions and the grim reality of his situation, can only manage a silent, bewildered query. His body refuses to obey, a chilling paralysis seizing him as he struggles to comprehend what is happening. Footsteps approach, crunching softly on the earth. A voice cuts through the silence, revealing a new figure who felt a presence and came, wondering if the face before him is familiar. The newcomer, Jiansul, looks down at him, greeting him with a chilling familiarity. He then questions if Tang Guklin has recovered from the wounds he inflicted during their last encounter. Tang Guklin, utterly bewildered, can only stammer out a confused question, demanding to know who this person is. 1 year ago, under the pale glow of a full moon, a traditional building stood silent. Within its walls, Shin-take, with a calculating gaze, attempts to sway Tang Guklin, asking if he truly intends to abandon his family. He explains that the Tang family's upcoming young master selection will render him mere collateral, further weakening their ranks by eliminating those who are above them. Shin-take assures him that if he returns after completing his mission, everyone in the Tang family will acknowledge his worth. Tang Guklin clenches his fist, his insides churning with turmoil at the proposition. Later, in a different setting, Jiansul confronts Tang Guklin, asking if the other man truly said such a thing. Tang Guklin, visibly angered, demands to know what exactly Shin-take did to him. Jiansul confirms it, revealing that Shin-take offered him a leadership position within the Tang family if he joined his faction. Suddenly, Jiansul's eyes widen in surprise, recognizing someone unexpected. He observes the figure in the distance, a smirk playing on his lips. Then, with a confident declaration, Jiansul announces that Tang Guklin of the Shin Sword sect has been caught. Before Tang Guklin can react, a small, almost invisible needle is launched, aimed to subdue him. The impact sends a jolt of pain through him, eliciting a sharp cry as he stumbles. Now held firmly by Jiansul, with Shin-take observing, Tang Guklin realizes the needle was coated with poison. Shin-take, ever the manipulator, casually dismisses the severity of the poison, questioning how much could even be on such a tiny weapon. As Tang Guklin lies incapacitated, one of the captors suggests detoxifying him first to extract information. The poison needle, now visible, serves as a stark reminder of their dilemma, information versus his life. But as they debate his fate, a terrifying transformation begins, Tang Guklin's eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, his expression contorting into something monstrous. The unnamed Tang family leader watches Tang Guklin, her expression unreadable. Shin-take then interjects, reminding her that if the issue was still about bad blood, he would have already dealt with it. From the ground, Tang Guklin speaks, admitting that he truly was sorry for his past actions. The Tang family leader questions his sudden change of heart, asking what prompted such an unexpected apology. As he slowly rises, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light, Tang Guklin's demeanor shifts, a chilling intensity radiating from him. The Tang family leader, seemingly placated, declares that it's fine and there's no need to fuss over the past. Shin-take, however, remains wary, muttering that he doesn't believe this will settle anything, but acknowledges the apology was necessary. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a look of horror dawning on his face. Before anyone can react, Tang Guklin lunges, a surge of blue energy erupting as he strikes the Tang family leader from behind. Shin-take's desperate warning echoing too late. The unnamed Tang family leader is caught off guard, her face contorted in shock as the dark, swirling energy of the attack engulfs her. Tang Guklin's eyes glow with malevolent red light, his voice a chilling snarl as he declares his intent to take everyone down with him, even if it means his own demise. The shadowy tendrils of his power lash out, tearing through the air with destructive force. The attack connects with brutal efficiency, the dark energy ripping through fabric and flesh. A deafening impact echoes through the area. Tang Guklin's face twists into a grotesque, triumphant grin, his purple aura flaring around him. He continues his chilling vow, his voice laced with venom, specifically targeting Yeonmyeon. Shin-take watches, his eyes wide with horror, a silent scream trapped in his throat as he witnesses the unfolding brutality. Tang Guklin prepares for his next move, dark energy coiling around his arm, ready to strike again. He unleashes a devastating wave of dark energy, cracking the very ground beneath them, as his victim cries out in shock. Without hesitation, he raises his weapon for another brutal strike. The leader, reeling from the assault, thinks she had a chance, but Tang Guklin's voice cuts through her thoughts, declaring he is not in the habit of sparing those who oppose him. His eyes glowing with malevolent red light, he snarls that he will erase her without a trace, as she desperately observes his utter lack of mercy. He seizes her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly, ignoring her desperate plea to simply be let go and live quietly. Her eye, bloodshot and wide with terror, fills with tears as she gasps out a single word. A single tear rolls down her cheek. Her weapon clatters to the ground, as she whispers a final, defeated accusation of his ruthlessness. Tang Guklin stands victorious, towering over her defeated form, now lying motionless on the forest floor. Still bearing the marks of his brutal victory, he stands in a desolate landscape, the recent battle feeling overwhelming. Jiansul, a spy who was once a top contender, reflects on the overwhelming power he just witnessed, wondering what to do next. The memory of the ultimate technique, the great darkness silent sword art, flashes through his mind. He knows that without executing that technique, the leader could not have been defeated. Tang Guklin turns to Jiansul, questioning his presence. Jiansul, looking around the empty field, wonders why only the two of them remain. He offers his surrender, seeing an opportunity in the situation. Tang Guklin, however, seems preoccupied, unsure of how to proceed or escape the area. Jiansul, with a weapon in hand, suggests there's no need for a formal farewell. Jiansul, his face bruised and bloodied, looks up, his expression a mix of exhaustion and relief. He offers a strained, yet sincere, thanks, acknowledging the one who saved his life, as the ground around him shatters from residual force. Then, with a final, almost regretful glance, he bids them good luck. Tang Guklin stands amidst the desolate, burning landscape, his silhouette stark against the fiery sky, questioning the devastation that surrounds him. A vision of the past emerges, showing a disciplined formation of warriors, their blades poised, as the dark-maned sword art is recollected. The consequences of such power are grimly recalled, a spiritual bone, shattered by the dark-maned sword art, a painful and recurring burden. The stark reality of the past is revealed. Someone has just died. A figure resembling Yun Junghyuk, with a stern, knowing gaze, appears as the narration speaks of a profound, powerful message. The tragic consequence is reiterated. The youngest has died. In a desolate, rocky expanse, a younger Yun Junghyuk confronts a child, Yamyang Dang, who, though born an heir, was treated as a mere servant, possessing far greater talent than any of his brothers. His hand clenches, recalling the moment he discovered the bitter truth, forcing him to abandon his place as heir. They try to make him a dog of their family, and in turn, he made them his dogs. Meanwhile, in the present, an elder of the Tang family, his face etched with weariness, reflects on his own shortcomings, admitting he hasn't accomplished much as a chief. Dark, swirling energy emanates from him. As the elder's silhouette stands firm, determined to finally settle his grudge. His eyes burn with a fierce resolve, as he leads a formidable group of martial artists, knowing that the time to bring down the Tang family is drawing near. With a decisive gesture, he commands his chief to contact the other sects. His face hardens with grim determination, declaring that from this day forward, there will be no more Tang surname, and they will return victorious from their arduous journey. A profound sense of unease settles in, as if something fundamental has shifted. He ponders, his brow furrowed. No matter how much he considers it, the pieces simply don't align. A chilling possibility emerges. The Jeagle family must have been manipulated to prevent any competition. This leads to a stark conclusion. The remaining survivors must be in league with the Jeagle family. He hadn't realized they were so willing to betray the Jeagle family. It's all about competition, as they plan to increase their influence over the Tang family in the future. A sigh escapes him. They are truly predictable people. With a determined gaze, he vows, the Jeagle family's arrogant behavior will ultimately be their downfall. Yanmyung Dang gazes up at the vast expanse of the night sky, a quiet sigh escaping him. Lying on the cold rooftop, he watches the full moon, a silent companion in the darkness, and muses that the night sky is truly magnificent. A wistful thought crosses his mind, wishing he could share this beautiful sight with his mother. Then, his thoughts drift to another, a quiet question forming in his mind. He wonders how they are doing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he realizes he has found one. A sudden, startling discovery makes him pause. But there's more to it than meets the eye. A young woman with striking pink hair stands in the dim light, her thoughts echoing with a question about the identity of a mysterious figure, wondering, who is this guy? She recalls her instructions, having requested a meeting with either Tang Guklin or Yanmyung Dang in a voiceless market. Dismissing the thought, she mutters, anyway. As two dark-clad figures stand silently behind her, a faint smile plays on her lips as she observes, he's handsome. Her expression remains unreadable. Before her thoughts turn darker, pondering, now what should I do about it? Jeagle family chairperson should be something like this. Her hand moves with deliberate intent, retrieving a small, round object, which she identifies as Jin. Her resolve hardens, concluding, anyway, this guy has to die. With that chilling declaration, a swift, powerful slash cuts through the air, signaling an imminent attack. With a swift, almost elegant motion, the Jeagle chairperson unleashes a potent purple cloud, her arsenic poison spreading rapidly through the air. A small, round object held delicately in her hand, she muses, don't resent me too much. After all, the competition ends when only one remains. Looking down at her targets, she adds, you must have been prepared. A cruel smile playing on her lips. I'm not sure if you were prepared, though. The poison, delivered with precision, takes immediate effect. A chorus of desperate coughs erupts from the group, their bodies racked by the sudden, agonizing affliction. Flanked by her two subordinates, The chairperson addresses one of the struggling figures. Are you the one cooperating with the Jeagle family? Her voice devoid of sympathy, she continues. I have already secured assistance for when you are gone. And your plan lacked the precision required for breaking all the rules, didn't it? One of the victims, gasping for air, struggles to comprehend. What kind of poison is this? When I was hit. She looks down, her voice cutting through the tense silence, demanding a quick and honest answer from her captive. Held upside down, a figure struggles, their eyes glowing a malevolent red as particles of energy shimmer around their head, a clear sign of their immense pain and desperation. The glowing red eye, wide with agony, reflects the torment they endure, their face contorted in a silent scream. Under the cold gaze of a full moon, three figures plummet from the vast expanse of the night sky, their descent a blur against the distant landscape. Among them, Yun Jung-hyuk curses his misfortune, wishing for his blade in hand. From below, a swift projectile slices through the air, aimed directly at the falling group. As Jeagle chairperson watches, a cold question forming on her lips. Her eyes widen in recognition as she identifies one of the plummeting figures. Tang Yongping? A moment later, a new thought pierces her mind, wondering how he could possibly know her name. Her eye glowing with a fierce light, she confronts him, reminding him of the trouble he's caused. He hasn't changed a bit, she observes, contemplating whether to end him right then and there. A frustrated sigh escapes her, her decision still hanging in the balance. His plan, whatever it was, had completely gone wrong, leaving him in a precarious position. Yun Jung-hyuk grimaces, realizing that the formation had been breached by number 28, exposing their interior. Meanwhile, the young martial artists, Yeonmyeong Dang and Tang Guklin, reflect on their own struggle, with one noting that while they managed to fend off most of the interference, it was only when number 10 joined the fray that things truly escalated. Arrows fly from their bows, but the momentum of their defense faltered the moment number 10 entered the competition. From his vantage point, Yun Jung-hyuk considers the implications, thinking that if number 2 and number 10 are involved, proceeding would be unwise, then questioning if they are even allies. The children, still fighting, muse that given how quickly number 10 dispatched opponents, an alliance seems unlikely. Yun Jung-hyuk's thoughts race, connecting the dots. If number 2 is here, then the Tang family must also be present, leaving him to ponder his next move. A sudden realization hits him, as he perceives something new, now outside their current formation. His senses sharpen, detecting a significant number of unfamiliar energies. From a high mountain peak, two figures gaze down upon an immense army, a sea of dark silhouettes stretching across the landscape. The older of the two points ahead, declaring that Gangandong Mountain is now in sight, prompting his younger companion to voice concerns about the sheer number of forces they've amassed. He wonders if deploying such an overwhelming force against the Tang family's newcomers isn't a bit excessive. The leader of the Chanjin sect, Jung Yong-won, dismisses the thought, stating that only he and his companion are truly needed. He then confirms the total number of their combined forces, exceeding 30,000, with additional support from other sects. Jung Yong-won acknowledges the number is far greater than initially planned, admitting that even for a noble sect like the Tang family, this scale of attack feels excessive. However, Gangandong Mountain serves as the Tang family's heavily fortified training grounds, making it a formidable stronghold with strong defenses in place. His companion reminds him that their scouts were easily defeated, and even the trainees within the Tang family are not to be underestimated, adding that the spy they sent has failed to report back, likely captured. He continues to press the issue of the missing spy, emphasizing the potential implications. He stands with his arms crossed, a stern expression etched across his face. Beside him, a companion clenches his fist, a pained memory surfacing as he mutters, "Was someone I cherished?" Jung Yong-won looks up as a glowing blue visage forms in the air, its voice resonating with authority. Enough chatter, let's set off now. The projection belongs to none other than the Dark Moon Sword sect leader, Mak In-hoi, leaving a lingering question. Why is he here? The companion's face contorts in anguish, his words laced with bitter resentment as he recalls. He's the one who killed my father. He's the one who killed my master. Ignoring the outburst, Mak In-hoi's projection continues, proposing a strategic move. If we could get the Tang family to ally with us. His glowing form intensifies as he presses the point. Wouldn't our plans be easier to execute than the Tang family? Jung Yong-won's eyes narrow, his expression a mask of intense contemplation. Tang Guklin lunges forward, his voice sharp with accusation, calling out a name. His target, Yun Jung-hyuk, clenches his fist, a flicker of internal struggle crossing his mind, thinking about his past failure to protect someone important. Before he can fully process the thought, Guklin's blade flashes, striking him with brutal force. Guklin observes the effect, noting the strange substance on his weapon. A crimson liquid drips from the blade, and Jung-hyuk's mind races, wondering if it's poison. He recognizes the unfamiliar nature of the toxin, while Guklin, seeing his opponent's distress, realizes he successfully distracted him. Seizing the moment, Guklin launches another furious assault, mistakenly believing he's facing Yeonmyeong. His body blurs with speed as he presses the attack. The poison blade poised to strike again. The poison courses through Yun Jung-hyuk's body, manifesting as a vibrant purple glow around his leg. Tang Guklin, holding a small red object, demands answers from his incapacitated opponent. As Jung-hyuk's hand clenches, struggling against the potent toxin, Guklin presses on, accusing him of making futile attempts, believing the poison to be the soul-severing pill from his clan, a potent substance that should have rendered his opponent helpless. A faint aura surrounds Guklin as he questions why his foe won't utter a single word. Jung-hyuk's face contorts in agony, prompting Guklin to offer a temporary reprieve, suggesting he'll allow him to live for a few more days if he cooperates. A pained groan escapes Jung-hyuk, but Guklin, clutching the red object, remains resolute, declaring his hatred for the silence and insisting that his opponent must speak. He continues to press the poisoned man, demanding answers and asserting that he must taste the full extent of the poison. As the pain intensifies, young Jung-hyuk's mind races, a horrifying realization dawning on him. This isn't just any poison, it's one of the infamous Tang family's 10 poisons. Unaware of the true identity of his captive, Tang Guklin continues his monologue, his voice echoing with a chilling confidence. He reveals the specific name of the toxin, the fire dragon's poison, one of the Tang family's 10 poisons, as young Jung-hyuk's eyes widen in shock at the confirmation. Guklin holds up a small, glowing red object, the source of the poison, boasting about its potency and the recklessness of anyone who would dare to consume it. A smug smile spreads across his face as he gestures to a can in his other hand, declaring it his elixir, a counter to the very poison he inflicted. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain and the grim reality of his situation, young Jung-hyuk finally breaks, pleading for release now that he has seemingly confessed. His bound hands tremble as he looks up, uttering a desperate surrender. But Guklin's grip tightens on his chin, his expression cold and unyielding, as he declares his intention to not only keep him captive, but also to use him against other participants. Still looking down at his captive, Tang Guklin presses on, reminding him that he hasn't heard his full answer yet. He then asks if young Jung-hyuk is in collusion with the Jeagle family, his grip tightening on the man's face. Guklin continues, stating that if his promises were exchanged with them, he would be in even deeper trouble. He then muses that perhaps young Jung-hyuk might have given his word to the future young clan leader, a thought that seems to amuse him. Under the silent, watchful gaze of the night sky, the world outside remains oblivious to the dark dealings unfolding. Back in the shadows, Guklin explains that the Jeagle family has been devising a scheme to use the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord as a means of securing the young clan leader's position, all to ensure their steadfast loyalty to the clan. He confirms that they are indeed proposing a marriage between the Jeagle family and the future young clan leader, a strategic move to solidify their power. Guklin then reveals his own ambition, stating that the Jeagle family's chairperson is planning to maintain her position, but he intends to take her place. With a cruel smirk, Tang Guklin lifts the battered young Jung-hyuk by his collar, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he holds his pawn aloft. Still contemplating his next move, Tang Guklin muses that the Jeagle family chairperson must have eagerly accepted the marriage proposal, a dream come true for her. He then considers his other targets, wondering what to do with them, concluding that no matter how much he thinks, he'll simply kill them all. A soft gulp escapes him as he prepares to execute his ruthless plan. But then, a sudden realization hits him as he notices something unexpected. His eyes widen in disbelief as the horrifying truth dawns on him. The poison he prepared has been consumed. A gasp escapes his lips, uttering a shocked exclamation. Holding the now empty vial, he stares in utter astonishment, realizing the situation has taken an unexpectedly drastic turn. Suddenly, a powerful, fiery aura erupts, engulfing young Jung-hyuk as his eyes blaze with an intense, electric blue light. Witnessing this unexpected transformation, Tang Guklin's shock gives way to a chilling, maniacal laughter. His maniacal laughter echoes, a triumphant sound as the flames of young Jung-hyuk's transformation rage. He thinks to himself, what an idiot young Jung-hyuk was to bring the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord to his own lair. Convinced the poison is still working, he believes young Jung-hyuk can't handle it and will burn to death. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, the transformed young Jung-hyuk stands, radiating an immense, fiery aura that illuminates the night. A bead of sweat trickles down Tang Guklin's temple as he begins to question, why isn't the strength in his body weakening? He observes the distant glow, a small doubt forming about young Jung-hyuk's grip on his power. Reflected in his wide eye, the fiery aura burns, leaving him utterly bewildered. A new realization dawns on him. The poison has suddenly become very spicy. He continues to stare at the distant, glowing figure, his initial triumph replaced by a growing sense of unease. He stares, wide-eyed, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek as the impossible unfolds before him, wondering if this could truly be happening. For in the Tang family, there exists a legendary trait, a unique invulnerability to all poisons, making them capable of killing even with a single drop of blood. This power is intrinsically linked to a terrifying domain, a place whispered about in hushed tones, the realm of the poisoner. He had heard rumors that such a realm truly existed, but he never imagined it would manifest in this way. As the demon lord's eye glows with an ominous red light, Tang Guklin's confusion deepens, and he challenges, you surely don't intend to fight me with your humorous words, do you? I'm not of such a mild temperament. Indeed, the energy exuding from him has changed dramatically, for this so-called Tang family poison has awakened the martial arts of both heaven and earth within him. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of crimson and gold, the demon lord radiates an overwhelming, fiery aura. He considers the implications of his power, knowing that if it continues this way, the Tang family would be destroyed, and that would be a problem, yet a smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges, "Thanks to you, I can finally move again." Tang Guklin watches, his eyes widening in disbelief as the demon lord's gaze, now burning with an unnatural red glow, falls upon him. The sheer force of his awakened energy distorts the very air, manifesting as a blinding, sun-like radiance that washes over the landscape, making the night feel like the sun has inexplicably risen, a phenomenon he himself questions. It's the middle of the night, but why does it feel like the sun has risen? With a sudden burst of speed, he moves, his feet blurring across the ground. While Tang Guklin, still observing, notes the profound impact on their surroundings, the formation is changing constantly. The demon lord streaks through the forest, a whirlwind of motion, pondering if his own power is the cause of the environmental disruption. Is it being destroyed because of my power? His incredible velocity leaves the world a distorted streak of color and motion in his wake. Tang Guklin's eyes narrow, a thought echoing in his mind. That can't be right. As if in response, dark, indistinct forms begin to emerge from the dense forest, a voice confirming. Strange presences have appeared in droves. A faint purple glow emanates from the trees as more shadowy figures materialize. They arrived. No, just over there. Guklin stands, observing the growing horde, his thoughts turning to the perilous situation he's in. Considering the scale of the goo poison match, he ponders the implications. They couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere. If they deliberately planted them, then they're playing a much bigger game. A smirk plays on his lips, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Well, having practice targets come to me is a lucky break. With a swift, fluid motion, he shifts his stance, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. His gaze sharpens, the core of his objective clear. In the goo poison match, surviving is my only goal, he concludes, his entire being focused on the challenge ahead. In the quiet courtyard, a young voice breaks the silence, demanding to know what was just said. Elsewhere, a leader's eyes widen in disbelief, the news of intruders echoing in his mind. The young one continues, revealing the sheer scale of the threat. Over 300 enemies are already headed their way. The source of this impending chaos is none other than the formidable Dark Moon Sword Sect leader, Manhwa, his glowing blue eyes piercing through the darkness. The leader's expression hardens, grappling with the gravity of the situation. A masked figure from the Dark Moon Sword Sect stands resolute, confirming their target, the hidden place protected by the heavenly demon formation. Back in the courtyard, Yun Junghyuk dismisses the idea of stopping them, stating that the real issue lies elsewhere. Jung Yongwan, visibly distressed, questions Master Jigel's hesitation, revealing that the intruders have already intercepted the heavenly demon formation, threatening the old demon lord's hiding place. Another masked figure from the sect reiterates the strict command. They must not intervene in this sacred place. He stands silhouetted against the fading light, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. There is no choice but to rely on the old demon lord, even though he has been disqualified from the competition, and they can only hope he overcomes this danger himself. The vast, empty landscape stretches before him, reflecting the desolation of their current predicament. Nearby, several figures lie motionless on the ground, casualties of the recent incursion. A sudden, alarming realization strikes. Tang Guklin is discovered lying amidst the fallen, prompting a surprised exclamation. Jung Yonghua kneels beside the unconscious Tang Guklin, his voice filled with anguish for his youngest. The young man's face is pale and still, a testament to the swiftness of his defeat. Jung Yonghwan observes the scene, realizing they have walked directly into a trap, noting that the guards' bodies bear the marks of poison needles. The lack of struggle suggests Tang Guklin was overcome with alarming speed. Jung Yonghwan's thoughts linger on the heavenly demon formation, a barrier so potent it had rendered detection impossible. Turning to his assembled subordinates, he commands them to listen. He moves with purpose, urging them to search thoroughly and find those Tang family members. The group spreads out, running through the terrain, as Jung Yonghwan considers that surely some of their targets must have noticed their presence and are now hiding. The ground blurs beneath their hurried steps, a sense of urgency propelling them forward. As he declares that no one bearing the Tang surname in Gangdong will survive. The chilling resolve hangs in the air, a silent promise of retribution. While a pair of boots stands firmly on the earth, the figure they belong to having unusually and openly displayed their killing intent. A subordinate reports that the bodies they found were not only poisoned but also showed signs of being killed by a single, decisive strike. He continues, explaining that even if the victims had been poisoned, to die from a single strike suggests an incredible level of skill. Another subordinate adds that such a display of power is precisely why the Tang family is so feared. A third subordinate, listening intently, acknowledges the warning, promising his master he will remain vigilant. The group stands together, their gazes fixed on the horizon, the dramatic sky casting long shadows over the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a blur of motion streaks through the air, a tiny, deadly needle flying with incredible speed. Before anyone can react, the projectile finds its mark, piercing Yung Yongwan's neck, who recoils in shock, questioning if it's a poison needle. Despite the sudden attack, Yung Yongwan quickly regains his composure, shouting a command for everyone to draw their swords, signaling an ambush. Responding to the urgent call, one of his subordinates swiftly draws his blade, the metallic rasp echoing the sudden shift to combat. A subordinate's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know where the master is, then urgently warning others not to let Yung Yongwan come to harm. He continues to call out, realizing the threat isn't far, but right upon them. Suddenly, a torrent of vibrant green energy erupts, descending with immense force, causing Yung Yongwan to recoil in utter shock and disbelief as the overwhelming power begins to fall upon him. Engulfed in the emerald glow, he can only stare in horror, his mind refusing to accept what's happening. The green energy continues to expand, consuming everything in its path. A relentless, overwhelming force. It fills the entire space, a terrifying, all-encompassing presence, leaving Yung Yongwan and his subordinate staring up in abject terror at the sheer scale of the attack. In a desolate, rocky expanse, a group of figures stands, their backs to the viewer, observing the aftermath of a devastating power, while below, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, appears, his face streaked with blood, eyes glowing with an intense blue light. As swirling green energy erupts around him, he addresses his unseen opponents, declaring, "I'm sorry, but here is where your journey ends." The vibrant green aura intensifies around his raised hands, a testament to the immense power he wields. With a confident smirk, he proclaims, "I'll show you the true power of the heaven's brilliance, Demon Lord." He continues, explaining that, thanks to the effort of my unique, it doesn't take much internal energy to defeat people like you. With his display of dominance complete, he then asks, "Now, shall we look for the next one?" Back in the desolate landscape, the unnamed figures survey the devastation, one of them questioning in disbelief, "We're all dead." Indeed, the figure responsible for such devastation is none other than the heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, his eyes glowing with an intense, cold blue light as he surveys the scene. From a distance, a subordinate remarks that the heaven's brilliance demon lord's strength appears to rival that of the very first demon lord. The ground itself bears witness to the overwhelming force, cracked and scorched as far as the eye can see. Yung Yongwan, observing the scene with a subordinate, notes that the destruction was wrought by the exact same method as before, a subordinate confirming the grim assessment. From their western lookout, a report comes in, confirming the worst. The news is dire. The entire eastern region has also been annihilated. Yung Yongwan's face hardens as he processes the information, realizing that not a single group remains, which can only mean one thing. As they continue their trek through the desolate landscape, the sheer scale of the destruction becomes even more apparent, stretching endlessly before them. Yung Yongwan concludes, his voice heavy with dread, that the demon lord must have used a 100-mile-long blade method to achieve such widespread annihilation. Yung Yongwan, his brow furrowed with concern, acknowledges the gravity of the situation, confirming that the destruction they witnessed was indeed the work of a single individual. A subordinate agrees, adding that the situation would be far more dire if the prodigies from the Tang family had joined forces with this formidable foe, as it's not merely an ordinary fighter they're up against, but a deeper understanding of the situation from the Tang family that has infiltrated their ranks. Yongwan clenches his fist, the realization hitting him hard. They are being hunted, and he issues a direct command to Zhang Sunju, who looks on with a mixture of shock and apprehension. Another subordinate expresses his despair, unsure of what to do next, but Yongwan, entrusting him with a critical task, leads his group through the dense forest, the setting sun casting long shadows as they realize they have only an hour left. The pressure mounts as one of his men reiterates their dwindling time, knowing that if they fail to find the crucial symbolism, by then, their entire group might face annihilation. He warns that they are merely superhumans, unable to fight back against the overwhelming force, suggesting it might be better to withdraw and regroup before the situation escalates. A challenging voice cuts him off. The young man, Tang Guklin, stands before him, his expression defiant. Tang Guklin faces the assembled crowd, his presence commanding. He then turns his gaze back to Yung Yongwan, declaring that he never intended to let him go. Yung Yongwan's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering when the young man had even moved. A sharp pain lances through him, realizing he hadn't felt any movement at all, as a sudden force sends him reeling. He cries out, urging everyone to dodge the unseen attack. His face contorts in utter shock and confusion at the sudden, overwhelming assault. Yung Yongwan lies defeated on the ground, his body unresponsive, having been struck down without even a moment to sense the presence of his attacker. Standing over the fallen, Tang Guklin's voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if the incapacitated man is the leader. Meanwhile, an observer from the group, his eyes wide with shock, recoils, having been on high alert, yet still unable to prevent the swift assault. He quickly deduces that the assailant must be the one responsible for the massacre. Tang Guklin, however, dismisses the fallen leader's appearance, noting that he doesn't seem to be an old master, just a mere kid. As the observer watches, a vibrant green energy begins to swirl around him, a sudden surge of power manifesting. He questions the nature of this phenomenon, wondering if it could be the legendary void absorption. But he quickly dismisses the thought, knowing that the realm of void absorption is a legendary technique that has long since disappeared. Elsewhere, a hooded figure holds a knife to another's throat, their inaction perceived as a calculated trap. Manhwa observes that this situation is far more complicated than it appears, noting that the Tang family's actions are too precise, too well-coordinated for mere coincidence. Tang Guklin, however, dismisses his concerns, stating that he has never heard of anyone like him in the Tang family. Manhwa retorts, asking if he truly believes he can deceive him with such a flimsy lie. He then questions if Tang Guklin is truly so desperate to die that he would dare to provoke him. Before he can react, a blur of motion, a powerful fist, launches towards him, forcing him to brace for the inevitable impact. The blow connects with brutal force, sending a jolt of pain through his body as his face contorts in agony. A violent shockwave erupts from the point of impact, scattering debris. As the confrontation escalates, Tang Guklin unleashes a powerful strike, his voice echoing with a fierce declaration that he will end the fight now. The attack surges forward, a concentrated burst of energy aimed directly at his opponent. Manhwa takes the full force of the blow, his body recoiling violently from the impact. He is thrown backward, his form twisting midair as the momentum carries him away. From the sidelines, Young Yongwan watches the scene unfold, a challenging thought crossing his mind, wondering if this is truly the extent of Manhwa's capabilities. Yanmyung Dang also observes, his expression unreadable as the fight continues. Young Yongwan then speaks aloud, offering his opponent a chance to recover. He mentally urges Manhwa to unleash his full potential, eager to witness the true extent of his power. After the Green River sect, one of the 9 factions, fell to the Black Death, the Black Death himself entered under the dragon's fold. Young Yongwan remarks on the skill of another, finding it admirable, having heard their master taught them well. He continues, suggesting that their staff will refine it for them, on the very day that a significant transformation began. For Yun Junghyuk, this meant he entered a new path and met the green leaves, embarking on special training that transformed his very name, once a taboo. His power grew, reaching a peak that shook the heavens and resonated with the entire world. Yet, Young Yongwan grumbles, admitting he doesn't quite enjoy the name given to him by the green leaves. Yun Junghyuk, with glowing red eyes, looks skyward, questioning if it shouldn't reach the heavens, a name bestowed upon him by the green leaves. And so, the Black Death and the green leaves bestowed upon it the name Heavenly. Young Yongwan concedes, acknowledging that it is indeed unique, bestowed by the green leaves. Yun Junghyuk, still looking upwards with his powerful aura, was a youngster revered by such a title. His arm tenses, muscles coiling with immense power, as he prepares to unleash a devastating technique. At that moment, Yun Junghyuk's gaze sharpens, his focus absolute. He envisions the 5 Dragon's Venom, a legendary skill manifesting as a fearsome, fiery dragon. This deadly poison contains the very breath of a fire dragon, a power beyond comprehension. If one could gain experience with the hardness of a dragon's fang, they would be unstoppable, and the heat of its breath, a searing inferno, would forge an unbreakable will. With a surge of raw energy, Yun Junghyuk unleashes the skill, fiery particles erupting around him. A blinding, golden-orange explosion engulfs the area, radiating immense heat and force. Young Yongwan stares, utterly stunned by the overwhelming energy that washes over him. He unleashes the full force of his skill, a massive explosion of orange and yellow energy erupting from the ground. The fiery blast expands, engulfing the area in a blinding inferno. As the flames begin to recede, his hand glows with residual power, a testament to the devastating, heavenly quake palm he just unleashed. Young Yongwan, caught in the periphery of the blast, is overwhelmed, lightning crackling around his head as pure shock ripples through him. The ground beneath him shatters, and he collapses, groaning in pain as the sheer force of the attack brings him to his knees. Engulfed by the residual heat and energy, he screams, his face contorted in agony. His body visibly cracks under the immense pressure, the fiery aura burning into his very being. Yun Junghyuk surveys the devastation, a single word escaping his lips, useful. The landscape is left utterly ravaged, a massive crater marking the spot where his power erupted. Yeomyang considers the potent mixture of his chi and venom, wondering if it should be called the 5 Dragons' Venom. He then addresses the group before him, demanding to know who among them wishes to be the next to burn to death. Standing before a silent assembly of dark-robed figures, Yeomyang's resolve hardens, knowing he has no intention of letting any of them live. These are the disciples of the Dark Moonsword sect. One of the disciples, a bald man with a topknot, exchanges a glance with another, suggesting it would be more profitable for them to die here. Yeomyang remains unmoving, his gaze fixed on the disciples. The bald disciple, identified as the one who will become the next sect leader, speaks with a grim determination. A powerful, purple aura flares as a voice cries out, invoking the name Ye One, warning that evil consumes bones. His eyes glow with an eerie green light, a dark aura swirling around him as he declares his dominance, asserting that his power reigns supreme, whether in Gangdong or anywhere else in the world. Meanwhile, the leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect, Yun Junghyuk, watches the young man with intense blue eyes, his disciples already moving to encircle their formidable opponent. He barks orders to his subordinates, commanding them to spread out and form the Charyan formation around him. His face, marked with old scars, remains grim and determined, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. One of the disciples, a young woman, warns her comrades, her voice laced with caution about the hidden weapon their opponent might possess. Yun Junghyuk reiterates his strategy, emphasizing the need to focus on depleting the young man's strength. The disciples, a sea of dark robes and drawn blades, advance steadily, their formation tightening around the lone figure. Yun Junghyuk reflects on the heavy losses his sect has already endured, acknowledging the young man's power and the strategic importance of not underestimating him, despite his age. Jung Young-won, a high-ranking disciple, feels the formation's progress is agonizingly slow, determined not to let their sacrifices be in vain. He declares with fierce resolve that the young master must be eliminated. He vows to himself that he will ensure Yeonmyeong never reaches their leader. Recalling a past encounter, he muses that he should have ended the threat when he had the chance. Perhaps it's time to try something new. Suddenly, a powerful burst of energy erupts, sending dust and debris scattering. The unexpected development hangs in the air, a stark question mark over their carefully laid plans. Jung Young-won and his fellow disciples snap to attention, their leader barking orders to stay alert. But their eyes widen in shock as they suddenly turn to look behind them. Jung Young-won screams a desperate warning, his voice choked with terror as he points out the threat to his lord, behind Yo Dash. The sudden, brutal impact sends a shockwave through the air, catching him completely off guard. Yun Junghyuk finds himself surrounded, a flurry of blades descending upon him from all sides. Yet, even amidst the chaos, a swift counterattack severs a limb from one of his assailants, as another disciple watches in horrified disbelief. Jung Young-won can only stare, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how he could have missed such a potent presence. A woman with long, flowing hair echoes his shock, questioning the identity of this sudden, overwhelming force. But then, a blur of motion cuts through the air. As Yeonmyeong charges forward, his fury erupting at the sight of his brother under attack. Dark energy swirls around him, a chilling promise as he reaches out, intending to turn the attacker's own weapons against them. With a violent surge, purple lightning erupts from his form, unleashing a devastating counterattack. Yeonmyeong strains, a dark, swirling aura emanating from him as he grapples with the immense power he has just unleashed. The destructive force he wields pulverizes the surrounding debris, scattering countless sparkling particles into the air. An unseen observer, witnessing the raw power, can only gasp, wondering how such a monstrous ability could exist. Yeonmyeong, understanding the principle of destruction, realizes he can shatter objects without physical contact, scattering the broken blades around him with ease. He then harnesses the resulting force, compelling the fragments to spin rapidly within his control. His eyes glow with fierce intent, demonstrating a growing mastery over these unique abilities. The scattered blades coalesce into a rapidly spinning vortex, a maelstrom of destructive energy. The vortex intensifies, a powerful roar of energy erupting from its core. It expands outwards, a testament to the sheer, overwhelming power he now wields. The destructive force Yeonmyeong unleashed continued its furious expansion, engulfing one of the ambushers, who could only stare in disbelief, realizing he couldn't push back the overwhelming power. The man was violently thrown backward, recognizing the terrifying might as the legendary 10,000 Heavenly Flower rank. His comrades, witnessing the spectacle, echoed his horror, confirming the impossible rank of the destructive energy. The vortex intensified, a maelstrom of crimson and shadow, tearing through the remaining ambushers, flinging their bodies like ragdolls amidst a spray of blood. The devastating energy ripped through everything in its path, utterly annihilating one unfortunate soul in a gruesome explosion of gore. The devastating power of the 10,000 Heavenly Flower rank leaves nothing but a crimson blur and scattered remnants of the lesser foes in its wake, proving itself truly unparalleled. As the last vestiges of the attack dissipate, a thought echoes, a silent declaration to claim this overwhelming force. Yet, from the swirling dust, a dark-armored figure emerges, his form wreathed in a fiery aura, boldly proclaiming the technique as his own. He unleashes a similar, shadowy vortex, mimicking the destructive force with chilling precision. From a distance, two observers watch, one with light hair, his expression shifting as he comprehends the raw mana on display, while his bearded companion questions if he intends to intervene. The dark-armored figure stands firm, his boot planted on the ravaged ground, a testament to his newfound power. With a challenging sneer, the antagonist's aura flares, daring anyone to withstand his stolen might. He unleashes another burst of energy, a vibrant, destructive wave radiating outwards. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, calmly dismisses the need for intervention, confident in his assessment of the situation. Mak In-hoi looks down, declaring his mastery of the Tanya twin sword technique and the silent shock technique, both taught by the Union leader. Suddenly, dark, swirling energy erupts from him, tearing through the air. He grips his sword, vowing to grind his opponent to dust. Tang Guklin, recognizing the attack, realizes this is the second technique. The dark energy slams into him, shattering the very ground beneath his feet. Mak In-hoi presses his assault, silencing any further thought. Tang Guklin is sent flying, blood spraying from the impact, as his attacker prepares to crush him completely. A brutal strike connects with his face, as Mak In-hoi shouts, "You!" He cries out in pain, reeling from the devastating blow. Still reeling from the previous blows, Tang Guklin barely registers the blur of motion as Mak In-hoi's dark hair whips through the air. Before he materializes, a glint of steel in his hand, ready to strike again. A pained cry escapes Tang Guklin as the purple energy of the Tanya twin sword dance engulfs him. The technique creates multiple afterimages, each a phantom blade, striking from every direction. With a dismissive humph, Mak In-hoi lands a solid blow, his expression cold and unwavering. The impact sends a shockwave through Tang Guklin, his face twisting in agony as he absorbs the force. Before he can recover, Mak In-hoi prepares another devastating attack, the one silent sword final strike, gathering power. A blur of purple energy, the strike connects with brutal efficiency, leaving no room for defense. Tang Guklin is sent flying backward, a desperate KYK, escaping his lips as the explosive force throws him through the air. A door bursts open with a sudden gust of wind. And Mak In-hoi, observing the aftermath of his strike, lets out a surprised, almost mocking, gasp, wondering how his opponent could have possibly been caught so off guard. The technique, a short-range Tanya twin sword dance, was executed with such speed that it left no room for evasion, leaving Tang Guklin to internally lament his own expertise, realizing he should never have been caught off guard by such an attack. Mak In-hoi's blade glows with a vibrant purple energy as he presses his advantage, questioning if his opponent was even attempting to dodge. He looks down, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, acknowledging that Tang Guklin now understands the true nature of his technique. Overwhelmed by a pinkish-purple aura, Tang Guklin is left to ponder the impossible question: how could anyone wield the silent sword technique with such devastating effect? Amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, Yanmyeong Dang finds himself in a fierce confrontation, a single thought echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a woman with fiery hair confronts Young Hwan, her voice laced with disbelief, wondering how he could possibly handle such tremendous demonic energy. He recoils slightly, a look of utter bewilderment crossing his features. Back on the battlefield, Yanmyeong Dang reflects on his own journey, recalling that even he only mastered such power after perfecting the ultimate black sword technique. Yet, a hint of arrogance touches his expression as he considers the ease of his current feat, finding it surprisingly uncomplicated. Returning to the conversation, Young Yongwan's eyes narrow, a new realization dawning on him as he questions if she is the legendary Heaven's Black Sword. The woman expresses her gratitude for his assistance, to which he humbly replies that he was simply glad to aid the Black Sword Alliance. Elsewhere, Yanmyeong Dang walks through an opulent hall alongside Yun Jung-hyuk, suggesting to his grandfather that they should depart from this place soon. Back in the chamber, Young Yong-hwan turns to the woman, seeking clarification, his expression still puzzled. Yun Jung-hyuk expresses his determination, acknowledging the immense effort required to master his technique. Meanwhile, Yanmyeong Dang, with a knowing smirk, remarks on the power that has been bestowed upon him, a power he now wields with ease. Elsewhere, Young Yong-hwan ponders the situation, wondering if Ryu-woo's trust in the young master was truly lacking. Back with the two martial artists, Yun Jung-hyuk asserts that such profound abilities are meant only for the truly talented, drawing his sword with a flourish, promising to demonstrate his own skill in return. Yanmyeong Dang, unfazed, draws his own curved blade, advising his opponent not to be surprised by what he is about to witness. The two stand poised in a desolate landscape, blades drawn, the air thick with anticipation as the demonstration is about to begin. Yun Jung-hyuk, taken aback by the younger man's confidence, questions the nature of this ability, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Before he can fully process it, Yanmyeong Dang lunges forward, his blade glowing with a vibrant green aura, a blur of motion across the rocky ground. He unleashes the full force of his green energy, a blinding surge that seems to defy physical limitations. For those who have transcended evil, the length of the blade does not matter to them. As the attack closes in, Yun Jung-hyuk's eyes widen in genuine surprise. The emerald aura expands, engulfing everything in its path. The sheer force of it is undeniable, a testament to the power that makes blade length irrelevant. A gasp escapes him, a single, stunned, "WH what?" The impact sends a jolt through him, leaving him breathless and muttering, "Guff, now that's..." The green energy peaks, a swirling vortex of raw power. Yun Jung-hyuk is thrown backward, his body arcing through the air from the sheer force of the blow. The residual energy of the attack continues to ripple through the ground, leaving a trail of destruction. He is violently propelled backward, the sheer force of the attack tearing through the very ground beneath him. A surprised grunt escaping his lips as the impact continues to drive him. Yet, even amidst the chaos, he challenges the attack's perceived limit, wondering if this truly is all it has to offer. The relentless green energy continues to propel him, carving a destructive path through the forest. Finally, with a deafening crash, he slams into the earth, creating a deep crater. Watching the devastating display, Jung Young-won questions his own perception, wondering if his reborn eyes and body are somehow failing him, but dismisses the thought as impossible. He acknowledges that the Heavenly Blade River's power transcends any ordinary sword, but the sheer scale of it still leaves him bewildered. Even with his enhanced senses and renewed physique, he struggles to fully comprehend the attack's true form. A profound realization dawns upon him. Yamyang-dang has truly reached the final stage of mastery. As the world blurs around him, a sharper, more intense version of Yun Jung-hyuk's own consciousness questions his current state, asking if this moment of vulnerability truly matters. He moves with desperate speed, his body a streak against the chaotic backdrop. Every fiber of his being screams for him to evade, to dodge the relentless assault. Later, in a serene forest, Yun Jung-hyuk watches Tang Guklin's training, remarking on his incredible skill, which prompts the younger man to ask how he knew of his presence. With a fluid motion, Tang Guklin effortlessly dodges another strike, declaring the moment over as soon as he evaded it. As a faint green aura begins to emanate from him, he explains that as a member of the Tang clan, he must fight in their distinctive way. His hand glows with concentrated energy, poised for a decisive strike. He lunges forward, a blur of motion and green light, declaring his intent to kill in the true Tang clan style. The forest blurs into streaks of green and brown, a testament to the incredible speed and force of his attack. A monstrous force tears through the forest, prompting a voice to question if such power could truly originate from the Tang clan. Observing the spectacle, Jung Young-won muses that while this technique can erase all traces from an opponent's body, he doubts anyone could truly match it. Suddenly, a blur of motion streaks through the trees, causing Jung Young-won to react with a startled gasp as a wave of vibrant green energy erupts. The green energy coalesces into a powerful, swirling vortex of yellow and orange light, taking on a serpentine form as it strikes. Jung Young-won watches the devastating display, acknowledging the incredible strength of these young practitioners, and senses an unseen presence observing them. The attack's aftermath leaves a trail of destruction, with several trees reduced to splintered stumps and lingering green energy trails on the forest floor. And Jung Young-won, bracing himself with his weapon, realizes the speed of the incoming blow is truly extraordinary. Before he can fully react, the force slams into him, shattering his weapon and eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Jung Young-won, battered but resolute, knows he cannot escape this confrontation, realizing he must face the onslaught head-on. Surrounded by indistinct, shadowy forms, he steels himself, preparing to deal with them directly. The shadowy figures surge forward with blinding speed, their forms blurring into streaks of green energy. As their attack closes in, Jung Young-won's eyes flare with an intense blue light, a defiant challenge echoing from his very core. He meets the assault with a burst of his own, impact lines radiating from the clash of forces. The chaotic exchange continues, green energy trails marking the rapid, violent movements. Despite his fierce resistance, the sheer number and power of his foes begin to overwhelm him, forcing him to question if this is truly his end. A brutal blow connects, sending a jolt of pain through him, as the ancient, malevolent spirits of the land press their attack. The impact leaves him severely wounded, his face bruised, and his clothes torn, barely able to withstand the relentless assault. A dark-skinned hand, wielding a sword that glows with fierce energy, cuts through the air with devastating force, culminating in a blinding explosion of light and debris. The beast-like figure, his face contorted in a triumphant roar, recoils slightly from the sheer power of his own attack. Breathing heavily from the exertion, he surveys the devastation and boasts, "How do you like that? I cracked them all." His voice dripping with contempt, he continues, "Did you think the Dark Moon sect would die so easily like this?" Standing amidst the small, defeated creatures scattered across the field, he plants his massive weapon into the ground, a testament to his brutal victory. Though visibly exhausted, his resolve remains unbroken as he mutters, "Though I've lost all my strength, I'll still be able to fight for the next few days." His glowing yellow eyes scan the aftermath, a grim realization dawning that the defeated foe must have used some trick to escape Lord Mac's skill. A figure watches him depart, the air still thick with the scent of battle, wondering if congratulations are even appropriate. Even after such an elaborate deception, he muses, the victor shows no sign of fatigue. The observer's hand clenches, a growing disbelief settling in as he realizes the demon lord isn't even slightly tired. Unfazed, Yun Jung-hyuk continues his relentless march, a whirlwind of leaves swirling around him as he moves. The wind whips past, carrying the remnants of his power. The observer's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury. He can't believe it. The blades from the previous battle are still stuck firmly in the ground. Yet, the demon lord speeds past them, an unstoppable force. Jung Yonghwan watches, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend the sheer speed and power of the man before him. Even after leaving everyone else far behind, he continues to move at full speed, not even glancing back, making a mockery of those who thought they could keep up. Yonghwan couldn't even grasp his shadow, left to wonder what he had truly been doing all this time. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk presses onward, a blur of motion kicking up dust as he traverses the terrain. His relentless pace shows no sign of slowing. Finally, he pauses, looking back over his shoulder, a thought crossing his mind. Have I caught everyone now? Standing amidst a field of defeated foes, he notes that even after stopping his mana regeneration, his reserves remain boundless. More enemies rush him, but he cuts them down with ease, his ambition burning bright. Once I become Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, I'll have the chance to teach this to the entire world. Leaving the carnage behind, he considers his next move. Shall I leave this place now? He considers the numerous tasks awaiting him once his current objective is complete, then unleashes a flurry of attacks, his weapon arcing with vibrant green energy, slicing through unseen foes. Observing the defeated slavers and the scattered families now reunited, he notes the success of his efforts. He sits for a moment, a quiet resolve hardening his gaze as he vows to set everything right. With a renewed surge of power, his fist glows with emerald light, delivering a devastating blow. Yun Junghyuk then pushes forward, sprinting through the dense forest, searching for a way through the towering rock formations. Jung Yonghwan observes the unfolding chaos, his thoughts betraying a sinister calculation. The barbarian's advance must not be interrupted by any outside force. He reflects on the unexpected turn of events, while in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, a figure among a small group expresses disbelief at their dire situation. Yun Junghyuk's gaze remains sharp, his expression unyielding. Jung Yonghwan continues his internal monologue, dismissing any claims of innocence as mere lies, knowing he must maintain silence until his scheme is complete. With the entrance now blocked, he believes no one can intervene, urging them to give up. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk and his companions have already dealt with the men waiting outside the unit, their bodies now strewn across the frozen ground. He confirms his ruthless decision, having sent them into the underground cave, ensuring they will never again see the light of day. Now, with no one left to interfere, Yun Junghyuk prepares to make his own decisive move against the assembled forces before him. Jung Yonghwan, unaware of Yun Junghyuk's progress, muses that while it's a waste, he cannot allow him to disrupt their plans. He intends to use other candidates waiting to enter the cave, tempting them with the future of the Tang family. Yun Junghyuk's eyes blaze with an intense, cold blue light, his resolve hardening for the coming confrontation. He looks up, his glowing blue eyes fixed on something unseen, a powerful, familiar energy washing over him. What is this, he wonders, this familiar energy? His subordinates, equally sensing the shift, also turn their gaze skyward. Their expressions a mix of apprehension and awe. The very rock of the mountain begins to crack and glow with an intense blue light. And Yun Junghyuk, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, surges forward to meet it. One of the martial artists gasps, recognizing the signature. It's Yeomyeong, he exclaims, adding, I told you he'd be here sooner than early. The others in the group recoil, some supporting a comrade who seems overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power. A female warrior, her brow furrowed with concern, asks, Are you hurt anywhere? Then quietly wonders, who is Yeomyeong? Another subordinate stares in disbelief, his face contorted in shock. And number 8, he stammers, he's here. As the powerful energy surged, Tang Guklin, one of Yun Junghyuk's trusted subordinates, closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, another voice nearby could only utter in disbelief. Just how in the world? 3 martial artists stand before a towering cliff face, their expressions etched with disbelief as one of them mutters. This is impossible, he exclaims, his thoughts racing to the heavenly soldiers and the young man who defied them, wondering, how could they not defeat a young bastard like him? Meanwhile, Tang Guklin, his gaze distant, seems lost in his own contemplation of the same events. A sharp realization flashing in his eyes. The 3 martial artists remain fixated on the sky, still reeling from the implications of the past. Tang Guklin's hand moves almost imperceptibly, before he gives a slow, deliberate nod, acknowledging the weight of the memory. Elsewhere, Yun Junghyuk himself looks back on the past with a somber expression, thinking, I just can't believe this. His mind drifts to another significant moment, adding, and that time too. He stares down, his glowing blue eyes reflecting the impossible question, how could he have possibly defeated the 7 formation? It was a legendary defense, a formation that had never been broken, designed exclusively for the elite. Its power was akin to divine judgment, capable of ensnaring even a heavenly soldier. Yet, he had simply surpassed it all. Meanwhile, under the fading light of dusk, Jung Yonghwan and Tang Guklin stand facing each other. Jung Yonghwan sighs, admitting that if he could, he would have stopped him from going. He laments bringing his family on this business trip, unable to protect them, feeling utterly powerless in this situation. Tang Guklin, however, takes the burden upon himself, acknowledging that he caused much more harm than good, and offers to take care of the rest, urging Jung Yonghwan to protect their clan first. As the dust settles, a wave of relief washes over the gathered survivors, with Yung Yonghwan expressing his gratitude that they are all safe, though a lingering question hangs in the air. What happened to the others? A guard echoes the sentiment, his face etched with worry for their missing comrades. Suddenly, the ground trembles, and a distant cliff face begins to shift. A deep fissure slowly forming down its center. The group recoils in alarm, wondering if an earthquake is striking. Two guards point frantically towards the growing chasm, urging everyone to look. The crack in the cliff face widens further, a brilliant, ethereal light beginning to pour from within. As the light intensifies, a silhouetted figure begins to emerge from the glowing fissure. The formation, once thought impenetrable, begins to fracture, its magical seals visibly crumbling. A torrent of brilliant blue-white energy erupts from within, blinding those who witness its raw power. Yung Yonghwan and Tang Guklin stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before them. As the light intensifies, they question what could have possibly transpired within the sealed space. The sheer force of the release leaves Yung Yonghwan speechless, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Surveying the vast landscape now teeming with countless figures, Yung Yonghwan simply states the obvious, while Tang Guklin grimly concludes that this is the final outcome of the formation's collapse. The once empty plains are now filled with a multitude of beings, a testament to the sheer number that had been contained within the seven formation. A chaotic scene unfolds as countless figures, some in varied uniforms and others wielding swords, emerge from the collapsed formation, confirming the rumors that Mak Inhu had led them. Yung Yonghwan stares in disbelief, wondering if anyone could truly take on all these people by himself. He knows even he would struggle against a force of more than 30. A subordinate calls out, alerting him to something further away. His eyes widen in shock as he processes the new information. He spots a double sword sheath on someone's back. Judging by its appearance, he's certain it belongs to Mak Inhu. The realization hits him. Mak Inhu isn't just present, he's leading this entire force. He clenches his jaw, acknowledging the immense challenge they now face. With a grim expression, he mutters, confirming his suspicions about the bastards. He looks up, a grim realization dawning as he hears the report. The enemy has already surpassed the level of a heavenly master. His subordinate confirms the grim details, explaining that the opponent didn't even fight back against the thousands of foes who now stand before them. Yung Yonghwan processes the information, the fame of the Dark Demon sect adding to the weight of the situation, meaning the enemy has already reached the final level, far from the beginning of this place. A frustrated curse escapes his lips, his jaw clenching at the overwhelming odds. He looks out at the endless horde, a bitter thought forming that his own low rank has rendered him useless. Turning his gaze to another, he questions if they possess the strength to face such a force. Tang Yonmyang's face is a mask of fury, red marks stark against his skin. He lashes out, his voice filled with contempt, accusing the other of being a fool who understood nothing. His eye glows with an intense blue light, as he declares the tournament is concluding. Yung Yonghwan, his voice resonating with authority, declares that the sole winner of the tournament is the one who has survived, Tang Yonmyang. He then demands to see the results. Meanwhile, a martial artist with white hair and a scar across his cheek clenches his bandaged fist, his expression unreadable. Yung Yonghwan continues, inviting anyone with an objection to step forward, making it clear that the only thing he will accept now is a direct challenge. He pauses, scanning the silent crowd, asking if there is no one to challenge him. With no objections raised, he confirms that new challengers are now a thing of the past. His voice rings out, echoing across the field as he declares the tournament officially over. His gaze sweeps over the assembled warriors, commanding them to immediately gather before Tang Yonmyang. As commanded, a vast assembly of warriors now stands before them, their numbers stretching across the landscape, a formidable sight. Observing the multitude, Yun Junghyuk's glowing blue eyes reflect the overwhelming scale of the gathering, a feeling he finds hard to believe, as decades after the Tang clan's downfall, their resurgence is finally at hand. Amidst the assembled ranks, a voice rings out, declaring Tang Yonmyang the undisputed winner of the tournament. Yet, the focus shifts as another declaration is made, appointing a new master to lead them. The sheer scale of the Tang clan's forces is underscored by the mention of their numbers, with 82 myriad warriors standing ready, aside from Tang Wenjin. In a unified display of respect and allegiance, the warriors bow deeply, greeting the new head of the Tang clan. Their voices echo across the vast field, a resounding chorus welcoming their new leader. Each warrior maintains their respectful bow, acknowledging the authority now vested in their new head. The newly appointed head, Tang Guklin, stands before them, the weight of his new position settling upon him. Three concerned figures discuss someone's condition, noting that he is currently being treated. Yung Yonghwan, with a slight smirk, questions if they must now bow to the new head, adding a playful remark about not being cute. Another clan member reflects on their expanding influence across the land of Beichin, suggesting even more is to come. A different figure confidently declares their intention to re-establish the clan's position as a true noble power, acknowledging the shared ambition of those around him. Yung Yonghwan affirms that this vision will soon become a reality. Another clan member urges patience, asking for trust. Two figures consider the gravity of the situation, acknowledging the heavy responsibility that comes with such words. As a crowd of clan members bows in deference, a voice proclaims the newly appointed leader as the true head of the Tang clan. But then, Yung Yong-wan, with a resolute expression, declares that they will instead follow Tang Yonmyong, the tournament winner, commanding everyone to prepare for what's next. From above, Yun Jung-hyuk's voice rings out, commanding his followers to return to the main house. Across the vast, sun-drenched fields, a multitude of figures surge forward, their unified movement a testament to his authority. Their powerful strides eat up the distance, each step carrying them closer to their destination. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the clan, Yung Yong-wan faces a white-haired man who questions his motives, asking why he acts as he does. Yong-wan's face contorts in a snarl, his frustration boiling over as he retorts, wondering why his opponent seems to possess everything. Unyielding, the white-haired man declares his resolve, vowing to achieve his goals no matter the cost, even if it means making a pact with the devil himself. Yung Yong-wan's fury intensifies, his eyes glowing red with raw emotion, as he vows to bring something back, his words left hanging in the air. The sun rises over a distant, majestic mountain range. Below, a lone figure stands amidst several fallen opponents, the air still humming with the echoes of battle. Footsteps crunch on the grass, approaching the scene. Sang-ho Taeho, a venerable elder, surveys the aftermath, wondering if the combatants have already departed. One of the defeated, barely conscious, manages to speak, explaining he arrived as soon as he heard of the situation. Sang-ho Taeho's expression hardens, a sharp command escaping his lips. He admonishes the unseen figure, insisting they cannot venture forth alone. Suddenly, Yun Jung-hyuk, his eyes blazing with an intense blue light, confronts the elder, the force of his presence causing a powerful impact. Sang-ho Taeho looks down, a wry smile playing on his lips, remarking that if Yun Jung-hyuk is going to act the part, he might as well commit, noting the strange silence around them. Sang-ho Taeho, his expression stern, dismisses the attempt to divert the conversation, insisting that the topic remain unchanged. Yung Yong-wan, seemingly caught off guard, then muses aloud about the difficulty of sleeping peacefully, especially after the events at the joint sect Hyunso. The vast, open landscape of a mountain range stretches out under a clear sky, hinting at the location of the recent turmoil. Sang-ho Taeho counters, questioning if he would even leave the mountain immediately, given the circumstances. Yung Yong-wan explains that it's better to have 1,000 enemies than a single ghost, especially when more than 100 people have been killed. Sang-ho Taeho continues, stating that as far as he knows, there were less than 10 people from the joint sect Hyunso family left on the mountain. He then questions the logic of something so significant happening after 15 years of peace. Yung Yong-wan, looking troubled, asks what the elder is implying. He then adds that on top of that, the strange silence from the joint sect Hyunso is even more unsettling, as if no one was left alive. Yung Yong-wan expresses his disbelief, noting that even if the Tang family elder had declined, such a high body count from a short blade was perplexing. He questions the possibility, asking if all the corpses were truly the work of a single individual. But Sang-ho Taeho's gaze is unwavering, as he asserts that his perception cannot be deceived. A subordinate adds that while many of the victims showed signs of recently learned sword techniques, there was no indication of true mastery, which only deepened the mystery. Yung Yong-wan, still reeling, hears that the weapon hands of the slain were severed in mere seconds, a feat that few could accomplish, making him realize he must meet this person. With a resolute expression, Sang-ho Taeho declares their intention to travel to Sichuan. Yung Yong-wan looks on with a mix of surprise and concern, questioning if they are truly expected to bogart the others, wondering what might happen if they encounter someone dangerous. With a more serious demeanor, he reminds the unseen young master, if he has forgotten that he has already reached the pinnacle of his power. Yet, a hint of resignation enters his voice as he adds that it's simply not the same for him. He then questions the young master's judgment, asking if even a fool would dare to hastily start a fight with him. An exasperated sigh escapes him as he acknowledges the young master's stubbornness, before deciding they should return to the family clan first and report the situation to the head. After a moment of contemplation, he concedes, agreeing that returning is the right course of action. Meanwhile, in a dark and misty realm, two shadowy figures stand, their presence ominous, as a voice declares that thanks to him, the secret faction is now ready, and perhaps the Flaming Ones will finally take over this place. A soft sound accompanies Yung Yong-wan's departure, as he glances back, the narration noting that the Tang family's particular faction is now involved. His thoughts drift to the young master's potential path, pondering if joining the Tang family would lead him to become part of the Death Alliance, and subsequently, defeat the demonic cult. Still on his journey, Yung Yong-wan reflects on the Tang family's predicament, believing they have been utterly ruined by the demonic cult. Uncertain if his own plans will unfold as intended, he can only hope for the best. With a renewed sense of urgency, he presses onward, a blur of motion across the desolate land. Meanwhile, far from the desolate roads, a grand, traditional estate stands nestled amidst lush greenery. Inside, an elder of the Tang family, Sang-ho Taeho, calmly plays a game of Go, a soft exclamation escaping his lips as he considers his next move. His thoughts drift to the recent competition, noting that it has concluded, and the situation has escalated faster than anticipated. Turning to a white-haired subordinate, Sang Ho Taeho calmly orders, "That man, now that his role is over, send him into the Tang family's prison." A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he adds, "It wouldn't be too hard to win the competition." As Young Young-won stands in quiet contemplation, his masked subordinate approaches, a hesitant, "But, sir." Breaking the silence. Young Young-won turns, his expression unreadable, inquiring about the people who have returned from the trial. He then probes further, asking who the subordinate believes will win this competition, to which the subordinate suggests the Tang family head's disciple is the most likely victor. The masked man, however, raises another point, mentioning the granddaughter of the Han family, who reportedly trained intensely after a disfiguring incident. His eyes narrow slightly, as he wonders aloud about the identity of these returning individuals. A large group of figures, the competition participants, stand gathered, their faces a mix of determination and exhaustion. The masked subordinate's gaze falls upon a familiar emblem, the Tang family symbol, prompting him to question if they are once again hunters of the demonic cult. Above the traditional architecture, a declaration rings out. The competition participants have returned. The grand estate stands silent, awaiting the unfolding events. As the competition concludes, the white-haired man wonders aloud if time truly passed so quickly, with Young Young-won agreeing, both questioning who the victors might be. A murmur ripples through the gathered crowd, many of them equally unsure of the outcome. Meanwhile, an official observes the scene, a voice from the crowd asking, "Who is that man?" As Deputy Commander Han Myong is identified. Amidst the general uncertainty, a woman cries out, "My son," her voice filled with a mother's desperate concern. Another man echoes her plea, his face contorted with worry as he searches for his own son among the returning participants. Yet, for some, the overwhelming emotion is relief, a man exclaiming his gratitude that so many survived despite rumors of heavy casualties. As Deputy Commander Han Myong continues his observation, a subordinate informs him of the arrival of young Master Han, suggesting he might have had a fortunate experience. The Deputy Commander, however, remains cautious, muttering that one shouldn't expect too much. From above, the returning participants march in formation, a voice calling out to an admiral, who has also made it back. The air fills with anxious cries as the crowd desperately searches for their loved ones among the returning participants, some calling out names like Hyulin and Myung-soo. Observing the scene, a young man notes that these are merely the survivors of the brutal competition, his thoughts drifting to his own mother's likely worry. He closes his eyes for a moment, lost in contemplation. A deeper concern gnaws at him, wondering how he will be perceived, or if he will even be recognized after all he's endured. His mind then turns to Yeonmyeong Dang, a name that brings a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, the arrival of the General Administration Department's officials signals a new phase in the aftermath. The young man remains silent, observing the new arrivals. Amidst the chaos, an elderly man, having spotted someone, lets out a relieved cry, confirming his Yoon's safety. But the moment of relief is quickly interrupted as someone immediately burdens him with the responsibility of caring for his father, much to his annoyance. From a high vantage point, an unseen figure declares their unwavering resolve, stating that they cannot simply let go of such a significant opportunity. Meanwhile, Yeonmyeong Dang, with a slight smile, remarks to Yun Jung-hyuk that he is far too honest. Yeonmyeong Dang then adds that while it feels wrong to admit, Jung-hyuk truly possesses the necessary skills. Yun Jung-hyuk, surrounded by his cloaked subordinates, reflects on a certain individual who avoids promotion to escape obligation. He acknowledges that this situation also benefits him, as those connected to the elders could prove invaluable once he assumes leadership of the sect. Yeonmyeong Dang, standing beside Yun Jung-hyuk, offers a different perspective, suggesting it's more advantageous to cultivate loyal allies than to rely on those involved with the elders. Later, Yun Jung-hyuk instructs the unnamed white-haired man to gather more information about Guklin and Myong, as the Jegal family warriors begin to mobilize. The Jegal family warriors are indeed moving, their coordinated efforts now fully underway. Meanwhile, the head of the Tang family, Tang Kism, lets out a hearty laugh, his presence commanding attention. After some time, Sang Ho Taeho greets an associate, acknowledging the passage of time and their continued presence. He then expresses his gratitude, stating that he will never forget the Jegal family's assistance to the main house. The white-haired man humbly replies that they only helped as much as they could. Sang Ho Taeho laughs, acknowledging that he can't stop receiving help from the Jegal family, though he has much to say to the competition participants. He then adds, with a slight frown, that something broke, but quickly corrects himself, affirming that that's right. The white-haired man then announces that he has given the elders permission to go to the elders' house, allowing the warriors to rest. Meanwhile, Tang Kism, with a dismissive air, mutters his indifference to the situation. He then firmly states that they will not be going to the elders' house. His expression remains resolute, a clear sign of his unwavering decision. Tang Kism, now temporarily in charge of the branch guards, asserts his position. He declares that as the current head of the branch family, it makes no sense for him to go to the elders' house, a statement that leaves Tang Guklin internally questioning how a mere branch family head dares to speak such principles in front of the main family chief. Young Yonghwan can only stare in utter disbelief. Kisum then commands the assembled guards to disperse immediately or face the consequences. He threatens punishment for any who dare to protest, his words causing visible fear among the ranks. He muses that he had expected the main family to be strong. Protesting, he repeats, his gaze sharp, as he internally challenges if there is anyone in the Tang family who truly holds more power than him. Tang Guklin, turning away, echoes the word protesting in his mind, clearly unsettled by Kisum's audacity. He wonders aloud, or perhaps to himself, who exactly this man is. A young boy stands, his gaze distant, as if contemplating a recent triumph. Indeed, the name on everyone's lips is Tang Yomiang. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of the clan's traditional estate, a sudden announcement sends ripples of shock through the gathered members, one of them exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" The news is met with utter disbelief, as a senior member questions, "Did I hear you correctly?" while another asks, "Who's the winner of the competition?" The younger clan member, Tang Guklin, his face contorted in shock, can only repeat the impossible truth. "As I've said, the winner of the competition is Tang Yomiang. That's impossible." The elder, Sang Ho Teho, listens intently, his expression unreadable. While Tang Guklin continues his outburst, unable to comprehend how someone like that beat him. "Can you?" He further protests, reminding everyone of the challenge's severity. "We're talking about the fire dragon's poison here. Perhaps she wasn't even able to lift it." The leader of Sichin, Tang Sukjong, gazes down, his expression one of deep concern as he questions how Yeonmyeong could have possibly won against the fire dragon's poison. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk, his face marked by old scars, reflects on the situation, considering Yeonmyeong an unacknowledged being with no real ability. Yet he can't shake the feeling that the position of head wouldn't simply be given to a mere child. The discussion continues among the clan members, as Sukjung insists that Yeonmyeong couldn't possibly have beaten Guklin, questioning if his skills could have improved so drastically in just 3 years. Another elder, Sang Ho Teho, stands nearby as Sukjung concludes that such a feat is impossible, certain that Yeonmyeong must have used some kind of trick. Sukjung then recalls their collective decision to forget the past, specifically what happened during the war. Corp elder Tang Myeongshing, his voice filled with urgency, interjects, suggesting they should at least get to the bottom of this mystery. Fourth elder Tang Jiryong, with a stern expression, listens intently to the unfolding discussion. Sukjung then proposes that if they all question Yeonmyeong, they might finally find an answer to their doubts. He clears his throat, his gaze sweeping over the assembled elders, demanding to know where Tang Yeonmyeong is, certain the young man had been summoned to their home. The elder's voice trails off, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face, as another elder chimes in, insisting that winning the competition doesn't grant Yeonmyeong the right to ignore them. From the side, Yun Junghyuk interjects, his tone sharp, asking if they truly intend to treat the young master as a mere protester. The elder's face contorts in renewed anger, while Yun Junghyuk turns away, his patience visibly wearing thin. Tang Sukjung shouts, his voice filled with indignation, reminding them that Yeonmyeong has not even been officially recognized by the clan, and to think such a person could be the winner is an outrage. As he walks away, Yun Junghyuk's voice drops to a dangerous whisper, warning them not to get on his nerves. His eyes flash with a vibrant green light as he declares, with finality, that he has heard enough. A faint green aura flares around him as he continues to walk away, leaving the stunned elders behind. His eyes still burning with an intense blue light, and a vibrant green aura radiating from his form, he declares that if they wish to die, they should continue to ignore Yeonmyeong. He continues, his voice unwavering, that if they irritate him further, he will personally ensure their demise. The green energy around him intensifies, a silent, terrifying promise as he turns to leave, leaving the elders trembling in his wake. One of them, his face contorted in fear, whispers, "I'll die," while another, equally terrified, mutters, "Whatever those lowly elders think." The elder with the spiky white hair, still reeling from the display of power, manages to voice his concern. "We will follow the terms of the fire dragon's poison and disregard him." Another elder, his face pale with dread, agrees. "Let their bodies rot outside the clan grounds, then." As the green aura around him flares one last time, Yun Junghyuk delivers his final, chilling pronouncement. Their reign is also over. Jung Young-won receives a startling message, his brow furrowed with concern as the words echo in his mind. "Tell the elders to come themselves." The messenger continues, relaying Yeonmyeong Dang's bold declaration. "Go and deliver the message. Your era is over." Young-won, utterly stunned, can barely believe what he's heard, confirming, "Why yes, that's right. I can't believe he said that. Just that." The news ignites a furious response from an elder, whose fist slams down in outrage, exclaiming, "How dare that young fool!" Meanwhile, Yeonmyeong Dang stands resolute, a vibrant green aura flaring around him. As the elder considers the implications, this might actually be a good thing. He can be officially recognized as the branch leader yet. Tang Myeongshing, surrounded by his own subtle green energy, asserts his clan's heritage. "Even the Poison Emperor's blood is flowing in our veins." He then turns to Tang Jiryong, declaring, "It's enough to question his attitude and his qualifications. Let's go to the poison hall, so he can see it for himself." Myong Xing's resolve hardens, concluding, "We need to assess his abilities." Yanmyung Dang, facing Tang Kism and the unnamed white-haired man, asserts his dominance. "The warriors should be more careful when speaking up. I think I have proven myself enough, don't you think? I'm going to become the next heir." The fourth elder's venomous sword troop stands ready, awaiting orders to follow the elders as instructed. Close behind, the fifth elder's shadow troop also mobilizes. An elder, Tang Myongxing, arrives at the poison hall, acknowledging the summons. He confirms his compliance with a curt, as commanded. His thoughts, however, betray a simmering fury, indignant that someone would dare challenge the council of elders and behave so insolently. Outside the grand, traditional structure, other robed figures stand guard, awaiting the unfolding events. He continues to seethe, contemplating the true reality that brat, Yanmyung Dang, is about to face, a reality perhaps tied to the ancient power of the Poison Emperor. The elder's contemplation lingers on the moment when the true master of the Tang family will finally exert their authority. The poison hall stands illuminated under the night sky, a silent witness to the impending confrontation. Fourth elder Tang Jiryong, his expression stern, speaks of the Tang family successor competition. His words are met with a firm affirmation from Tang Guklin, who confirms, "Yes, you heard right." Jiryong then looks down, his gaze distant, muttering about someone being incredibly arrogant. Guklin, looking up with a thoughtful expression, considers how pleased his sister would be. Both men share a moment of grim determination. As Jiryong continues, his voice low, mentioning the poison hall and the consequences of challenging the elders. Guklin, now addressing a group of clan members, reminds them of Munchen's arm, implying a past injury or injustice. With a resolute gaze, he vows to ensure justice after the competition. He then looks away, a hint of regret in his voice, lamenting that it might not even take for years. The ancient stone tablet, etched with forgotten symbols, stands silent. Suddenly, Yung Yong-wan, his gaze sharp behind his spectacles, reminds his opponent, "You definitely said that." But Yun Jung-hyuk, his long dark hair falling around his scarred face, retorts, "But now you won't be able to take that confrontation." A low growl escapes Yung Yong-wan as he warns, "You should be careful. The Tang family is not the only one who has the poison hall." He continues, his voice laced with menace, "You won't get to experience the poison hall. I'll make sure you die a dog's death." With his words hanging heavy in the air, Yung Yong-wan turns away. Yun Jung-hyuk, his expression unreadable, then asks, "Is Tang Yamyung there?" His eyes widen slightly as he repeats, "The son of Poison Phoenix?" A thoughtful silence follows, broken only by his whispered question, "Poison Phoenix?" Still contemplating the implications of the Poison Phoenix, Yung Yong-wan considers that there are things Yun Jung-hyuk might want to know. Yet, he decides, everything can be settled later. His gaze drifts, his mind still wrestling with the gravity of the situation. As he whispers to himself, "Truly, if he is the son of that person, if that's true." A deeper truth then emerges, revealing that it was all because of the conflict with the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord targeting the Poison Phoenix. The ensuing chaos was absolute. With warriors falling amidst a storm of red energy and destruction, the Tang family losing their lives and suffering immensely due to that very fact. The devastation spread like wildfire, leaving behind a scorched and broken landscape. Chaos erupts as the Tang family's defenses crumble, their members scattering in terror. Meanwhile, the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord strides through the devastation, acknowledging that the resistance he faces is stronger than anticipated. A subordinate, witnessing the unfolding catastrophe, cries out in despair at the sight of their lord's overwhelming power. The Demon Lord then addresses a group of his followers, demanding to know why they haven't yet released their captives. His command echoes with chilling authority, insisting that the captives be released. Despite the overwhelming force, the Tang family members continue to flee forward, disregarding the sacrifices made by those who stayed behind. Their desperate flight is a gamble, risking death with every step. Later, an elder of the Tang family, Tang Sukjong, reflects on the situation, having requested a resumption of the interrogation of those who had fled. However, his request was not accepted, leaving him to ponder the consequences if they had even given their full forces to the fight. He reflects on the devastating blow the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord dealt to their family, a wound that could have been mitigated had they only accepted the damage. Yet, he muses, those who fled the family were never interrogated, and if the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord had truly intended to destroy them, everything would have ended right then and there. Tang Sukjung's gaze hardens, a realization dawning on him. The Demon Lord's actions were not about annihilation, but about accepting the inevitable flow of time. Addressing a group of masked figures, he states, "I believe you must have also noticed." He continues, his voice filled with a quiet intensity. Who was the current Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, and who needed to flee on that day? Standing with his masked companions, Tang Sukjung looks towards a distant, imposing structure, a new resolve hardening his features. He declares, a flicker of hope in his eyes, "It's as if another chance has come our way." With a fierce determination, Tang Sukjung commands, "This time, we must stop." A voice from an unseen speaker echoes, questioning the nature of the sound they just heard, while a white-haired man and an orange-haired woman exchange a glance, both clearly unsettled. The unseen speaker continues, musing that perhaps they should investigate, as the white-haired man listens intently, his expression grim. High above, a grand, traditional building stands, its intricate architecture a testament to ancient craftsmanship. Elsewhere, Tang Sukjung addresses a gathering, his voice resonating with authority as he speaks of honor guards and the implications of their actions. He continues, challenging their understanding of safety, asking if they truly believe they can defy the Elder Council and remain secure. His gaze is sharp, his expression resolute, reflecting the weight of his words and the gravity of the situation. Yung Yongwan, his face etched with concern, interjects, inquiring about Yanmyung's whereabouts and the young master's current status. Tang Sukjung, now facing a group of masked figures, acknowledges the unexpected turn of events, admitting that even he didn't anticipate such a development. He continues, his voice firm, explaining that because of this unforeseen circumstance, their plans must now change. He questions if his words don't sound reasonable, demanding that Tang Yanmyung be brought before them. Tang Sukjung, however, remains unperturbed, simply stating that there is no need for fuss, as he is already present. Yung Yongwan, standing among the other clan members, looks up at the elder with a challenging gaze. His expression hardens as he addresses him directly, a single word hanging in the air. He then questions if the Elder Council truly believes they can simply ignore the other elders, and asks if they haven't verified the fairness of the competition. Tang Sukjung listens intently, then responds that such matters should be handled without their permission. Yung Yongwan asserts that he has already proven his worth by winning the competition, and that they are currently verifying its fairness at the request of the other elders. He then asks what more the elder could possibly need, his voice laced with challenge. His words elicit a shocked reaction from the elder, as Yung Yongwan continues, asking what kind of nonsense this is, to be in front of the other elders. He stands firm, a branch leader at his side, as the Grand Elder addresses him. Tang Sukjung's voice rings out, demanding, "If you want to live, you must confess everything you did during the cultivation exam." Yung Yongwan's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in his gaze, as he retorts, "I heard there was interference in the competition. Is that possible? It seems the Grand Elder is trying to cover something." Tang Sukjung's face contorts in anger, his voice rising. "Or do you think I gained an unfair advantage?" He continues, revealing the source of the trouble. "Way here from the Jeagle Lord. There was interference from the Jeagle clan that did affect and nearly kill 3 of the other villains." Yung Yongwan, with a subordinate by his side, challenges him further. "If there was outside interference, how can you say the competition was fair?" He then delivers a chilling confession. "I heard it and I ended the competition by killing them." Tang Sukjung's eyes widen in disbelief, processing the gravity of the statement. Their intervention in the competition, so that became an issue. What did you just say? A powerful purple aura flares around Yung Yongwan, his resolve hardening. He continues his defiant challenge, asking if his opponent finds it hard to believe his words. Then, with a chilling calm, Yung Yongwan suggests that if the Gangdong sect hasn't cleaned up the bodies, they'll still be there as proof. Enraged by the audacity, Tang Sukjung lets out a furious roar, a single word escaping his lips. Before the elder can even move, Yung Yongwan erupts in a blinding flash of blue energy, his form becoming a crystalline blur as he lunges forward. A column of pure, concentrated power shoots skyward, a devastating strike aimed directly at his opponent. The force of the impact sends Tang Sukjung reeling, his body violently thrown back by the sheer magnitude of the attack. He collapses to the ground, defeated and stunned by the sudden, overwhelming power. Nearby, the unnamed white-haired man and Tang Guklin watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief at the display of raw power. The ground cracks and shatters as the blue lightning dissipates, leaving behind a crater of destruction where the attack landed. The blue energy from Yung Yongwan's attack still crackles and dissipates around the area where Tang Sukjung was struck, a testament to the devastating force he unleashed. As the dust begins to settle, Yung Yongwan's voice rings out, cold and unwavering. "You fool." Nearby, Tang Guklin and the white-haired man watch, their faces etched with disbelief and horror at the scene unfolding before them. Yung Yongwan continues, his gaze fixed on the fallen elder. "You brought all this upon yourself." Tang Sukjung, his face contorted in a mask of rage and disbelief, struggles to comprehend the words. "Do you find that hard to believe?" The elder collapses fully, his body creating a deep crater in the ground from the force of the impact. A stark visual of his utter defeat as the other clan members look on in stunned silence. Yung Yongwan then points a finger, his expression grim, delivering the final, crushing blow. "That your granddaughter is dead?" A deadly poison, capable of robbing one of sight and hearing upon contact, spreads its insidious tendrils, prompting a chilling question. Could this truly be the demon lord's venom, a substance no one has ever survived? Yet, an elder's hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, effortlessly deflecting the toxic assault. He stares, bewildered, wondering how such a potent threat could be thwarted with such ease. From a distant cliff, Yun Jung-hyuk observes the scene, his hand subtly gesturing. The elder's shock deepens as a terrifying realization dawns. Could Yun Jung-hyuk be suppressing the poison using the very same methods he himself has employed for decades? It seems impossible. His face contorts in rage, blue energy flaring around him as he roars, demanding to know if Yun Jung-hyuk dares to mock him. But before he can act, a small, glowing projectile launches from Yun Jung-hyuk's outstretched hand, sending a wave of terror through the elder as he recognizes the incoming threat. As the demon Lord Yun Jung-hyuk holds up a small, ornate bottle, a chilling question hangs in the air. He stares down at the elder, his voice laced with disdain, asking if he truly understands what he's witnessing. In a desperate, almost instinctual move, Tang Sukjung reaches out a hand, perhaps to ward off the impending threat. But the demon lord's attack is already in motion. The poison bottle he received from the elder now hurled back with lethal intent, a cruel twist of fate. The small vial spins through the air, before violently shattering on the ground, its deadly contents dispersing into the immediate vicinity. A gasp escapes the elder, his hand recoiling in utter shock and disbelief. As if to punctuate his dominance, Yun Jung-hyuk unleashes a torrent of fiery energy, a vibrant, orange aura flaring around him. He watches the elder's reaction, contemplating the impact of his move, knowing that if it were merely a simple bottle, one might easily overlook it. Tang Sukjung stares down at the shattered remnants, a chilling realization dawning on him. This isn't just any poison, but the Tang family's most potent, a top 10 poison. The shattered bottle now burns on the ground, its contents igniting into a dark, smoldering fire, confirming the terrifying nature of the Tang family's top-tier poison. Around him, the other clan members look on in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. As Tang Sukjung finally articulates the horrifying truth, this is the dragon's poison, a byproduct of the heavenly dragon's blood. No wonder he couldn't stop the bottle from blowing apart. He should have known, he laments, that if it was the elders, it would be the Tang family's ultimate poison. He stares at the shattered remnants of the poison bottle, its dark, smoldering fumes rising ominously, realizing the true danger of what he holds. This isn't just any poison, he thinks, but one of the Tang clan's most prized and perilous treasures, its recipe guarded as a top secret, making it even more lethal. From above, Yun Jung-hyuk looks down at the gathered clan members, a chilling calm in his eyes, as one of them cries out, demanding to know what he's doing. Tang Sukjung's hand clenches in fury, his voice booming with authority, ordering his men to seize the intruder for daring to threaten an elder with severe punishment. A cold smirk spreads across Yun Jung-hyuk's face, a silent declaration that the confrontation has truly begun. Tang Sukjung's expression twists in disbelief and rage, unable to comprehend such blatant disrespect, even from someone of high standing. Yun Jung-hyuk's body flares with a vibrant orange aura, his voice cutting through the air, warning them not to presume themselves above the clan's rules, for punishment awaits them. With a devastating surge of power, he unleashes a massive, fiery explosion, promising an awful disaster. The inferno engulfs Tang Sukjung and the other clan members, their cries of pain swallowed by the roaring flames. Still wreathed in the fiery aftermath of his attack, he confronts the assembled elders, his voice cutting through the air as he condemns them as corrupt. The shock and anger ripple through the group, Tang Sukjung and Yung Yonghwan recoiling as the heat of the recent explosion still radiates behind them, demanding to know what right he has to speak of the Tang clan, and who else could possibly stand against him. With his blue eyes burning with fierce resolve, Yun Jung-hyuk dismisses their authority, his gaze unwavering as he questions their very title. He declares his absolute independence, stating that he alone will decide his path. Tang Sukjung, utterly outraged, struggles to comprehend the audacity, questioning who could possibly stand against such power. Turning his back on the stunned assembly, Yun Jung-hyuk begins to walk away. Tang Sukjung watches him go, his face contorted in fury, realizing the profound shift this moment signifies for the clan, his anger boiling over at the sheer disrespect. Yung Yonghwan, equally incensed, challenges Yun Jung-hyuk's right to speak to them this way, warning him that Grand Elder Tang Sukjung will not forgive such insolence. Tang Sukjung's rage is palpable, lamenting the shame Yun Jung-hyuk has brought upon the Tang family. Tang Sukjung, his face contorted in disbelief, demands to know if his subordinate truly didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Tang Guklin, looking distraught, accuses someone of framing him, clarifying that he's referring to the vice-director of the Dark Moon Sword set. Sukjung, still enraged, sneers, asking if Guklin conspired with their enemies and demanding proof. He points a finger at Guklin, who then retorts, questioning if Sukjung himself isn't also a vice-director. Guklin's hand clenches, his mind racing with a single, desperate question. He reveals himself as the sole witness who saw the individual as a spy, explaining that before meeting Yeomyeong, he was a member of the Dark Moon Sword set and received his wounds during that time. His face twists in a scream of raw emotion, the truth of his past laid bare. The spy's methods were insidious, often relying on poison arts or stealth techniques to achieve their objectives. Because they employed a unique, specialized technique, Grand Elder Tang Sukjung muses, his voice laced with concern. That's just your guess, but it's not impossible. He continues, explaining that most of those attacked by the spy were left badly mangled. And he recalls a time when he saw a body from a distance, its face half melted. I once saw a body from a distance, and its face was half melted. And he called himself Max, Tang Sukjung adds, wondering aloud. Now, wasn't that the name of the Dark Moon Sword Set's vice director? Young Wan, overhearing the conversation, reacts with a stunned expression. So it's really? Meanwhile, Tang Guklin continues his explanation to Yun Junghyuk. I thought of urging you to step forward, but I wanted to be the one to step forward first. He looks at the demon lord with a determined gaze. I owe you my life, and I will make things right. Grand Elder Tang Sukjung's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with suspicion as he questions if Guklin could truly be the spy. Young Wan quickly interjects, dismissing the notion as unimportant, yet his concern deepens, wondering how the Tang family can possibly stay safe amidst such turmoil. Tang Sukjung, however, remains resolute, his thoughts turning to the Dark Moon Sword Set and the blood that has been shed. As masked figures in the background murmur about the Grand Elder's unusual actions and the Third Elder's absence, Tang Sukjung's expression hardens, warning them not to act rashly. Young Wan reiterates the warning, urging caution. Tang Sukjung's patience wears thin, his voice carrying the weight of his authority as he declares his tolerance has limits. Guklin, his expression earnest, insists he knows nothing about the spy's identity, nor anything different from the Third Elder's account. Tang Sukjung challenges him, questioning his status and whether he can truly ignore the looming threat of the Tang family falling into the hands of the Dark Moon Sword sect. His voice drops, a direct challenge echoing through the hall. Will he continue to claim vengeance? As Grand Elder Tang Sukjung strides away, his subordinate calls out, urging him to wait. Unheeding, the elder continues forward, his presence commanding, as Young Wan hurries to keep pace, while Guklin stands nearby, head bowed. His gaze is sharp, a clear sign of the gravity of the situation. A faint green aura shimmers around him, reflecting his inner power as he approaches Guklin. Confronting the younger man directly, Tang Sukjung declares, Grand Elder, you cannot escape the accusation of harboring a spy. Guklin flinches at the harsh words, as the elder continues. Normally, your dantian should be destroyed to cripple your martial axis. However, his tone softens slightly as he concludes, but since there's no evidence of your collusion, the punishment will end here. Relieved, Guklin bows his head deeply, expressing his gratitude for the unexpected mercy. Watching the young man, Tang Sukjung's thoughts drift, wondering if Guklin also possesses skills in psychokinesis. Yun Junghyuk observes the insidious green particles of the formless poison, realizing that the opponent wouldn't even know it was there, making its appeal complete. It's a poison that takes no discernible shape, no matter its form, it spreads invisibly. He understands that the opponent won't know it's there, making its appeal complete, a truly formless poison. The effects begin to manifest, blood splattering as the poison takes hold, a testament to the fact that this formless poison was crafted over half a lifetime. Tang Guklin watches, a cruel smile playing on his lips, knowing that no matter his skill, his opponent won't survive the poison's effect. He stands confidently, assured of his victory. Despite the pain, Yun Junghyuk's eyes glow with a fierce red aura as he vows to kill his adversary without them even knowing it. Heaven's Brilliance demon, Lord Yun Junghyuk stands tall, his dark robes flowing around him as he looms over the fallen form of Grand Elder Tang Sukjung, a crowd of onlookers visible in the distance. His presence alone seems to stir the very air, a testament to the power he now wields. From the ground, Tang Sukjung's eye snaps open, a flicker of profound shock and disbelief crossing his gaze. He can only utter a stunned observation, that Yun Junghyuk truly does all sorts of things. Meanwhile, Yun Junghyuk's own eyes narrow, a silent question forming in his mind. Could it be? Tang Sukjung reaches out a hand, his gesture blurred with desperation. The other elders, including Tang Myongxing, erupt in outrage, demanding to know what is this madness about, and reminding him of his previous words. Tang Sukjung, still on the ground, directly challenges Yun Junghyuk, questioning his right to ascend as the family head after such actions. Both Tang Sukjung and Tang Myongxing are left stunned, their faces etched with confusion as they demand, what is that? Still reeling from the swift defeat, the elders cry out in disbelief as Tang Sukjung lies broken on the ground, a small bottle having fallen from his grasp. The object, now clearly visible next to his hand, is unmistakably a poison bottle. Tang Sukjung, struggling to speak, accuses Yun Junghyuk of trying to blame him for the clan's downfall. While Tang Myongxing watches, utterly disgraced, pleading with the family head to reconsider. But Yun Junghyuk, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, declares that by attempting to assassinate the family head and disrupt the clan, Tang Sukjung has proven himself a traitor who must be punished severely. With a sudden surge of power, a green energy blast erupts from Yun Junghyuk, striking Tang Sukjung with brutal force, sending blood spraying from his face, which contorts in agony as the impact continues. A gleaming blade reflects the light, held by a hand that has seen its share of conflict. Before a grand, traditional building, a group of figures approaches, their presence signaling a significant gathering. From a distance, two cloaked figures observe the unfolding scene, their intentions hidden. Jung Yong-hwan steps forward, his voice firm as he addresses the approaching party, declaring, "You are the one who has laid hands on the Tang family." A woman with a high ponytail, her expression sharp, responds, acknowledging the family's decline and the need for action, yet she adds, "There is one thing I don't understand here." The subordinate continues, his gaze sweeping over the assembled figures, revealing a deeper conspiracy. "I also know that the members of the Tang family are not the only ones who are involved in this rebellion or standing clash." The woman with the ponytail then addresses the wider group, speaking of a desire for peace in this chaotic land, before posing a direct question to all present. Her voice rings out, challenging their perceptions. "Do you acknowledge me as the rightful family head of the Tang family?" From the shadows of a traditional Tang family residence, a voice echoes, demanding clarification. Inside Tang Jui's residence, Jung Yong-hwan, his expression tense, urges the elder Tang Sukjung to compose himself, asking him to speak slowly and calmly. The elder, still reeling, can only manage to stammer out a question about Yeonmyeong, his disbelief evident. He then asks if Yeonmyeong truly won the family head contest, the weight of the news heavy in the air. A slight smile plays on Tang Sukjung's lips as he reveals that wasn't all, adding that the elders didn't even know him well. His expression then shifts to one of profound shock as he recalls the scene, where everyone at the family head contest was left stunned. The sky above the Tang family residence stretches endlessly, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Below, a crowd of people gathers, their gazes fixed upwards, perhaps anticipating the next turn of events. A man with long, light brown hair reflects on a past triumph, acknowledging the sheer scale of the victory. He thinks to himself that the young victor has truly grown up, a sentiment he wishes he could share with his grandfather. Longriang, if he were still alive to hear this news, would have been so happy. He had wanted to rush to notify him of his survival, but the circumstances prevented it. For now, there were mountains of tasks to handle. Meanwhile, in a formal chamber, Tang Sukjung addresses the gathered elders, explaining that the family head's approval isn't something that can be forced, and any decisions regarding it are complex. The elders look displeased by this assessment, but none openly show their dissatisfaction. Jung Yong-hwan observes that while it's clear the elders aren't accepting the situation, it's exceedingly difficult for them to refuse the outcome. He then suggests acting as the interim family head once the current one is finished. The man from earlier reflects on the situation, noting that one elder expressed concern, but ultimately, they don't want to lose their positions, so they'll just sit and think of an excuse. Tang Sukjung, leading the assembly, declares that the regency will be decided later, while the Shadow Troops management is now assigned to the Stealth and Poisons Hall. Jung Yong-hwan questions the ease of such a decision, but Tang Sukjung firmly states that if there's no further discussion, the transfer of authority will be concluded. Tang Myeongshing interjects, believing the process won't be easy, especially as investigations have revealed the previous head's involvement in smuggling dragon's blood. He expresses his frustration at their continued attempts to deceive the imperial family, as the red vase on the table seems to glow with an ominous light, a symbol of the very substance they discuss. The elders, having lost much of their influence, now retain only their personal military forces. The woman with the ponytail asserts that these military forces will continue to be managed by the elders. Jung Yong-hwan, a smirk playing on his lips, points out that from now on, the elders themselves will have to bear the cost of maintaining their private armies. The woman with the ponytail adds that if any budget allocation is needed, the elders, not the vice director, will be responsible for it, noting that the direct command and sovereign spirit troops are currently without commanders. Ultimately, these two forces will be combined into the Shadow Troop and assigned to either the Stealth or Poisons Hall. Though some voiced discontent with their new treatment, Yun Jung-hyuk's voice cut through the murmurs, challenging them to prove their military strength if they wished to retain their previous rank. He made it clear that dismissal awaited those who failed to fulfill their assigned duties. Neglecting responsibilities or causing friction among fellow warriors would only lead to severe punishment. It wasn't hard to silence them, a flash of power confirming his authority. A few days later, the clan's headquarters stood under a clear sky. Inside, Tang Myeongshing addressed a gathering of elders, acknowledging their summons. His hand clenched slightly. He expressed his frustration, finding it pointless to even discuss matters with the Elder Council, especially considering how one of them had risen to power. Still, he knows one wrong word could bring disaster. He's been incredibly busy these past few days, yet he still manages to ask if they are doing well. This is the situation he finds himself in, having been so occupied. He also has something he'd like to ask of them. But the question remains, is he truly number 28? Jung Yong-hwan muses that the surprise must be due to the subordinates not being accustomed to dressing appropriately for their position. While the woman with the ponytail notes that they didn't even know he had family here, but it seems he's deliberately avoiding the Tang family. Jung Yong-hwan then ponders the nature of this request. She continues, having heard that the Demon Lord's mana is of a different, remarkable kind, so potent that unwanted guests can't even enter and wander for life. A complex magical formation, shimmering with intricate patterns, begins to manifest. Though the outcome isn't quite what she expected, the woman with the ponytail still expresses her desire to have the formation installed right here. Yung Yongwan adds, explaining its purpose is to keep the riffraff of evil sects at bay. Tang Myongxing, however, apologetically states that the Tang clan's formations cannot be installed without the head's permission, as they are family secrets passed down through generations. He further explains that maintaining such a formation requires a significant amount of mana, which the main house might not possess. As Yung Yongwan listens, a faint green aura begins to emanate from his hand, subtly hinting at his own capabilities. The green energy intensifies, swirling with vibrant particle effects. The woman with the ponytail then reiterates her request to install the formation. Tang Myongxing simply responds with a questioning hum, clearly still contemplating the implications. Tang Myongxing stares up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, as the implications of the request settle in. His gaze falls upon Yung Yongwan, who stands with an unwavering resolve, prompting the elder to question, "Family head, why are you doing this?" But Yung Yongwan simply responds, "I already knew this would happen. I'm Tang Myongxing." He then adds, "You chose not to block it." Tang Myongxing's eyes widen in a mixture of anger and realization as he retorts, "Did you think I would just overlook it?" Yung Yongwan, undeterred, continues his demand, "I won't say much. Install a defense similar to the Jeagle families, around the corpse's main inner quarters." As vibrant green mana swirls around his hand, he declares, "Let this suffice for now." Tang Myongxing, still reeling from the display of power and the audacity of the demand, can only utter, "However." Yung Yongwan's voice cuts through the air, reminding his opponent of their family's strict rules, his tone leaving no room for interpretation. He stares down, his gaze unwavering as he issues an ultimatum, demanding a positive response within 3 counts. A faint green aura begins to emanate from him, his words carrying a chilling weight about the deaths he caused. The green energy intensifies around him, his threat now palpable. He declares his intent to personally confront the Jeagle family, specifically naming Jeagle Chongmen, and hold them responsible for the incident. The green mana flares around him, a silent roar of power, as he leaves the consequences of his actions to the imagination of his listener. Tang Myongxing, visibly shaken, struggles to process the implications of the veiled threat. His face contorted in a shout of desperation, he finally yields. Yung Yongwan's hand rests firmly on his, a silent acknowledgement of the elder's submission. Still reeling from the overwhelming display of power, he clutches his face in agony, a desperate plea escaping his lips. "Ugh, please spare our family membership." A smirk plays on the other man's lips, a satisfied tone in his voice as he simply states, "Good. I trust you'll proceed quickly." His reddish-brown hair frames a face marked by scars, his eyes glowing with an intense, yellow-orange light, a silent testament to his absolute authority. Under the bright sun, a grand, traditional building stands majestically, its intricate architecture hinting at a place of importance. Inside, a woman with a ponytail addresses Yun Junghyuk, remarking that she had intended to call him earlier, but he arrived sooner than expected, adding that it's now too late for him to change his mind. His eyes widen in disbelief as he demands to know why they summoned him. The woman simply hums in response, a thoughtful expression on her face. He leans forward across the low table, his frustration growing. Impatiently tapping his foot, he declares that if that's the case, then, suddenly, he's on the floor, throwing a tantrum, while the woman calmly states that he should just be a normal kid. But that's precisely the problem. He isn't. He shouts in defiance, first with an emphatic yes, then immediately demanding to know what she just said. Looking down at his outburst, she calmly reminds him that his father is overprotective, and since he's caught a glimpse of reality, he should face it. Yung Yongwan, the elder, poses a hypothetical, wondering what would happen if someone were to betray their trust by revealing confidential information, neglecting duties, or embezzling funds. The young master, Yamyang Dang, dismisses the notion with a confident smile, believing such a person simply doesn't exist. The elder, however, vehemently disagrees, insisting his own father would never be such a person. Yamyang Dang, with a determined expression, affirms his commitment to aiding his father and the other elders now that a decision has been made. His eyes swirl with conviction as he vows to dedicate himself entirely to the Tang family's safety and prosperity, recalling how his father and the chief always prioritized his well-being, even in their darkest times. Yung Yongwan, looking slightly exasperated, concludes there's no need for further worry. From behind them, the unnamed woman with the ponytail steps forward, revealing that this entire conversation was her reason for summoning them. Yamyang Dang, now serious, declares that if there are individuals with exceptional abilities who lack loyalty to the Tang family, he will personally confront the elders about them. Yung Yongwan scoffs, doubting such disloyal individuals even exist. She continues, her voice calm and measured, explaining that she has been investigating the Medicine King Hall, a matter directly related to Yamyang Dang. Her hand, adorned with a simple ring, rests on the table as she speaks, the weight of her words hanging in the air. Yamyang Dang listens intently, his expression serious as he processes her revelation. His gaze sharpens, focused on the implications of her statement. He stands, his voice firm as he asks for clarification, specifically what happened to his father, the one involved with the Medicine King Hall. His expression remains resolute, awaiting her response. The revelation hangs heavy, as a stark title card declares, the Sichintang's corp elder has become. Yung Yongwan, standing nearby, overhears the conversation and turns to Yanmyung Dang, his eyes wide with disbelief, muttering that he must have heard wrong. His face contorts in shock, unable to comprehend the implication of the Medicine King Hall. Still reeling from the implications, Yung Yongwan's mind races with outrage, wondering how anyone dared to lay a hand on the Medicine King Hall, vowing to confront them directly. As his thoughts settle, Yun Junghyuk urges him to continue, her words piercing through his mind and heart, revealing more of the truth. The Medicine King Hall, a place so sacred and formidable, stands on the other side of the mountain, untouched even by the notorious Blood Demon Hall. Within its walls, all records and stories of the Medicine King Hall are meticulously confiscated and maintained. Its robustness only increasing even after the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's incident, allowing the Tang family to maintain their power. The former leader of this formidable institution was a man named Tang Longyang, known for his unwavering stance against the Blood Demon Hall and his dedication to protecting the Medicine King. Yung Yongwan, recalling the history, questions if he was dismissed for some reason, confirming his knowledge of the past, as their grandfather had been the leader during that time, protecting him daily. The leader of Sichintang, Tang Longyang, was not just Yanmyung Dang's grandfather, but the shocking truth is revealed. He was his father. However, since his father's death, the Medicine King Hall, which had seen its influence grow across the country, has been in decline. The aftermath of Longyang's dismissal was far from typical, as Yung Yongwan explains, with no one found to be on his side, leading to significant internal conflict. He continues, emphasizing that the Medicine King Hall's strength was one of its most important assets, and they couldn't dispute the fact that it possessed several hidden forces. Despite everything, his father still fought back, refusing to yield. Yanmyung Dang's expression tightens as Yung Yongwan reveals that's when things truly exploded, the conflict escalating beyond control. A dispute then broke out with Vice Leader Tang Il, a key figure in the hall. Yung Yongwan explains that Tang Il was caught spreading unspeakable slanders about Longyang's mother, a grave offense. It was clearly the Vice Leader's fault, and instead of resolving the issue, he continued to spread false rumors even as he was losing the fight. It was only when his grandfather stepped in that Tang Il could finally be stopped, bringing an end to the escalating conflict. Because of these damaging rumors, Longyang was forced to leave the Medicine King Hall, leaving Yun Junghyuk to wonder if he truly abandoned everything. Yung Yongwan continues his grim account, revealing that after the incident, Longyang killed his own father and brother before abandoning the Medicine King Hall. A new voice interjects, adding to the shocking tale, claiming that her own grandfather was also poisoned and imprisoned by him. She expresses disbelief that such heinous acts could have occurred without her knowledge, wondering how she remained unaware. The woman with the ponytail continues, explaining that her grandfather has not been in his right mind since Longyang was found, and despite being his granddaughter, she feels helpless. She recounts the despair of the situation, where no one dared to step forward and offer assistance. Driven by this injustice, she reveals her own drastic measure. She entered the contest, spending 3 years doing her best to conceal the truth about the incident. Yanmyung Dang clenches his fists, his face contorted in a mix of anger and frustration, feeling his own youth and powerlessness in the face of such a dark history. Elsewhere, Yun Junghyuk reflects on his own obligations, acknowledging a debt to those who once helped him. Tang Sukjung, with a knowing gaze, poses a critical question. Why did the vice leader choose to keep Longyang's grandfather alive? He can barely process the words, the idea that his father, Longyang, could have committed such atrocities, that it would take a secret method to silence him forever. Yet, the narrative continues, revealing a hidden method, a secret technique that could create a spiritual body, even for the dead, and that this power was linked to a legendary creature. This creature, a source of immense spiritual energy, was known as the 10,000-year fire carp. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief, the name echoing in his mind. Yung Yongwan, too, seems taken aback by the mention of such a mythical entity, wondering if such a thing could truly exist. But Yun Junghyuk, his gaze distant and thoughtful, knows it's not just a myth. He recalls how, 100 years ago, a man had achieved tremendous success by consuming the 10,000-year fire carp, all under the influence of the heavenly demon sect. This ancient power, the first energy to awaken within the heavenly demon realm, was a force so profound that even the fiery sun itself seemed to have been influenced by the heavenly demon sect's power. Yung Yongwan explains that the secret method to silence Longyang involves an inner pill, which, if not handled correctly, could be an exaggeration of the realm of fire itself. He elaborates, stating that the inner pill is incredibly dangerous, containing a strong poison. Without proper neutralization, the poison of the 9-yin inner pill leads directly to death, and a clumsy attempt to remove it would only increase its efficacy. Yanmyung Dang listens, his expression shifting to one of shock as Yung Yonghwan continues, mentioning that this story has been passed down through generations, even to his grandfather. The true purpose of the inner pill, he explains, was for Longyang to consume it and become the head of his own sect, gaining strength beyond his level from the inner pill. Both Yanmyung Dang and Yun Junghyuk remain silent, absorbing the implications of this revelation, until Yanmyung Dang finally breaks the silence, declaring that's nothing less than rebellion. Yung Yongwan, however, dismisses the idea, calling Longyang a foolish man, even if he gains strength beyond his level from the inner pill. He reiterates that Longyang's actions are foolish, as he truly believes he can break through to a higher realm without the heavenly fire realm. Longyang asserts that despite everything, his grandfather still smiled upon them. Yun Junghyuk, reflecting, expresses gratitude for the opportunity to talk. The woman with the ponytail considers the implications, stating that if they purge the current members of the Medicine King Hall and seize their power, Longyang, with conviction, speaks of his grandfather's strength, questioning how the Medicine King Hall could possibly flourish as before. The woman, her expression firm, demands an answer from him. Her hands clench tightly, knuckles white, as she awaits his response. Longyang confidently declares that he doesn't consider himself less capable than the current leader, adding that if a few prominent figures are recruited, he can teach them. Yun Junghyuk, satisfied, simply states that will do. The woman with the ponytail, her resolve clear, agrees. He calmly states that they should head to the Medicine King Hall right away. However, the woman with the ponytail interjects, asking if he's truly certain about this, considering his mother hasn't been to the main house since coming there, but he simply replies that she'll understand. She continues, pointing out that the family cannot even have a conversation due to everyone being on their own devices, and above all else. She reminds him that the Medicine King Hall was once his mother's, to which he responds with unwavering resolve, declaring that he will completely purge and rebuild it. He emphasizes that this is the Medicine King Hall he used to know from the inside. The grand structure of the Medicine King Hall stands prominently, its traditional architecture a stark contrast to the brewing schemes within. Inside, behind a simple wooden door, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy. Yung Yongwan's brow furrows, finding the current situation to be an annoying development. His thoughts drift to a glowing red orb, a powerful inner pill, and the past, recalling how he was involved before a certain individual was even born, all to ensure they wouldn't have to compete with their father. Yet, he knows the person in question isn't the type to sacrifice her own grandfather, complicating his carefully laid plans. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Tang Il considers the situation, a sinister thought forming in his mind. He muses that while he could eliminate her at any time, the true obstacle remains the inner pill. Yung Yongwan, still deep in thought, realizes this complication directly disrupts his plans, his expression tightening with frustration. He contemplates attempting to remove the inner pill himself, but quickly dismisses the idea, knowing that a single mistake would destroy the entire precious item. He considers his options, knowing he needs to find a better solution to the unfolding situation, when a voice suddenly calls out to him. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Tang Il, disturbed by the commotion, wonders aloud what all the noise is about, as a subordinate reports that the family head is causing a ruckus. Indeed, the unnamed ponytail woman, the very family head in question, is seen fiercely resisting multiple guards, her struggles punctuated by a defiant cry to be released. Yung Yongwan observes the escalating conflict, a subordinate questioning his apparent inaction, asking why he seems so indifferent to the family's honor. The unnamed ponytail woman continues her forceful advance, a narration confirming that the family head is indeed rampaging through the hall. Her eyes burn with fierce determination, her expression resolute amidst the turmoil. As the chaos continues, two distressed subordinates question the unnamed ponytail woman's actions, demanding to know why she is doing this to them, and if she has forgotten where she is. She stands before Yung Yongwan, who asks if he found the person they were looking for, but the answer is a firm no. Meanwhile, a young boy, Longyang, frantically searches the Tang clan grounds, his voice cracking as he cries out that there isn't a trace of his grandfather anywhere. He confronts a group of subordinates, demanding to know when they last saw his grandfather. Yung Yongwan, now known as Ijin, watches the scene unfold, as the subordinates can only stammer that they don't know anything. Elsewhere, Yun Junghyuk, now identified as Won Bin, moves with lethal intent, his eyes glowing with a fierce blue light as he prepares to strike. He slams into a subordinate, sending them flying with a brutal impact. Without pause, he continues his relentless assault, striking another with equal ferocity. Won Bin then confronts a terrified crowd of subordinates, accusing them of deception with their shifty eyes. Meanwhile, the unnamed ponytail woman, still defiant, insists her parents shouldn't be told about the situation, believing they only need to find the person and talk. After the conflict between the two factions, the former leader was imprisoned, destined for a place known as Noke. Longyang confronts his companions, demanding to know why his grandfather was imprisoned in such a place. He explains that the prison is notorious for its high death toll from infectious diseases, and the cold, damp air prevents wounds from healing, causing bodies to rot in horrific conditions. Meanwhile, Ijin, the family head, declares her intention to personally enter Noke, taking matters into her own hands. She commands the Bangui Brigade to clean the area and guard the entrance, her subordinates immediately bowing in obedience to the family head's orders. As she prepares to depart, several subordinates kneel before her, pleading for mercy and admitting their mistakes. Without hesitation, the family head delivers a swift, brutal strike, silencing their pleas with a sharp impact. Stepping into the frigid darkness of Noke, she notes the biting cold, like a cave, understanding that this place is truly a burial ground for the dead. Deeper into the desolate Nook prison, the family head and Longyang pressed on, their path illuminated only by the faint glow of their resolve. The air grew heavier with each step, a chilling reminder of the prison's grim reputation. Longyang's young face was etched with worry, his voice barely a whisper as he wondered how much more the former leader could endure. But the family head remained resolute, her calm assurance cutting through the gloom, certain he was still alive. Then, amidst a swirling haze of sickly green energy, she found him, Heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, his small form lying broken on the cold stone. A pained gasp escaped his lips, a raw sound echoing through the oppressive silence. Looking down at the weakened figure, the family head's voice was firm, a declaration of her presence. "It's me, grandfather. Ijin is here." With a surge of raw power, a violent burst of energy erupted from her, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Her form glowed with fierce determination, the vibrant aura radiating outwards, a clear challenge to the prison's despair. An old man, gaunt and screaming, his face contorted in agony, as the cry of "grandfather" echoes through the prison. Longyang tries to reason with Ijin, who is distraught, insisting they can't abandon the couple, while a yellow-skinned prisoner suggests the guards may have already subdued them. Longyang holds Ijin back, urging her to calm down, reminding her that they cannot save her grandfather. Ijin's face shows deep distress as she recognizes the effects of the Thunderbolt idiocy poison. The yellow-skinned prisoner confirms the poison's nature, explaining that even if not immediately lethal, it brings about a slow, torturous death. Longyang continues to restrain Ijin, stating that without early intervention, there's no proper way to counteract it. Ijin, her expression hardening with resolve, declares that it will be simple, surprising Longyang. The old man, Yun Junghyuk, continues to writhe in pain. Ijin firmly holds the now shirtless Yun Junghyuk, who lets out a pained cry as she prepares to act. Ijin, true to her word, injects a potent substance into Yun Junghyuk's arm, initiating her simple solution to the Thunderbolt idiocy poison. Immediately, a swirling, skull-like green energy erupts, manifesting the formidable technique known as poison devouring frenzy. This powerful ability, also known as universal poison absorption, begins its work. The vibrant green energy surges into Yun Junghyuk's body, drawing out the insidious toxins. As the technique takes hold, it visibly devours all the poison within his system, his arm already showing signs of rejuvenation. Longyang watches, his eyes wide with disbelief and awe, as the impossible unfolds before him. Ijin, surrounded by the swirling green aura of her power, confirms the success of her poison-devouring frenzy and universal poison absorption. Yun Junghyuk's face, once gaunt and aged, now shows clear signs of recovery. His breathing is returning, and his complexion is improving rapidly. The vibrant green energy continues to pulse and swirl around his form, purifying him completely. As the last vestiges of the Thunderbolt idiocy poison are expelled from his body, a faint gasp escapes Yun Junghyuk, his eyes still closed in the throes of recovery. Nearby, the elderly Tang Sukjung remains unconscious, his face etched with the weariness of his ordeal. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he murmurs, "Where am I?" Longyang, witnessing the scene, gasps in recognition. "Oh, isn't this my grandfather, Ijin?" A single tear wells in the elder's eye, a silent testament to the overwhelming emotion of the moment. He turns his head, his gaze falling upon the recovering Yun Junghyuk, a question in his voice as he asks, "Is that really you?" The rough, uneven ground beneath them serves as a stark reminder of their recent ordeal. As Ijin kneels beside the elder, confirming softly, "Yes, that's right," Longyang, still processing the reunion, adds, "Ah, are Longyang's son and grandfather really here?" Yun Junghyuk, now fully conscious, looks down at the reunited family and explains, "I heard the situation from Ijin. You looked after his father." Truly, fate works in mysterious ways, he muses, reflecting on the child who couldn't even see his father's face, yet managed to save his life. Longyang, meanwhile, expresses his awe, believing his mother must be so wonderful to be with the young lady. The elder's thoughts drift, wishing only that he had lived long enough for the news to reach the heavens. Even though he is a feeble old man, he wonders if he may devote himself to the family head. His hands clench in contemplation, a silent "oh" escaping him as the weight of his decision settles. Yun Junghyuk continues, explaining that the reason he came was to arrange a meeting with the leader and Ijin. He then instructs them to go out, as there are people waiting to see them. Longyang recognizes the elder's familiar demeanor, noting how well he knows Old Man Song, and wonders if it could be the Medicine King Hall. The elder's face contorts in fury, demanding to know how they could mercilessly harm the members of the Medicine King Hall. He's the one who killed the leader without hesitation, and if this continues, their forces won't end well. Don't they know the Medicine King Hall earns the funds to maintain the Tang family? The grim reality of the situation is laid bare, as a scene of carnage unfolds, showing several figures lying lifeless amidst pools of blood, a stark testament to the brutal efficiency of the assailant. Turning to the elder, Yun Junghyuk's gaze is sharp as he asks, "Do you really think that I'm trying to conceal something? Even after everything, I'm speaking well." Tang Sukjung, however, remains unconvinced, his voice laced with accusation as he retorts, "You plan to just watch." The demon lord's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint, a silent challenge to the elder's doubt. Within the depths of his gaze, a tiny, distant figure is reflected, a fleeting image hinting at the true focus of his concern. He then shifts the topic, his voice calm but firm, "Messages." The conversation continues, the two men locked in a tense exchange, their expressions revealing the weight of their discussion. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a different location, where a large, imposing man in a chef's hat, his face contorted in a furious grimace, stands ready to confront whatever lies ahead. Leading a group of figures through a desolate landscape, the chef-like man bellows, "Move aside." A martial artist, his face contorted in a desperate grimace, realizes the gravity of his situation. He curses, unable to comprehend how his opponent concealed such a devastating move, his frustration boiling over. His eyes widen in horror as he understands the true nature of his paralysis, a needle. The brown-haired attacker, his expression cold, reveals the poison's name, heavenly piercing flame poison, a creation of his own design. He taunts his incapacitated foe, a vibrant green aura flaring around his hand, questioning if the victim's skill was ever enough to replace him. The martial artist lies defeated, barely conscious, as the attacker dismisses him, knowing his words likely fall on deaf ears. With his primary target neutralized, the attacker turns his attention to the remaining combatants, a chilling resolve in his eyes. Elsewhere, a masked leader barks orders to his brigade, who respond with a unified roar. The brigade charges, their assault a chaotic flurry of blows and impacts, leaving bodies strewn across the desolate, rocky ground. Longyang looks up at Tang Sukjung, who appears deeply troubled, while a determined man with reddish-brown hair stands ready beside them. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the air, ordering the complete eradication of the Medicine King Hall. The Medicine King Hall had fallen, and rumors spread instantly throughout the clan, with some speculating that someone had been killed, while others believed they would now have to utilize the hall's inheritance. Meanwhile, Tang Sukjung and Yung Yonghwan discussed the hypocrisy of the clan elders, who had previously dismissed the Medicine King Hall as useless, yet now seemed eager to exploit its downfall. A glowing, intricate orb is presented, prompting a question about its immediate use, its vibrant energy pulsing with an unknown power. The conversation continues, with concerns raised that someone like Tang Il might attempt to steal the orb, especially after the poison's effects would manifest in a few days. Longyang accepts the orb with gratitude, declaring his intention to take it as it is, without further delay. The glowing orb continues to radiate its mysterious energy, as a voice advises him to hide it well if he doesn't plan to use it immediately, but Longyang confirms his intent to use it soon. Longyang looks up at Tang Sukjung, a surprised expression crossing his face, as if reacting to an unexpected development. Indeed, the orb possesses a mysterious power, one that is visibly apparent even to the naked eye. Holding the mysterious, glowing orb, he wonders how he could possibly part with something so precious. The artifact pulses with an inner light, its power radiating visibly. Green tendrils of energy occasionally flicker around it, a testament to its volatile nature. He observes the orb closely, recognizing its dual essence. It possesses an extremely potent, fiery poison. Yet, as a treasure born from lava, its power is undeniable. He considers its toxicity, concluding that it's nothing compared to the demonic poison he's encountered before. A fiery aura flares around him as he contemplates the danger. If an ordinary man were to use this in an unrefined state, the consequences would be dire. He muses on the proper method of utilization, realizing the power might have to be drawn from the inside. More importantly, he concludes, it's not just poison. It's a treasure containing the strength of 10 poisons, and it would be best to simply absorb it into his own 10 poisons. The glowing orb, a treasure born in lava, rests within an ornate box. Yeomyong, focused on a text, believes he can definitely get the rest of the spirit from it. He reaches out, a soft tap echoing in the quiet room. From outside, a gentle voice calls out, "Mother, it's Yeomyong. May I come in?" Yeomyong turns his gaze towards the doorway. As his mother expresses her disbelief, having thought she would never be able to come here again, she slides the door open, stepping into the room. A soft smile gracing her lips as she thinks about how lucky she truly is with her child. Yeomyong looks up at her, reassuring her that this place belongs to her in the first place, and of course she should be here. However, a deep sense of self-reflection washes over him, as he considers the feelings his mother must have harbored in the past. His mother, overwhelmed with emotion, expresses her profound gratitude for his safe return to her side. He reassures her, reminding her that he is, after all, her son. A stark memory flashes through his mind, a painful echo from his past life, where he could only helplessly witness his mother's demise, her tears like blood. That helplessness stemmed from his inability to reach the ultimate goal, a failure that filled his past existence with profound regret. Now, with renewed resolve, he vows to protect this current life with all his might. Later, as he speaks with a woman, she casually asks if he has met the Nongwol Brigade, to which he confirms their arrival that morning, stating they offered to help move his new house, a rumor that has apparently already spread throughout the city. He finds himself surrounded by familiar faces, a comforting presence that makes him feel as if he's returned to an earlier, simpler time. As he holds a small, ornate box, the woman with the ponytail asks him about its contents. He reveals it to be a gift he intended for her. Her eyes widen slightly as she recognizes the item within. A powerful inner pill from the Heavenly Fire Cave, a treasure of immense value. Yeomyang confirms her understanding, telling her that since she knows its worth, she simply needs to use it. Though it would be proper to refuse such a grand offering, she admits she cannot, as a true warrior accepts such gifts. But then, Yeomyang adds a perplexing statement, declaring that he himself has no use for an inner pill anymore. As he extends his hand, a look of utter shock crosses her face, unable to comprehend his words. As their hands remain clasped, Yeomyang explains that he no longer has much to gain from the inner pill, but she, on the other hand, can still increase her power with it. A faint, shimmering aura of green energy flares around her as the unnamed woman processes his words, her mind racing with the implications. Could he truly reach the legendary Fire Realm? He continues, his gaze steady, explaining that if she can reach the Fire Realm, she will be able to protect her family. The unnamed woman listens intently, realizing that if someone were to discover his true abilities, it could spell disaster for the Tang family. Yeomyang then adds that he will share his knowledge with her, urging her to watch over him as he grows. A wave of understanding washes over her, the weight of his words settling deep within her. She thinks to herself that the inner pill is indeed superb, and she must hurry to protect her family. Even if her only goal is to protect her family, she resolves, she will do whatever it takes to become stronger. The woman asserts that even if the child becomes clan head, that won't stop her, while Yeomyang, looking up at her, asks what she was called in her youth. He looks surprised, questioning her meaning. A slight smile plays on her lips as she begins to reveal her past title, Sichuan's top beauty, and Yeomyang's eyes widen in recognition, completing her thought with the name, the Poison Phoenix. A dynamic image of her in motion, surrounded by blurred effects, flashes across his mind. His shock is evident as he articulates the significance of the title, noting it belongs to the Tang family's most renowned warrior. She lets out a soft breath, a hint of amusement in her expression, remarking that it's been a long time since she's seen him so surprised. A confident smirk spreads across her face, adding that she believes she's quite good at being a beauty too. The conversation hangs in the air, the quiet room reflecting the weight of her revelation. After integrating her newfound strength and ingesting the inner pill, Yeomyang's mother immediately began cultivating. He reflects that she had indeed ingested it only a moment ago, and while her sudden increase in strength was a shock, he knew she had expected this. A Fire Realm master possesses the ability to detect even the slightest movements, which is why there's no point in trying to hide their immense power. Those who cultivate the inner pill are capable of reaching the absolute peak, and she has already achieved that peak, even before fully liberating her power. Now that she's reached this pinnacle, she will begin absorbing the very spirituality of the inner pill itself. This means his mother will also be able to overcome the limits of her current cultivation, but it also implies she'll soon be facing a significant problem. As the inner pill's power surged, Yeomyang's mother continued her cultivation, enveloped in a vibrant aura of red and blue energy. The method for absorbing this potent inner pill was surprisingly straightforward. One simply had to slowly draw in the spirituality of the inner pill. Then, absorb it deep into one's body. Internalizing the spirituality, this process would repeat until the entire pill was absorbed. However, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind, wondering if it would truly be possible to complete the absorption. The sheer amount of energy required to absorb the whole pill was immense. Even now, she felt the pill's spirituality slowly fading away, leaving her to question what she should do. At this rate, the spirituality would completely disappear before she could even absorb half of it. As the spiritual energy of the inner pill begins to dissipate, Yeomyang's mother extends her hand, attempting to draw the ethereal essence into her core. Her brow furrowed in concentration. She feels the fleeting nature of the power, a challenge to her very will. The process is arduous, demanding complete focus to achieve true enlightenment, a state that seems just out of reach. A voice echoes in her mind, reminding her that true understanding doesn't come from merely thinking about it. Longyang's words resonate, urging her to circulate her spirituality, to fuse with the pill's essence, for only then could she truly achieve enlightenment. With renewed determination, she pushes forward, a vibrant, crystalline energy beginning to coalesce around her, this time with a decisive push. The swirling vortex of power intensifies, drawing in Yeomyang's energy, a brilliant azure light radiating from her form. The spiritual essence condenses further, forming a complex, radiant pattern. A testament to the Tang clan's vital azure radiant heart technique, now fully activated as she touches the inner pill and fuses its energy. A spiritual manifestation, its skin a pale green and eyes glowing with azure light, observes the unfolding process, declaring, "I see." Surrounded by swirling purple and blue energy, it continues, explaining that there is no need to internalize the essence little by little. Instead, the entire thing can be transformed into something familiar and absorbed directly, without necessarily following the original process. With a command, the vast, glowing azure orb of energy begins to coalesce, responding to its will. A satisfied smile spreads across the manifestation's face, muttering, "Seriously, I was blessed with such a good boy." Meanwhile, outside the spiritual realm, powerful energy swirls around a pair of hands. As Longyang watches the process unfold, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. He stands, composed, his gaze fixed on the culmination of his advice. The surge of energy confirms it. Yeomyang's mother has successfully reached the fire realm. Within the grand halls of the Stealth Arm Poison Hall, a gathering of the clan's members begins to form. As the Dark King Tang Jiakui questions the meaning of this impromptu family meeting, the Poison King Tang Jintuk wonders why the clan head is assembling everyone so roughly. He continues to ponder just what in the world the clan head is doing. Even if the clan head holds ultimate authority, he finds the manner of their summons rude and disrespectful. Meanwhile, Jintuk, with a knowing smile, reveals that the clan head will be arriving soon. Suddenly, an announcement rings out, declaring the clan head's arrival. Jiakui's expression hardens, his annoyance palpable. With deliberate footsteps, the clan head enters, calmly stating that she called everyone important she deemed necessary. Jiakui immediately challenges her, demanding to know if she truly believes he is of age, and warning her not to claim he didn't receive the message. Still challenging the clan head's authority, Jiakui demands to know why anyone would assume he would target one of the elders. Jintuk, taken aback, questions who else could possibly be the target. An elder with glasses looks on in concern, as Jintuk's gaze shifts, a realization dawning on him. The elder's concern deepens, his eyes wide with apprehension. Jintuk gasps in disbelief, realizing the audacious implication of Jiakui's words, a challenge not seen in over 2 centuries. Jiakui, a smirk playing on his lips, suggests that in terms of worth, the clan head herself would be the perfect target. He continues, his voice laced with disdain, recalling how the former head of the Stealth Arm Poison Hall was forced to retire after bringing dishonor to the clan, a fate he implies awaits many familiar faces. As the tension mounts, the clan head strides forward, her long, light brown hair flowing behind her, her red robes a stark contrast to the somber hall. She offers a confident, almost challenging smile, her dark eyes gleaming. As the night before the first announcement settled, a voice from the past echoed, introducing herself as Tang Jiahai. Meanwhile, in a private bath, Longyang reflected, glad to have ascended to the fire realm, but finding himself still adjusting to its profound changes. His body, still unaccustomed to the immense power, continued to leak qi, and he confessed to Yeomyang's mother that he was still having trouble overcoming the side effects of such a sudden ascension. Despite the discomfort, he resolved that it would get better with more training, determined to master this newfound strength. As his eyes glowed with a soft blue light, a profound realization dawned upon him. Ascending to the fire realm had granted him the ability to understand Yeomyang on a deeper level. He mused, knowing that Child had already reached the highest state in the fire realm, a feat that now resonated with his own experience. His eyes now burning with a fierce red glow, Longyang considered the implications, having heard that Yeomyang Dang had already ascended to the fire realm, a fact that fueled his curiosity. He wondered what in the world Yeomyang was doing during the competition, and believed he would soon be able to speak about Jiahai's son for the fire realm, hinting at his own growing significance. A gentle smile graces Yeomyang's mother's lips, her eyes closed in serene contemplation. Meanwhile, Longyang, facing her, brings his hands together in a gesture of gratitude, acknowledging her words. Her hand extends slightly, perhaps in a comforting or questioning gesture. He then reflects on his recent ascension, admitting his own disbelief that he could have reached such a state at his young age, especially considering how he attained the fire realm. With a more serious expression, he explains that he believes he regained his memories due to recollections of a past life, though he struggles to find an adequate excuse for his actions. He then introduces himself as the current leader of the Medicine King Hall, asking if she had heard about the recent incident there. She confirms she had, mentioning the hall's destruction by the Poison King's parent, to which Longyang reveals he himself drank the Poison King's poison. Shocked, she exclaims that taking such a poison would be reckless and fatal, but he calmly assures her he is fine. He elaborates, explaining that despite being poisoned during a battle with the Poison King, he was able to reach the fire realm after gaining an understanding from his adversary. Yeomyang's mother lets out a soft gasp, as Longyang expresses his relief that she accepted his words so quickly. She then mentions that the servant accompanying her had also overheard their conversation. He acknowledges her point, understanding that such enlightenment is indeed possible, and that she had settled into the Medicine King Hall. His expression shifts as he adds, since it's also my father. He confirms her unspoken thoughts, stating it is exactly as she suspects. The conversation continues between the two, the weight of his revelation hanging in the air. Outside, the grand, multi-tiered architecture of a traditional building stands majestically under the fading light. Yeomyang's mother places a hand on the table, her expression confirming her understanding. I see. So it's what I expected. She continues, her voice soft but firm, acknowledging her prior suspicions about the situation and the hardships Yeomyang must have endured. Longyang, listening intently, inquires about the nature of her request. She then reveals her desire for him to protect Yeomyang, a request he immediately refuses. Undeterred, she explains that with his protection, no one would dare harm Yeonmyeong, declaring her unwavering maternal resolve to shield him. Longyang's mind races, a sudden realization dawning on him, as he identifies her as the legendary Poison Phoenix, wondering if she truly ascended to such power. Her gaze remains resolute, her presence commanding. Elsewhere, Tang Jintuk gasps in shock, calling out to his sister Yuni. Longyang, standing beside him, instructs him to offer heartfelt congratulations, revealing the woman in question is his own mother. The announcement rings through the grand hall, proclaiming the woman with the ponytail as the new head of the Tang family. Within the solemn halls of the Tang family, an assembly gathers, their attention fixed on a figure standing before them. An elder, Tang Jiaqui, acknowledges the moment, murmuring, "The head and master." Stepping forward, the newly appointed head of the Tang family, Longyang's mother, addresses the gathered members. "Thank you everyone for gathering here today." She continues, clarifying her position. "Though I am the head, I'm only a placeholder until the true head comes of age." From the assembly, the Poison King, Tang Jintuk, speaks, revealing the authority behind the appointment, "Since the true head has entrusted this onto me." Tang Jiaqui, the Dark King, sighs, lamenting the failure of previous endeavors. Plans on finding the Medicine King Hall are ruined. He then shifts focus, declaring, "Now then, I'll begin the family meeting." The woman's appointment was one-sided, recognized by the elders based on seniority, and the mana of the Medicine King Hall, which they had been trying to steal, remained untouched. As the meeting commences, Tang Jiaqui and Tang Jintuk stand side by side, observing the proceedings. The Poison King, Tang Jintuk, who had appointed her as the head, was now also in charge of the investigation of Sagan, with the Medicine King Hall's mana still secure. His crimson eyes glowing with fierce resolve, Yun Junghyuk holds the young Yeonmyeong close, a silent vow passing between them that neither of them can ever truly be alone. Standing before a vast assembly, his voice rings out with unwavering conviction, declaring that no one will ever be able to touch the Tang clan or discover their secrets. Meanwhile, word has spread throughout the martial world. The Tang clan has a new head. The Grand Hall of the Tang clan stands as a testament to its power, its imposing architecture awaiting the new leadership. Back in his thoughts, Yun Junghyuk considers the implications, muttering that they won't simply abandon the seat of the head. Elsewhere, a man questions the unnamed ponytail woman, wondering how she can be satisfied with the new head, given how famous and strong the previous one was. Yun Junghyuk's gaze hardens as he issues a stern command, insisting that any dissenters be rooted out, unwilling to tolerate anyone else in the clan who clings to old reputations. The unnamed ponytail woman, taken aback, questions why she should follow such an order, asking for clarification. Her hand reaching out in a gesture of warning, she reminds him that she had already cautioned him. Yun Junghyuk's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he vows that no one will ever touch the Tang clan, nor will they uncover its secrets. He continues, his voice a low growl. "I discovered their weakness, and I attacked them." Meanwhile, Tang Jiaqui muses aloud. It's rather a bold move to kill the head. He then adds, a hint of intrigue in his tone. But aside from that, it's quite interesting that he killed him. Jiaqui continues, pondering the implications. He wasn't someone that he could be beat so easily. He then issues a command, send a letter to the Tang clan. The elder then announces the Jianwan meeting that will be held soon. With a knowing smile, he concludes, the Tang clan head is also waiting. Within the Poison Hall leader's residence, the woman with the ponytail offers her thanks, acknowledging the effort put into the arrangements. A slight unease in her voice, she admits it's nerve-wracking to see him again after such a long time, unsure if her performance was adequate. Tang Jintuk assures her of a great job, but the woman hesitates, addressing him as mother. Ignoring the address, Tang Jintuk presses on, asking if she suppressed her poison as instructed. She acknowledges his quick perception, noting he'd experienced it before, but he observes that the suppression is still unstable. She then questions him, since he has already reached the fire realm, he can no longer use his poison power, can he? Tang Jintuk clarifies, explaining that what he performed is the Heavenly Realm, Poison Realm technology. As the founder of the Poison Hall and the ancestor of the Tang family, he has something crucial to impart. Looking out over a distant village, he declares he has to tell her about him. In a land plagued by famine, where people died unexpectedly and dozens of bodies were cremated daily, a 10-year-old boy stood as the sole unaffected individual, a stark anomaly amidst the spreading blight. There was no time for questions, only the chilling reality of his unique immunity. To those suffering, the boy appeared as a harbinger of death, a demon sent to reap their spirits, forcing him to walk away from the only home he knew. Cast out of the village, he found refuge in a desolate cave, living a solitary existence. Despite the famine and plague ravaging the land, Yeonmyeong Dang, the boy cast out from his village, continued to survive. Day after day he endured, as the days passed in solitude. On the third day, the villagers, still wary of his immunity, didn't even come to pick down the remains of the dead. He was the only one left, a question forming in his young mind. Why was he the only one unharmed? The question, however, would not linger for long. A shadowy figure, with eyes glowing an eerie blue, finally found him. A mysterious group had been looking for the boy, and the masked individual now stood before him, speaking of a child with an aptitude for poison. This was the Poison Assassination Group, a notorious organization in the history of Murim. The Poisonous Moon Shadow Sect, a shadowy organization, systematically kidnapped children from across the Murim, indoctrinating them from a young age to become ruthless assassins. To ensure their loyalty and prevent any escape, they were fed poison, with antidotes administered only periodically, binding them to the sect through a cycle of dependence. Among them, Yanmyeong Dang grew up to be one such assassin, his face hidden behind a mask, his white hair stark against the desolate landscape. Before long, he witnessed the gruesome ends of his comrades, succumbing to the very poisons they were trained to wield. Lying on the ground, a young Yanmyeong Dang realized the horrifying truth. The plague that had devastated his village was no natural disaster, but a deliberate act orchestrated by the poison sect itself. It was not he who had brought the plague, but the sect that had inflicted it upon his home. From that moment on, a fierce resolve ignited within him, and he vowed to become stronger, to rise above his circumstances. No matter how dangerous the mission, Yanmyeong Dang would take it on, completing it without hesitation, his skills sharpening with every challenge. The boy achieved the incredible feat of surpassing even the absolute masters of the sect. His exceptional performance brought great prestige, raising the sect's reputation significantly. Having been freed from one of the most terrible prisons, Yanmyeong Dang stands, reflecting on his past. A voice offers him freedom, but only on the condition that he obeys, prompting him to respond, "Tell me what you need. I will give you anything." But the response he receives is a chilling, "Nothing." He questions the unexpected answer. With his eyes glowing a fierce red, Yanmyeong Dang declares, "I need nothing." His journey has taken him through desolate landscapes, a blur of relentless training and combat. For the boy had already reached a high level of power. He had faced and overcome countless opponents. With the weights gained from fights with absolute masters, his strength had become undeniable. An ultimate technique, based on the martial arts learned in the sect, was unleashed, marking the first flower rain of its kind. Under a vast, indifferent sky, the Poisonous Moon Shadow Sect vanished. As if swallowed by the earth, it disappeared overnight. Later, a woman with a knowing smile explains, his delicate body was unable to endure the long sleep. Yanmyeong Dang listens, a slight frown on his face, as she continues, "Even now, the world believes the sect vanished without a trace." He lets out a dismissive tsk, his expression betraying his annoyance. Clearing his throat, Yanmyeong Dang admits, "Ahem, I didn't know there was such a history." The woman leans in, her gaze piercing, and asks, "Do you know the reason why the Poisonous Moon Shadow Sect disappeared?" She continues, explaining that no matter how many martial artists attack, they would simply bounce off the body-protecting energy of a fire seal master. The woman with the ponytail clarifies, stating that while he's half right, it's not the art of the sky, nor is it a technique for hidden weapons. Instead, the flower rain of the sky is a martial art that controls energy. Yanmyeong Dang listens intently, processing this new information. His eyes widen in surprise as he asks, if she's saying it's a martial art that controls energy, not hidden weapons. She elaborates, explaining that battles are always decided by the cleansing of energy, especially when an opponent can't even control their own volumes of energy. She continues, emphasizing that ordinary hidden weapon techniques simply cannot pierce the body-protecting energy of a fire seal master, and he acknowledges that it makes sense. The explanation continues, illustrating how no matter how many martial artists there are, they will just bounce off the body-protecting energy. But if hundreds of hidden weapons are rained down like a storm, it becomes a different story. Even with body-protecting energy, it's impossible to handle hundreds of them. The flower rain of the sky is not a hidden weapon technique, but a martial art that controls energy, capable of overwhelming even a fire seal master's body-protecting energy. She clarifies, it's not about throwing hundreds of hidden weapons, but about raining down hundreds of energy-infused projectiles. Yanmyeong Dang's eyes widen slightly as he processes this, while the woman continues, the answer lies in the internal energy's concealment. He listens intently, a flicker of understanding crossing his features as the explanation delves deeper into the technique's mechanics. The method involves compressing all internal energy and concentrating it into one of the three main meridians. Visually, a glowing, humanoid form appears, its core pulsing with concentrated energy. Then, one must block the flow of internal energy in the meridian. The form shifts, its energy now contained and radiating outward, preventing the internal energy from flowing and encapsulating it within the meridian. A vibrant blue sphere of energy pulses, illustrating the concept, as this method can deceive the eyes of a fire seal master, making them unable to detect the internal energy. Yanmyeong Dang's expression shifts from surprise to deep contemplation, a new understanding dawning on him. Of course, you can't use the technique if your energy power will decrease. The abstract energy form glows with renewed intensity, symbolizing the solution, but with accumulated experience and insights, it can be easily applied. By repeating this intricate process 12 times, one can seal internal energy within all 12 main meridians, creating a true energy shield. The internal energy intertwines, forming a thin, Protective layer, much like dragon scales. This is the legendary dragon scale defense. Not only does it compress internal energy, but it also generates a thin layer of protecting energy around the user. Yanmyeong Dang considers the implications of such a defense a true dragon scale. The woman continues, explaining that while it's not a fossil, they say the strongest defense is that of a dragon, and vein sealing is merely one form of defense. When this sealed internal energy is finally released, it explodes, overwhelming any opponent with more than 10 times the original amount of power. However, the fire dragon's internal energy, once temporarily released, will then carefully dissipate beyond the expected amount. Yanmyeong Dang processes this, asking for clarification. So, the flower rain of the sky is a martial art that uses internal energy beyond mere vein sealing? He listens intently as his mother reminds him of his heritage, the blood of the heavens' brilliance demon lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, flowing through his veins. Yet, she continues, despite his powerful mana, he is not the son of the heavens' brilliance demon lord. Instead, she asks with a gentle smile, if he is not her son, Yanmyeong Dang. A wave of pride washes over him, a proud son acknowledging his true lineage. Of course, he affirms, for he is also the son of the Poison King, Tang Jintuk. It was from his mother that he received the flower rain of the sky technique. Later, within the quiet solitude of a grand, traditional hall, he contemplates the best way to quickly replenish the internal energy that has dissipated beyond expected levels, concluding that drinking poison is the most effective method. He studies the ancient texts, detailing what others call poison. He considers the poison a miracle elixir to him, a substance that could quickly restore his depleted internal energy. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, distant commotion, a strange sound echoing from outside. Meanwhile, a young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, peers anxiously from a window, muttering about his friend's whereabouts and the escalating chaos. Back inside, Yanmyeong Dang reacts instantly, his body tensing as he realizes the source of the disturbance. Enemies are swarming in from nowhere. The young man rushes to him, his mask now gone, his voice filled with desperation as he cries out, "Help me, Yeomyeong. What's going on? They're coming out of nowhere." The situation is dire, threatening to overwhelm them. His face contorted in anguish, the young man reveals the true stakes of the invasion. "My sister will die." An elder sits calmly as a young man stands before him, his voice filled with urgency, explaining that his sister is dying. He presses the elder, asking why the head of the Tang family cannot find a cure, only to be met with a grim response. They have already consulted several doctors. The young man's face tightens with concern, asking what they mean, and if she suffered internal injuries. The elder's words confirm his fears, stating that this isn't something ordinary techniques can fix, for she suffers from the 9 severed meridian constitution, a condition considered a curse by many. Yet, there are whispers of a place, the Northern Sea Ice Palace, where a colossal ice creature stands guard amidst a frozen wasteland. It is said that this constitution, while a curse to some, was once considered a skill and a blessing for those born with extreme energy, a power that now manifests as a brilliant blue glow from a sword hilt. However, those who didn't practice ice arts still suffered under unusual conditions. The woman with the ponytail explains, "So you and your sister are their descendants?" She continues, revealing that long ago, the descendants of the Ice Palace settled in Sichuan and married into the Tang family, which was the most powerful family in Sichuan at the time. This lineage meant that even if they didn't practice ice arts, they still carried the bloodline. The woman explains that there are many records of the ice arts being related to the 9 severed meridian constitution. However, the ice arts, passed down from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, have long been lost. She considers it a hereditary curse, something that makes even few masters, but then adds, "There is a way, but..." Yanmyeong Dang looks out into the distance, a sudden realization dawning on him. As they walk away, the conversation continues, hinting at a path forward for his sister's condition. A wave of dread washes over Yanmyeong Dang as he realizes his sister's condition has worsened significantly since he last saw her. Kneeling beside her, he pleads, "Sister, please open your eyes." Her skin, already a pale blue, seems to deepen in hue, and the room itself begins to chill, a testament to the severity of her condition, which is far more extreme than he had anticipated. A single tear escapes Mirio's eye, as a voice urges, "Mirio, pay attention." A concerned healer, observing her state, delivers a grim prognosis. "I can't guarantee your sister's life." Yanmyeong Dang's eyes widen in shock, the words echoing in his mind. His sister had been resisting the encroaching cold with her innate energy, but it seems she's finally reached her limit. Her body glows with a faint blue light, covered in delicate ice crystals, a visual representation of her losing battle. He stares down at her, a desperate thought forming in his mind. That can't be. As the dire prognosis hangs heavy in the air, the woman with the ponytail looks down at Mirio, her voice laced with desperation, wondering if there truly is no way to save her. A single tear escapes her eye as she clarifies, "It's not that there's absolutely no way forward." Yun Jung-hyuk, his expression grave, explains that they can artificially hold back the encroaching cold within her body. But he warns of the severe risks involved, especially if Mirio cannot withstand the process or is overwhelmed by the cold's relentless assault. The implications of his words hang heavy, leaving everyone in a state of profound uncertainty. Yamyang, his young face etched with concern, declares his desire to help, but acknowledges he cannot risk a friend's family member's life without a clear path. Turning to him, the woman with the ponytail states simply, he needs to prove himself. She promises to acquire whatever he needs, urging him to trust her and her methods. Her eyes burning with resolve, she declares she cannot give up without trying. As the discussion continued, Yun Junghyuk warned, "It's dangerous for you too, old man Yeonmya." But Yamyang, his face etched with desperation, cried out, "Save my sister." The unnamed ponytail woman, her expression firm, finally agreed. "All right, let's do it." A rustling sound accompanied Yun Junghyuk's hesitant question, "Does it have to be like this?" To which she simply replied, "Yes." Stepping into a private chamber, she muttered, "But this is too embarrassing." Soon, she emerged, now clad in a form-fitting, light blue martial arts uniform, its fabric shimmering with a faint glow. Explaining to the wide-eyed Yamyang and the averted gaze of Yun Junghyuk, the clothes are set in the 9-in severed meridian energy, so there's no other choice. Her resolve hardening, she added, "It's better to be a little embarrassed than to die." Now, both the unnamed ponytail woman, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, and Yamyang, radiating a soft green glow, stood ready, prepared to face the challenge ahead as Yun Junghyuk observed their combined resolve. As the process begins, a chilling energy is absorbed, systematically removing the cold from the meridian and releasing the accumulated qi, one less burden to bear. The cold continues to be drawn out, focusing on the lower abdomen, piece by piece. A relieved sigh escapes him as he confirms the cold has been removed from the meridian, believing he can still manage the rest. A faint blush spreads across his cheeks, a fleeting moment of embarrassment amidst the intense concentration. Yet, the struggle intensifies, a cold aura emanating from his hand as he curses the situation, unable to believe she initiated such a challenging process. His face contorts in a grimace of pure effort, the frigid energy swirling violently around him. The internal resistance of the cold now skyrockets, pushing him to his limits. Overwhelmed, his eyes glow with an intense blue light, as a powerful aura of frigid energy erupts from his body. The sheer force of the cold energy culminates in a blinding flash, engulfing everything in its icy brilliance. He grits his teeth, the cold energy refusing to yield easily. A serene pagoda stands in the distance, a stark contrast to the internal battle. The unnamed ponytail woman watches, her concern evident as Yamyang's form is consumed by icy power. So far, he has managed to extract the cold energy from the upper body. But the resistance is growing too strong. The cold has now reached a level his body can barely handle, threatening to freeze him from within. If he continues, he fears he will freeze to death. He muses that it would be easier if it were a poison. Wait, poison? A thought sparks in his mind, recalling that Aijin's grandfather was known as the Poison King Hall. The unnamed ponytail woman reflects on the Poison King's pills, understanding that medicine and poison are ultimately one. Yun Junghyuk explains that any substance becomes poisonous when its concentration or amount exceeds what the human body can tolerate. Even the vital, yang energy, essential for life, possesses a poisonous side, manifesting as a fire dragon poison if its balance is disturbed. Similarly, a 10,000-year fire carp can transform into a potent fire poison if its essence overwhelms the human system. The unnamed ponytail woman, clutching her stomach, realizes that two extremely strong cold energies, capable of freezing blood, could therefore be considered a cold poison. Meanwhile, Yamyang continues his poison purification technique, green energy swirling around him as he pushes his body to its limits. The immense strain of the process visibly takes its toll, his hand transforming from healthy flesh to a skeletal claw. His entire form becomes emaciated, a gaunt figure of bone and sinew, as the cold energy is extracted. Yun Junghyuk observes the process, noting that the cold energy is reacting, and since so much has been extracted, it's only going to get fiercer. Indeed, the extracted cold energy manifests as a fierce, icy, skeletal dragon-like entity, glowing with an ominous blue light. With his eyes glowing an intense blue, and blood still splattered across his face, he declares that as long as he is present, no harm will come to his person, intending to keep some of the extracted power for himself. Then, with a commanding voice, he orders the shadowy, icy entity to devour it, directing its hunger towards the cold energy. The entity responds instantly, expanding rapidly into a vast, tendrilled mass of glowing blue and green energy, filling the cavernous space as it begins its consumption. From Yamyang's emaciated hand, the cold energy is violently drawn out, swirling into a crackling vortex of ice and light. The absorption intensifies, the hand almost completely enveloped by the swirling, icy power, as the last vestiges of the cold poison are forcefully extracted. Watching the violent extraction, the unnamed ponytail woman gasps in shock, wondering if this intense process will cause more harm than good. But as the cold energy melts away, Yamyang's eye opens, a tear escaping as he realizes the cold in his body is finally dissipating. A relieved gasp escapes the unnamed ponytail woman, her initial fear turning to surprise at the successful outcome. And just like that, Yamyang-dang's body, once emaciated, returns to its healthy, normal state. The woman with the ponytail's face contorts in shock and disbelief, her eyes wide as she utters a single word, "Sister?" Her back is to the viewer, her body language conveying a mix of apprehension and hope as she takes a tentative step forward. Her expression softens, tears welling in her eyes as she recognizes the figure before her voice filled with an overwhelming sense of relief and longing. "Mirio, is it really you, Mirio?" She pulls the smaller figure into a tight embrace, a moment of profound reunion. The serene landscape of a traditional pagoda sets a calm backdrop. As Yun Junghyuk confirms the situation, addressing the young boy he supports. "Then, this is the person who saved me?" "That's right. By the way, Yomyang." The young boy offers a reassuring smile, declaring, "It's fine." Nearby, Ijin, the family head, advises, "He's concentrating, so let him be until he wakes up." A swirling vortex of blue energy manifests, described as being almost like a miracle drug. Yomyang is enveloped by the vibrant, glowing particles, the sheer intensity of which is said to be beyond the human ability to absorb internal energy, with a warning that if left like this, the energy will naturally flow out. Yet, this overwhelming power presents a perfect opportunity to open all the chi holes and attempt to open the sacred meridians. Already, one meridian is visibly filling with the potent internal energy. He continues to absorb the potent internal energy, a vibrant blue aura swirling around him, yet he wonders how much longer he can endure, feeling as though he has barely managed to open his chi holes despite all the energy flowing into him. Observing his struggle, Ijin notes that his meridian is indeed opening, while Yun Junghyuk watches silently. Still, the young man laments that his sacred meridian hasn't opened yet, resigning himself to the fact that he has no choice but to continue absorbing the energy, even if it feels like drinking poison. As he continues his arduous task, Ijin, Mirio, and Yun Junghyuk remain nearby, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Suddenly, a look of surprise crosses his face, as if something unexpected has occurred. Ijin smiles gently, assuring him there's no need for modesty, as he has already been acknowledged by her. Overwhelmed, he bows deeply, expressing his profound gratitude. Ijin then declares that as the family head, she will provide any necessary assistance for his family, a statement that leaves the young man utterly stunned, questioning if she truly means his family. Without another word, she pulls both Yomyang and Mirio into a warm embrace, as Yun Junghyuk observes the unexpected scene with a thoughtful expression. An old man, his eyes burning with an intense orange glow, glares forward, his face contorted in fury. He shouts, his voice echoing across the traditional courtyard, "You bastard! What did you do to my daughters?" Yomyang, in a chibi-like state of panic, quickly tries to explain, "It's not like that, Dad." Upon realizing his mistake, the old man bows deeply, his anger replaced by profound remorse. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know you saved my daughters," and spoke disrespectfully. He continues to apologize to Yomyang. "I didn't realize you were the one who saved my daughters. I'm sorry for my rudeness." Bowing so low his forehead touches the ground, he expresses his overwhelming gratitude. "I can't even express how grateful I am." Standing upright, a somber expression now on his face, he laments, "My daughters won't forgive me now." He then reveals his past, explaining, "I settled here after falling out with a woman from the Tang clan and running a trading company." With Yomyang and Mirio by his side, he continues his tragic tale. "My wife also suffered from the same illness as my daughters and passed away." He reveals the desperate lengths he went to, spending all his savings searching for a cure to save his daughters, but it was all in vain. His face etched with sorrow, he expresses profound gratitude that the heavens have offered up help. Junghyuk, listening intently, promises that from now on, if the heavens ever call for him, he will rush to his side for any reason. He then mentions hearing rumors about the trading company, which was established after the Tang clan. Junghyuk agrees it seems like a good place, and with that, he prepares to take his leave. Mirio calls out to Yeonmyeong, while elsewhere, the family head expresses her deep gratitude for saving her life. The family head is already preparing to depart, prompting the braided woman beside her to ask if she is truly leaving so soon. The braided woman insists they haven't properly thanked her yet. The family head assures them that her family and she will never forget this grace. A young man, his cheeks flushed, expresses profound gratitude for the day's events. Standing before a towering figure and a braided woman, he pledges, "I'll surely serve you." Meanwhile, the family head, looking perplexed, wonders, "HM? Why all of a sudden?" She reflects on her own reaction, acknowledging, "It seemed like you were bewildered. It's something I'm not used to, receiving his kindness." Her brother, leaning in with a teasing grin, questions, "Wadash, do you mean he's showing him kindness?" Flustered, she tries to deny it, then realizes, "That's not it. What are you saying? Was it that obvious?" Her brother confirms with a simple, "Very." As she covers her face in embarrassment, she asks, "What should I do?" He offers reassurance, "Don't worry, sister." With a knowing look, he adds, "I'm sure you are better than him. He's a man who has no interest in women." Yan Myung-dang stares at the ground, a question forming in his mind. He recalls the image of Yun Jung-hyuk, carrying Mirio, a picture of family. The scene unfolds in his memory, a quiet moment in the courtyard. He watches them depart, a lingering warmth in his chest. Their smiles etched into his mind. As they disappear into the horizon, a blush creeps onto his cheeks as he admits, even to himself, that he had imagined a future far beyond simple kindness. His hand clenches, a profound realization washing over him. From the side, the young man observes Yan Myung-dang, wondering if this strange feeling is what it means to grow old. He muses, hoping for another chance to visit soon. But then his expression shifts, a more serious thought crossing his mind. The issue is. Meanwhile, Yan Myung-dang reflects on the growing threat, noting that since the Tang family and the Black Death Alliance took over the city, they've expanded their influence far beyond its walls. He wonders, the Black Death Alliance again? The young man's earlier concern echoes his own. As he acknowledges the alliance's increasing power, the Black Death Alliance grows stronger. He considers the implications, realizing that even though they don't directly govern the family like Heaven's brilliance, their presence is becoming a bothersome issue. Their influence now stretches across the entire region, especially with their main base, Gaminja Hall, remaining in Sichuan. This growing power means an inevitable clash is on the horizon. Yan Myung-dang sighs, acknowledging the rumors. They say the Tang clan's influence has been growing uncontrollably lately. His brow furrows in concern, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. How am I to deal with that? A voice dismisses the plight of others, stating it's not their concern, regardless of what happens to those people. Another voice questions, those people? Rising Phoenix Yeep Inji, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, declares that the leader's orders are to protect the Gaminja Hall master. A disgusted voice mutters, cowardly bastards. The woman with the ponytail, her expression strained, suggests it would be best to stay quiet until his anger subsides. Another woman, her braided hair framing a worried face, echoes the sentiment. If all he says is to watch and wait. The ponytail woman's frustration boils over as she laments her inability to avenge her brother, Taebong, in her current state, feeling utterly helpless. A desperate thought crosses her mind. Wait, if I can't move myself. His eyes burning with a fierce, red glow, Yun Jung-hyuk issues a chilling command. A legion must be sent to the Tang clan to unite the family under one banner. This decisive action is aimed directly at the upcoming Sichuan gathering, a pivotal event he intends to dominate. Meanwhile, in a different place, the unnamed ponytail woman reflects on the weight of her past, the memory of Mak Ihu's cries for revenge still echoing in her mind. Even now, with her eyes closed, she can hear them, a constant reminder of her unresolved grief. Back with Yun Jung-hyuk, his resolve hardens, declaring that his anger will not subside until the Tang clan is completely eradicated. Yan Myung-dang watches, his eyes wide with alarm, as a powerful, red aura emanates from the demon lord. The sheer intensity of the aura causes him to recoil slightly. And he desperately pleads with his hall master, begging him to reconsider. But Yun Jung-hyuk's glowing hand signals his unwavering command to look forward and proceed with the plan. As the declaration echoes, a fierce red glow ignites around the temple of the unnamed ponytail woman, her expression hardening as she is directly addressed as the Tang clan's family head kid. The challenge continues, promising that a stage will be prepared for her. The elder, his expression grave, questions the younger man's inquiry, wondering why he would bring up such a topic, demanding, "Why are you asking me?" Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a white-haired man stands alone, his face contorted in anger, declaring, "You and your father ruined." His fury boils over as he blames that guy for everything that has happened to his family, shouting, "It's all because of that guy." The white-haired man, Tang Yanfiang, vows to definitely protect his father, stating, "I will definitely protect." Back in the other room, the younger man asks what they should do about the other elders who are trying to gain power, inquiring, "What do you plan to do with the other elders who are trying to gain our force?" From the shadows, they state, "We will leave the family." Later, the masked figure stands before a desolate building, confirming, this is the place. The building is clearly marked as the Poison of Poisons warehouse, a location now under new management. The masked figure, accompanied by another guard, surveys the entrance, their presence signaling a shift in power. Meanwhile, the young man with reddish-brown hair, now in charge, reflects that the place was previously managed by the elders, but has now been transferred to him. As he stands in the courtyard, his subordinates bow deeply, offering a respectful, "Greetings, young master." He acknowledges their efforts, responding, "You've worked hard." As he approaches the entrance, a subordinate extends a hand, offering a small, ornate pearl. "Young master, before you go in, take this." The subordinate urges, explaining that the poison-repelling pearl will block the toxic air inside the warehouse, filtering the poison and preventing it from entering his body. But the young master simply dismisses the offer, declaring he has no need for it. The subordinate, taken aback, reminds him that the pearl must be replenished after each use, and that even the previous elder, along with many others, relied on its protection, implying its absolute necessity. "It's cleaned after each use, so you can rest assured," the subordinate insists, trying to reassure him. but the young master simply reiterates his refusal. A look of dawning realization crosses the subordinate's face as he asks, "Surely, if you're immune to poison, you won't need it, right?" The young master simply offers a concise confirmation, "Yes." He then steps past the subordinate, casually dropping the pearl as he walks over another masked figure lying prone on the ground, presumably overcome by the warehouse's toxic atmosphere. Inside the Poison of Poisons warehouse, he takes a deep breath, observing the well-maintained interior, a slight smile forming as he acknowledges this is his first time truly experiencing its depths. With a soft, rhythmic sound, footsteps echo through the desolate, mist-shrouded interior of the Poison of Poisons warehouse. He recalls the concerns of his subordinates, who had been worried about letting him enter this deadly place, knowing that an ordinary warrior would have instantly perished here. Yet, protected by the poison-repelling pearl, his body filters the toxic air, though he notes the concentration of poison is still far beyond anything he's encountered before. A slight cough escapes him, but even as his body adapts, he acknowledges that this alone isn't enough to fully utilize his martial arts as he once did. He understands that merely surviving isn't enough. He needs to grow stronger. This realization solidifies his resolve, and he decides to focus on raising the level of the 10,000 poisons, recognizing this as the optimal place for his martial training. As he surveys the swirling green mist, a peculiar sensation washes over him. He questions the nature of this new feeling, his gaze fixed on a specific part of the airflow that appears distorted, almost alive. As his eyes begin to glow with an eerie green light, he realizes the distortion is not just in the air, but within him as well, a profound connection forming with the surrounding poison. A swirling, ethereal energy manifests before him, as if he ponders if it's some kind of formation. Yet, observing it closely, he notes it doesn't resemble the Tang family's formations. With a determined expression, the young man decides to investigate further, his hand glowing with a faint green aura. He reaches out, the green energy around him intensifying. His gaze fixed on the mysterious phenomenon. Suddenly, a hidden passage opens before him, revealing a long, arched tunnel. Inside, he discovers a talisman adorned with a peculiar pattern, realizing this is no ordinary formation, but something far more intricate. It's a magician's formation. He muses on the nature of his recent discovery, recognizing it as the work of a magician, recalling how his master in a previous life had connections with magic wielders. Just as his master was obsessed with certain shoes that promised to make him surpass all limits, so too were these magic users driven by their own singular pursuits. Ultimately, they sought to master sorcery and transcend mortality, hoping to become immortal beings. He remembers being thrown into a formation during his own training, a place filled with strange, unknown names. The memory brings him back to the present, contemplating the formation before him. If this is indeed a magician's formation, he wonders how one might break it. Magicians, he reflects, are inherently selfish creatures, always seeking power, wealth, and renown, always striving for immortality. So, how does one build a relationship with such individuals? He ponders, a cynical smirk beginning to form. It's simple, he concludes. If you beat them up badly enough, they'll eventually beg to be your disciple. He considers the intricate formation before him, musing that no one would stand by his master's side without a compelling reason, believing there must be something within this structure that truly piqued his interest. If this poison-laced formation is being sealed with hundreds of intricate seals, then it must possess an incredible, toxic power. He had initially intended to use the formation to test his own limits, but now, he realizes this situation seems far more dangerous than he anticipated. As he approaches the glowing green energy, a sudden realization strikes him. Someone has entered the seal. This is no inconspicuous guest, and the question hangs in the air. How much time has truly passed? With an electric blue eye glowing ominously, the intruder dismisses all concerns, demanding only one thing: release. Meanwhile, the young man's attention is drawn to a jar wrapped in talismans, which seems incredibly ominous. As glowing energy surrounds him, he wonders aloud, what kind of poison could be this potent? He moves with incredible speed, a blur of green energy and shattered talismans, tearing through the layers of seals. The young man thinks to himself, I just need to cut through them with my fastest technique. This barrier, created by the magic clan, is formidable. He continues his assault, his technique slicing through the magical constructs. With a final burst of effort, he declares, I'll cut through them for you. Having breached the final layer, he descends rapidly into the chamber below. He lands with a powerful impact, kicking up dust and debris as he touches down. Standing firm, he acknowledges, normally, I would have broken through with a single action. The young man reflects on the unexpected difficulty, realizing the seals were stronger than anticipated due to the magic clan's technique. His gaze then falls upon a large, ominous jar, wrapped in talismans, sitting silently in the center of the chamber. He observes the ancient jar, its surface covered in talismans, noting the unexpected strength of the poison and the seals that bind it. Curiosity overriding caution, he reaches out, determined to uncover its secrets. As his touch disturbs the seals, a faint, ethereal voice echoes from within, proclaiming that the power of the talismans has finally vanished. A dark, swirling energy begins to seep from the jar, the voice musing on how long it has been since it last saw the light. The young man's eyes widen in shock, the purple aura of the chamber intensifying around him. With a violent burst of energy, the jar shatters, and a triumphant cry erupts, proclaiming absolute freedom. The force of the explosion sends him reeling backward, as a shadowy figure begins to coalesce from the debris. The newly released entity lands with a devastating impact, its foot striking the ground with immense force. Still recovering from the blast, the young man stares up at the imposing figure, utterly bewildered by its sudden appearance. A blinding burst of vibrant green energy erupts from the ground, tearing through the air with immense force. The raw power expands rapidly, engulfing everything in its path. The young man, caught in the sudden surge, reacts instantly, his eyes wide with alarm. He knows he must protect himself, raising his arms to form a desperate shield against the overwhelming force. As the energy washes over him, a voice echoes, dismissing his efforts with a casual, "Oh, quite a sharp reaction." The young man stares up in disbelief as the voice continues, "As a former god, I'll kill you with one hand." He can only stammer, "How? What are you?" The green aura intensifies, and the entity's arrogant words cut through the air. "Insolent fool, you are below the pinnacle of poison." Finally, the monstrous form of the entity fully emerges, its blue eyes glowing with malevolent power, declaring its true identity. "I am Ingo, poisoned blue-horned white snake." A chilling realization washes over Yun Junghyuk as the insidious Jingao poison begins to take hold, its corrosive tendrils already spreading through his body. The blue-horned white snake, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, promises to slowly melt him from the inside, confirming the poison's name, Jingao poison. The poison manifests as a grotesque, glowing green skeletal figure, a horrifying visual representation of the corrosive damage it inflicts. The snake entity continues its taunts, confident in the poison's overwhelming power, boasting that it is the strongest and will soon be reborn from the corrupted blood. Suddenly, a young voice cuts through the air, declaring that the afflicted man is his ancestor. Yamyang Dang dismisses the snake's nonsense with a scoff, revealing that it was best he wasn't discovered, but questioning why he should remain hidden any longer. A powerful green aura begins to emanate from the child, as he warns the entity that he doesn't care who it is, but if it touches his ancestor, there will be consequences. With a surge of vibrant green energy, Yamyang Dang declares his intent to absorb all the poison, his power manifesting as glowing tendrils that reach out to consume the toxic essence. The blue-horned white snake, its form writhing with malevolent energy, curses its opponent, realizing the true intent behind the attack. As Yun Junghyuk presses his advantage, the snake's voice echoes, desperately proposing a deal. It readily agrees to any terms, its only desire to escape the binding seal. The entity continues its plea, offering a tempting proposition. It promises to become his guardian spirit. Yun Junghyuk considers the offer, a flicker of skepticism in his eyes, as the snake's voice insists a guardian spirit would be beneficial. The snake's insidious voice continues, reminding him of the poison's corrosive effects, and how he is slowly becoming like it, offering its help to control the spreading toxin. Yun Junghyuk clenches his jaw, the green aura of the Jingao poison flaring around him, acknowledging the immense internal energy required just to resist its relentless corrosion. The blue-horned white snake, desperate to avoid its fate, continues its fervent plea, promising Yun Junghyuk anything he might need if it becomes his guardian spirit, even the ability to continuously consume the Jingao poison. But Yun Junghyuk remains unimpressed, dismissing the offer, stating he has no interest in making an enemy his master, even as the snake insists it can replenish his poison resistance. The snake, however, persists, pleading for its life, revealing it has been trapped for 1,000 years, wrapped in poison and stranded by a wall. In a more vulnerable, chibi form, the entity emphasizes that as a guardian spirit, it would be bound to obey him, desperately asking if he can't make it work. Yun Junghyuk considers the proposition, his gaze thoughtful as he weighs the potential benefits against the risks. Finally, he relents, deciding to trust the snake just this once. His expression hardens, however, as he issues a stern warning, any funny business, and he will destroy it on the spot. The chibi snake, visibly terrified, quickly agrees, promising that nothing untoward will happen. With the terms set, Yun Junghyuk then inquires about the necessary steps for the snake to officially become his guardian spirit. The blue-horned white snake, now bound, admits it knows nothing of spirit arts. As its form glows with an ethereal blue light, the young man watches, surprised, as Yun Junghyuk explains this is a spirit binding seal. The snake's spirit mark binds to him, declaring its new role as his guardian spirit, and the young man glows with a similar blue energy. Meanwhile, at a grand entrance, a sign reads, "Punishment Hall." The elder clenches his jaw, a look of desperation on his face. A masked figure insists they must go inside to check, dismissing concerns about punishment for their hasty entry. He clutches a small device, his voice tight with urgency, declaring that the fungus monster must not be allowed to enter this sacred place. A sharp intake of breath escapes him as he questions, "Who can possibly stop your father?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from within the labyrinth, causing the masked figures to recoil, one of them murmuring, there's a light coming from the labyrinth. A powerful vibration follows, shaking the very ground beneath them, prompting frantic cries of, "What happened inside?" And the vibration. Raw energy ripples outwards. And as the masked figures stare in disbelief, a realization dawns on one of them. The family head? Inside, the young master is enveloped in a brilliant, ethereal glow, as another voice wonders aloud. The radiance surrounding the young master. What is it? His hand begins to shimmer with the same intense light, a voice whispering, "This is," revealing a powerful guardian spirit aura, manifesting as a dragon scale on his skin. Unlike the typical guardian spirit aura, this manifestation feels like a tangible, physical outer layer. Yan Myung-dang reflects that all the previous hardships were worth it, now that his guardian spirit aura has taken on such a concrete form. He finds it unbelievable. Such a fortune, he thinks, knowing he must now control the output of this immense power. The attention from everyone around him feels overwhelming. As he reaches out, a soft ish sound emanates from the aura, a subtle warning. His guardian spirit, the blue-horned white snake, questions him, asking if he truly needs to be concerned about their attention right now. The spirit reminds him that even the wanderer saint flaunted his power openly, implying a certain level of discretion is necessary. Yan Myung-dang pulls his hand back as the spirit chides him, reminding him not to reveal his power so recklessly. The blue-horned white snake clarifies, assuring him that no one can perceive his power unless he chooses to reveal it. Still, the spirit winces, finding the young master's aura too eye-catching, reminding him that with such immense power, no one would have dared to attack him before. Yet, he simply states he wants to live a peaceful, ordinary life this time. The spirit, however, questions him, asking if he can truly achieve that. Confused, he asks what it means. The spirit turns its back to him, explaining that there's a profound reason he's been given such power. It continues, its glowing eyes fixed on him, that those with power are inevitably followed by destiny. He then asks if the spirit itself was exploited in the past, to which it replies with annoyance, "Don't even mention it. He was, like, the worst master I've ever had. Thank you." The spirit recounts how its former master wanted it to be born and fully grown, only to then seal it away in a jar. With a fierce expression, the spirit concludes that there was a reason for its immense power, as its former master was a highly ranked spirit himself. He listens intently as the guardian spirit continues, explaining that such powerful entities are desired by many exorcists, and that his ancestor was one who could awaken his spirit in his past life. A thought crosses his mind, wondering if the spirit is referring to a master like his own, while the small, glowing snake hovers nearby. He recalls the spirit's earlier words, that there is no such thing as a peaceful existence for those like him, and questions if it truly has to be this way. The spirit confirms the likelihood of his suspicions, mentioning the concept of family in a way that suggests a deeper, more complex connection. Suddenly, his attention is drawn away, a startled expression on his face as he asks what is happening, sensing an urgent presence. A masked figure urgently instructs him to come out immediately, revealing that the main house is under attack by an evil faction. The gravity of the situation settles upon him, his expression shifting to one of deep concern. The masked figure, appearing injured, curses their misfortune, lamenting that they were almost there. Meanwhile, a group of horsemen, identified as fellow hunters of the evil faction, ride furiously, one of them questioning their destination. A group of riders, led by a figure in a striking red scarf, presses forward, their leader declaring that their targets should not have dared to cross into the territory of the Tang clan, especially not as members of the evil faction. Meanwhile, Yan Myung-dang, clutching the young man named Huneo, urges him to run, promising to buy him time. But Huneo, seeing his condition, frantically questions how he could possibly stop their pursuers. Overwhelmed by the dire situation, Huneo confesses his terror, admitting he can't handle the pressure. Back with the pursuers, the red-scarfed leader observes their location, realizing they have reached Chengdu and deducing his targets must be members of the Tang clan. He gloats, reminding them that the Tang clan has long ruled Sichuan, and maniacally declares that if he captures them and offers them to his master, he will be granted the ultimate martial arts. The red-scarfed leader's cruel voice echoes, promising to deliver them alive, only to be tortured and lose a limb or two. With heavy footsteps, the pursuit continues. As they flee, Yan Myung-dang spots two more figures in robes, questioning their identity. Huneo, connecting the dots, realizes these new figures must also be from the evil faction. With a worried expression, the young man issues a command to his allies, urging them to escort the Justice faction members. As he glances back, a voice from the newly arrived group remarks with a hint of sarcasm, "They seem to have come as guests." The new arrivals continue their advance, causing the young man to exclaim with a mix of relief and alarm, realizing their identity. "Those are Tang clan members. They've come to help us. But only 4? Their spirit is formidable, but they're up against hundreds." One of the newly arrived Tang clan members addresses Yan Myung-dang directly. "I've heard you're carrying some precious cargo. Please step back." Yan Myung-dang, however, remains resolute, declaring, "I'll take care of him." One of the other Tang clan members questions, "Wait, shouldn't we help the ones up front?" Yan Myung-dang clarifies the dire situation, There are over 100 martial artists chasing us. The young man reacts with utter shock. What? The chase continues relentlessly, with figures running across the terrain. As the pursuit continues, a new, imposing figure with a striking red mohawk steps forward, his voice booming, demanding to know who dares block his path, while one of his subordinates identifies the man before them. The subordinate reveals the identity of the man they face, the one who triumphed in the heavenly conflict and has now returned as the new family head of the Tang clan, Yun Junghyuk. The red mohawked leader scoffs, dismissing Yun Junghyuk as merely a pretty boy. Another of his masked followers questions Yun Junghyuk's audacity, wondering if he truly intends to confront them, labeling it as such arrogance. The red mohawked leader continues his taunts, referring to Yun Junghyuk and his allies as mere remnants spared by the leader's mercy. With a menacing grin, he declares his intent to uproot Yun Junghyuk once and for all. He then shifts the blame, accusing Yun Junghyuk's faction of initiating the conflict and claiming their leader would sacrifice them for this cause. Without warning, the red mohawked leader lunges forward, delivering a powerful blow that causes Yun Junghyuk to stagger, the impact echoing through the air. Yun Junghyuk crashes to the ground, a subordinate's worried cry of "Lord," barely audible amidst the chaos. He lies broken on the ground, a pained gurgle escaping his lips, as the silhouettes of the enemy group loom behind their leader. Yanmyeong-dang, witnessing the brutal attack, can only stare in disbelief, questioning the audacity of the foe who dares to speak of uprooting them. But the leader, his eyes glowing with a vibrant green energy, simply smirks, utterly unfazed by the challenge. Crossing his arms with an air of absolute confidence, he retorts, "I'll uproot you first." A guttural scream tears from Yanmyeong-dang's throat, his body convulsing on the ground as he reacts to an overwhelming, unseen force. Nearby, a group of masked figures exchange bewildered glances, one questioning how the target was thrown so quickly, another admitting they didn't even perceive the action. The air itself seems to ripple with a surge of power, as Yun Junghyuk moves with impossible speed, leaving a trail of white and green energy in his wake. The masked figures, still reeling from the initial shock, wonder if someone was thrown into the air, urging each other to remain vigilant. Before they can react, one of their own is sent plummeting to the ground, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Then, glowing green lines erupt from the protagonist's unseen position, snaring multiple masked figures and pulling them together in a tangled heap. One of the entangled figures stares wide-eyed, a silent scream of terror contorting his face behind the mask. Moments later, the masked figures lie incapacitated on the dusty ground, still bound by the lingering green energy. The unnamed ponytail woman's brother, observing the scene, expresses confusion, noting he hadn't even applied poison, yet the effect is identical to his own. Another masked figure confirms the strange similarity. The young man, Yanmyeong-dang, speaks with a confident air, asserting that few in the world can withstand his unique poison, which had just seeped into his opponent's needles. Meanwhile, the ponytail woman's brother, having witnessed the display, questions his own perceived usefulness, wondering if he might be more capable than he appears. While a masked figure expresses utter disbelief at the incredible martial arts on display, especially the old man's poison that managed to penetrate the palace lord's subordinates' barrier. The sheer scale of the attack becomes clear as over 100 subordinates are seen wiped out in an instant, their forms scattered across the desolate ground. Yanmyeong-dang and the ponytail woman's brother stand together, both expressing shock, having believed the Tang clan was in decline and utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a monstrous talent. Amidst the chaos, a masked figure attempts to rally his comrades, urging them not to panic, insisting it's just one opponent, unless, of course, that individual has somehow reached the peak realm. The red scarf leader, his face contorted in anger, realizes the dire situation, knowing they won't have enough time to repeatedly use their formation against such an opponent. With a sudden, powerful motion, he launches himself forward, delivering a fierce kick. His face twisted in a snarl, the leader screams a single, guttural command, "Die." The red scarf leader's enraged attack slammed forward with immense force, a blinding flash of energy erupting on impact, sending a shockwave of golden light and debris outward, but the target remained unyielding. With a sharp clang, the attack was effortlessly deflected, a single bare hand meeting the full brunt of the assault. The red scarf leader stared in disbelief, realizing the effectiveness of the defense. He muttered about the dragon scale and the audacity of blocking weapons with bare hands. From a distance, Yanmyeong-dang and the young man watched, their eyes widening in recognition. They wondered if they were witnessing the legendary 10,000 Heavenly Flower Blade. Yun Junghyuk, calm amidst the chaos, simply regarded his opponent. A quiet challenge escaped him, indicating his turn to act. The young man's thoughts raced, connecting the dots. He recalled that the Tang family's 10,000 Heavenly Flower Blade was the exclusive weapon of the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. Yun Junghyuk, still composed, acknowledged his opponent's misjudgment. He knew the Red Scarf leader had underestimated him. The Red Scarf leader, his back to the observers, conceded the Tang family's enduring strength, a grudging respect in his tone. Yanmyeong-dang listens as the young man expresses concern, wondering if the Tang family's reputation might suffer if they handle the Red Scarf leader as merely a minor bandit. But Yanmyeong-dang simply dismisses his worries, assuring him that the Tang family's skills are far too profound for such a minor setback, and that they'll be back at the main branch soon enough. The young man can only offer a hesitant agreement, as the weight of the Tang family's legacy, known as the Sword God of Sichuan, settles upon him. A few days later, on the outskirts of Sichuan, Yanmyeong-dang enjoys a meal, musing aloud that it's a miracle they haven't encountered any trouble from the numerous villainous factions on their journey, despite hearing rumors of their increased activity. A masked figure approaches him, inquiring about sabuk. Yanmyeong-dang, surprised by the question, admits that while the food is not bad, he wishes there were more options. The masked figure remains silent, observing him intently. He dismisses the notion of lying, stating he never even saw the man who killed the Red Scarf leader, then demands to know what brings the ghosts of the Black Death Alliance to his bihuang. The masked figure, revealing himself as the eldest son of the Yu family, is met with a shocked exclamation from Yanmyeong-dang, who recognizes the name. With a polite yet unsettling tone, the Black Death Alliance leader apologizes for the disturbance, prompting a questioning alliance from Yanmyeong-dang. Yanmyeong-dang reiterates his question, demanding to know the true purpose of the Black Death Alliance's presence in his territory. The alliance leader expresses surprise that someone of his stature would visit such a remote place, before hinting at the serious business that brought him there. His eyes glowing with a vibrant red light, the alliance leader observes that Yanmyeong-dang appears to have reached the peak realm of cultivation. Yanmyeong-dang firmly states he has no dealings with the Black Death Alliance, then directly asks if the leader came alone or brought subordinates. A slight smile playing on his lips, the alliance leader offers to spar with him if he desires. Yanmyeong-dang boasts of his long life, having lived twice as long as the leader, who then sarcastically asks if he is there to pay his respects. Yanmyeong-dang stands amidst a swirling, fiery aura, his gaze sharp and focused as he reflects on the critical need for precise energy handling in the realm of fire. He considers the challenge ahead, wondering if he can truly manage the energy he's accumulated and master the techniques required, as his disciple Sabuk observes that his master's cultivation has grown more intense than usual. Sabuk, still observing, murmurs in disbelief, wondering what could possibly be happening. Yanmyeong-dang, still deep in thought, recalls a time 500 years ago when he sat in meditation for a full month, and how the Tang clan had been the strongest in Sichuan back then. A sudden, sharp sound echoes as Sabuk, startled, rises from his seated position, instructing someone to follow him to a quieter place. Yanmyeong-dang, now looking directly at Sabuk, demands to know if he intends to just stand there and listen, calling him a bastard. He then asserts that the joint sect's martial arts are the strongest in the world, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Sabuk, looking concerned, confirms that the Yu family's eldest son, the Black Death Alliance leader, has indeed ended up fighting the joint sect leader, adding that it's a different situation from what he had heard. Yanmyeong-dang, with a stern expression, acknowledges the news, his thoughts on the unfolding conflict. A subtle hum fills the air, a prelude to the clash of powers. Nearby, an older man warns his companion, "Stand back, Hugo," as the younger man adds, "Be careful, Sunbae." With a confident smile, the joint sect leader prepares for battle, declaring, "Let's start." He vanishes in a blur of motion, closing the distance instantly to land a devastating strike. The Black Death Alliance leader recoils from the impact, acknowledging, "That's a pretty good technique." His eyes glow with a sinister red light, his face marked by crimson energy, as he ponders. Is it powered by infernal energy? Impressive idea, using infernal or inner energy to draw out other energies. The battle intensifies, a whirlwind of motion and impact, leaving the observers struggling to keep up, one admitting, "I can't keep up with my eyes." The ground shatters beneath their feet as the combatants continue their furious exchange, a testament to a clash between warriors who have truly reached the peak of martial arts. He moves with blinding speed, a mere blur of motion as he closes the distance. A sharp kick connects with the masked figure's head, sending a jolt through his body. The joint sect leader continues his relentless assault, a flurry of strikes too fast for the eye to follow. The masked figure recoils, a pained gasp escaping him as he realizes, this can't be all of his true power, right? But then, a dark energy flares around his fist as he declares, "I'll show you the true power of the Black Death Alliance's technique." He counters with a devastating blow, a crimson impact rippling through the air. From the sidelines, Hugo watches, his eyes wide with disbelief as he mutters, "Wait, what? The Black Death Alliance leader is using infernal energy." The masked figure's power surges, his hand crackling with dark, malevolent energy. Despite the blow, the joint sect leader stands firm, his eyes now glowing with an intense red light, ready to meet the escalating threat. Observing the intense battle, Yanmyeong-dang notes, "This guy, he's deliberately blocking me to the last second, like he's testing me, or trying to gain the unorthodox side." Meanwhile, the masked figure, his eye glowing with dark energy, prepares a devastating move, uttering a calm, "All right," as a fiery aura engulfs his blade, revealing the demonic sword technique. With the secret technique now fully activated, he vows, "I'll end your arrogance right here." A smirk plays on his lips as he continues the assault, realizing, "So, That's how you use it. The glowing blade arcs downward, leaving a trail of explosive light and energy in its wake, culminating in a wide, destructive discharge. Yamyang watches, his eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, Sabak. Sabak, having seemingly intervened, turns to an unseen Hyansat, boasting, Did you see that, Hyansat? I, Sabak, defeated you, bastard. He moves with swift precision, declaring his intent to finish quickly, as the commotion is growing too large, though he notes this technique requires more precision than he initially thought. A smirk playing on his lips, he finds it fitting that the joint sect leader would be defeated by the very technique he created, an energy amplification technique he calls Yuwa. Observing the display, Yamyang realizes that even incomplete, the technique is a perfect copy of the original. Sabak then questions if it's truly not the usual mixed martial arts, wondering why his opponent is so obsessed with the principles. Yamyang retorts that it doesn't matter if it's a copy or a demonic technique, while Sabak insists it's out of respect for its origin, referring to it again as the demonic sword technique, Yuwa. As the technique culminates, a massive, fiery explosion erupts from the impact. Yamyang, witnessing the power, begins to name it. The technique is finally dubbed the Divine Subduing Technique. From within the grand halls of a traditional Tang clan building, a voice questions the origins of a forbidden power, asking if the Tang clan itself is the root of the demonic sword technique, a martial art known to be used by the orthodox faction. Looking down at a young Yamyang, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Yun Junghyuk explains that it seemed he merely adopted these techniques for his own use. Though the method of gathering power was different, the technique itself was identical to the demonic sword technique, and furthermore, the power of the finger technique he wielded far surpassed it. A flash of memory or a hypothetical scenario shows Yun Junghyuk deflecting a powerful, orange energy blast, a voice narrating that if he hadn't used his remaining internal energy to block it, the outcome would have been dire. In the present, an older Yamyang sits across from the unnamed ponytail woman's brother, deep in conversation. The younger man, now sporting a ponytail, reacts with surprise, realizing that this means Yun Junghyuk is still alive, having managed to acquire the power of a demon lord in just 1 year. Elsewhere, the family head, a man with spiky orange hair and sharp eyes, makes a declaration. Back with Yamyang, he muses that his senior brother has been gone from the Tang clan for some time now, concluding that he cannot cooperate with him in the Great Martial Alliance, especially now that he has become the young master of the sword god of the Sichuan Tang family. Deep within Xinjiang, a desolate and imposing structure stands as the heart of the heavenly demon divine cult, a religious and mutant group that wields immense power. This cult, led by a formidable figure, has poured powerful demonic energy into all the great sects and other martial arts factions, spreading its influence far and wide. After becoming the heavenly demon, Yun Junghyuk grew overwhelmingly powerful, is unwavering while making him supremely confident. Because the entire sect moved at the command of one person, their leader, the situation began to change. It was then that Yun Junghyuk emerged, chosen when the devil himself served him, a new power rising within the cult. Fearing an unintended factional split, he led his followers out of the sect, founding his own heavenly brilliance demon cult. With his innate martial talent, Yun Junghyuk gained a distinct personality, leading the elite to name him the young master of the sword god of the Sichuan Tang family to eradicate it, but he was also working with the Great Martial Alliance to the south. An older, bald advisor expresses concern, stating that if the Black Dragon Alliance moves north, their elites being absent would lead to great suffering. Sabak, recalling a past conversation, hears a voice insisting someone would be needed to manage him, and that they couldn't abandon the Black Dragon Alliance, as he tumbles through a void of distress. A sudden rush of air accompanies the advisor's pained expression, as if struck by the weight of the situation. The advisor then pleads with Sabak to halt the Black Dragon Alliance and the heavenly demon divine cult, but Sabak's response is a firm, unyielding no. Sabak turns away, his determination clear, leaving the advisor to ponder his refusal. His frustration evident, Sabak questions why he should comply with such a request. The advisor's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a surprised, "He refused?" Sabak clarifies that his decision wasn't his alone, but what the old man and the others wanted, to which the advisor confirms, "That's what he said before he left, right?" Later, the bald advisor consults with an elderly man with a long white beard, asking, "What if we can't persuade the young master, brother?" "I just want to be free," Sabak declares, but the bald advisor counters, "Jianyang, perhaps this is a different path, but the fate of the clan is no different from what you've been given." As they traveled, the Tang clan's impressive buildings came into view, a testament to their martial prowess. The bald advisor observes the training warriors, noting that even the children are strong. "I completely agree," he continues, "the Tang clan is a powerful force, even among the 9 great clans." Sabak adds, "Even I saw it too. There must be a reason for this that Yomyang knows." Later, the bald advisor stands before an elderly man, stating, "We must persuade him," and requesting his help. The elder introduces himself as Tang Jihyun, the one responsible for the general affairs of the Tang clan. Back with Sabak, the bald advisor relays, "The family head has commanded me to bring you too." The grand architecture of the Tang clan's main hall stands majestically under the clear sky. Inside, a woman named Tang Jihai addresses them, immediately bringing up the heavenly demon divine cult. Her gaze fixed, Jihai observes the scene before her, a profound sense of awe coloring her thoughts as she considers the sheer presence emanating from the fire realm, finding it almost unbelievable. She, the acting family head of the Sichuan Tang clan, knows the weight of such power. Nearby, the bald advisor lets out a dismissive humph, struggling to comprehend how the Tang clan could have possibly regained such immense power. Jihai continues, emphasizing that the family head's mana is astounding, and the acting family head is also present at the fire realm. With such formidable figures at play, it would hardly be surprising if they immediately reclaimed their past glory. Later, the bald advisor sits across from the family head, Tang Kism, pondering aloud how he could possibly refuse to help eradicate the evil cult in the name of justice. Kism then turns his attention to Yeonmyeong, his expression firm, telling him to reconsider his stance. His hand resting on the table, Kism presses the young man, reminding Yeonmyeong that he had refused earlier. His gaze unwavering, Kism challenges him, asking if he still holds the same opinion. He looks at the elder with a questioning gaze, wondering why the family head would even ask such a thing. The elder, Tang Il, explains that while he understands the threat of the Black Death Alliance, the Tang clan cannot simply abandon their duties as a martial sect. They must act to prevent chaos. The narration reveals that the Tang clan had learned the Black Death Alliance was not merely a cult, but a formidable force that had already eliminated several smaller sects and was actively recruiting new members. They were a growing menace. Tang Il continues, stating that in such a situation, they must be the ones to attack first, while the family head, Tang Kism, listens intently. He then asks Yeonmyeong what he thinks. Yeonmyeong recalls Tang Kism's earlier words about acting in the name of justice, remembering a time when the Black Death Alliance had already ravaged the heavens and isolated many factions. The memory is stark. Tang Kism then adds, with a hint of frustration, that no aid came from the other major factions to help them. Yeonmyeong, however, remains firm, stating that he understands the gravity of their own sect's situation, but he is not swayed by their pleas. He challenges them, asking if they truly believe he didn't see the difference when Kunlun fell, implying a deeper understanding of the dangers involved. His fist clenches, a silent testament to his resolve, as the family head's words hang heavy in the air, unheeded. He reiterates the family head's words, explaining that he will only get involved if both sides are threatened, and that the Black Death Alliance poses a danger to all Murim clans. However, the young man clarifies that the family head is already upset with him, and despite understanding the threat, he was told not to get involved in the fight regardless. The family head, Tang Kism, insists they are serious, offering a fair price for his help and urging him to reconsider, as this is not just a favor, but a genuine plea. A wide smile spreads across the young man's face as he declares that since they put it that way, he can't keep refusing, and suggests they discuss the price. His eyes gleam with avarice as golden coins shimmer around him, his only question being how much they are truly willing to pay. With a broad, almost predatory grin, his eyes glow with an intense, golden light, revealing his true, mercenary intentions. Later, the three men walk away from a grand, traditional building, the negotiations seemingly concluded. A look of utter shock and disbelief crosses the young man's face, as if he's just heard something completely unexpected. Tang Kism explains that the price includes years' worth of their savings and all their scopes, but if it can save their sect, it's a small price to pay. He can hardly believe the amount being offered, exclaiming that anyone would be crazy to propose such a sum, even as he asserts that the Tang clan has always maintained its order and power. Yet, he insists that such an expenditure is impossible, even for the family head, then questions why they can't simply use a portion of their savings to rescue his brother. He muses that if even those of unknown origin could receive such a sum, it would be a significant feat, and they wouldn't have been able to maintain the state of the Murim otherwise. He acknowledges that the man is more persistent than he appears, and clarifies that he isn't truly focused on extracting money. A hand gently places a cup of tea onto a saucer, the quiet gesture punctuating the weighty discussion. Meanwhile, Tang Kism admits to mentioning the Black Death Alliance's infiltration of the Taoists, but confesses he doesn't fully trust the individual involved. He concedes that order has indeed been maintained in the Murim, despite major factions falling, all thanks to one man, Yu Giljan. Tang Il explains that the clan was only classified as an evil sect due to the previous demonic cult, and that this foundation, based on the Black Death Alliance's power, demonstrates both ruthlessness and exceptional skill. He continues, stating that the current order in Sichuan is only temporarily maintained by Yu Giljan, and since the Tang clan's decline and the Black Death Alliance's expansion, they rarely leave the city. Yun Junghyuk reflects on the past, acknowledging that if things went slightly wrong, the very evil sects they created would become a threat to the Murim. He understands that their fundamental nature hasn't changed. He muses that the current order is merely a temporary solution, destined to disappear one day if not properly maintained. These evil factions, which grew under his rule, are now poised to spread across Sichuan. Meanwhile, Tang Jihai, understanding the gravity of the situation, asks for the plan. A slight smirk plays on Tang Kism's lips. Jihai explains that it's simple. They just need to prevent them from moving north. However, she immediately questions their current strength, doubting their ability to completely block the Black Death Alliance. Kisum reveals his true intention, suggesting that instead of merely blocking them, they should destroy the Black Death Alliance internally, preventing any movement at all, a revelation that shocks Jai-hai. Tang Jai-hai considers the implications of the audacious plan, acknowledging its logic but expressing doubt about their ability to hold the line against the enemy, especially since recently, His eyes widen slightly as he recalls the invitation to the Sichuan gathering. This gathering is a grand tournament where the young masters of Sichuan compete for glory. If his suspicions are correct, and they haven't abandoned their evil ways, then he will personally ensure their demise. Meanwhile, Youmyong makes his way towards the Tang clan, having been warned to uphold the family's honor and avoid any embarrassment for the family head. Kisum reminds her that the fate of their main family rests squarely on her shoulders. Jai-hai reassures her uncle, her resolve firm. He considers the implications, wondering if the Tang clan's family head truly possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant green hair clenches her fists, a blush rising on her cheeks as a fierce determination sparks in her eyes. Jigul Yanjiang, the young lady of the Jigul clan, vows to win them over, no matter the cost. Within the serene confines of a traditional building, sunlight streams through, illuminating the quiet morning. A young man, Sabak, approaches a bed, asking, "Master, are you there? I've brought your meal and herbal medicine." Nearby, the elder Tang Il observes the scene, his expression thoughtful. From the bed, Youmyong replies, his voice steady. "Injuries? Thanks to you, much better." Sabak, holding a tray of remedies, expresses his relief. "Really? I'm glad to hear that." The potent concoction, a blend of herbal medicine and rare healing plants, works wonders on superficial wounds, but for permanent or internal injuries, it's usually a different story. Yet, Youmyong stands, a golden aura flaring around him as he declares, "No one can stop me now." Even the clan leaders, gravely injured in the recent war, were astonished by his unprecedented recovery speed. Sabak smiles, relieved by his master's words. "With this rate of recovery, I'll be able to fight again soon." "I'm glad to hear that." Meanwhile, Tang Il and Tang Kisum stand by a window, observing the outside world, with Jai-hai and Junghyuk in the background, as Tang Il remarks, "By the way, it seems a bit noisy outside today." A Tang clan member, startled by the commotion, realizes the Jigul clan has arrived, while another voice questions their identity. Though known for their friendship, the Tang and Jigul clans are also rivals, now engaged in building a new formation. Tang Jai-hai confirms the rivalry, adding that the Jigul clan is involved in everything. The clan member, pondering the immense cost of such an undertaking, wonders if the Jigul clan is truly wealthy enough to cover it. Tang Kisum, the family head, questions if the Tang clan is bearing the expenses, only to learn that the Jigul clan is covering the materials and costs. Jai-hai lets out a hearty laugh. According to the family head, the Jigul clan proved to be very cooperative. The clan member and Kisum exchange concerned glances, the latter wondering if the Tang clan has discovered a weakness of his. Deep in thought, Kisum sits, pondering the implications of this new development. As the Jigul clan's intentions weigh heavily on the Tang family head, a different scene unfolds, where Jigul Yanjiang confronts Yun Junghyuk, demanding to know why he made his choice, to which he can only offer a somber apology, explaining he had no other option. A faint smile plays on her lips as she confidently declares, "I know myself well." Meanwhile, he finds himself captivated, thinking no man could resist her beauty. Her smile softens as she continues, "Yes, you remind me of my sister, who was also very beautiful in Mubiel." With such charm, capturing a young man's heart shouldn't be difficult. A flashback reveals a fiery past, where over a decade ago, the Heaven's Brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, was the target the Jigul clan aimed for. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, it was thanks to her noble sacrifice that the Jigul clan avoided utter destruction. Back in the present, Yun Junghyuk reiterates his apology, his thoughts consumed by the need to protect his family. Jigul Yanjiang, with a knowing smile, affirms that they can maintain their lineage. Tang Kisum looks intently at Jigul Yanjiang, urging her to accept the heavy burden, knowing the family will surely depend on her. He then mentions the family head contest, a crucial event that will shape their destiny. The air crackles with tension as he emphasizes how much the formation will help them. Yanjiang, now blushing slightly, acknowledges her new position, expressing her deep gratitude for the trust placed in her. She speaks of her mother and the blessed lineage, understanding the weight of her heritage. Kisum bows his head slightly, expressing his sincere gratitude to the young lady. Yanjiang apologizes for her prior unawareness of her ascension, explaining that she wasn't present when the decision was made. Kisum offers a reassuring nod, thanking her for her understanding. He then inquires about the young lord, to which Yanjiang confirms he is currently with Yun Junghyuk. Jigul Yanjiang stands before them, her new title echoing in the air as Yeonmyeong, prompting an unspoken question from an observer about whether she is truly the Tang family head. Tang Kisum gazes at her, a hint of recognition in his voice as he murmurs her name, while the younger man, Sabak, openly marvels, wondering how anyone could possess such striking beauty. Both men are visibly taken aback by her presence, Sabak exclaiming that she is perfect, Yeomyeong, as Tang Kism lets out a surprised "oh." Bowing slightly, Jigul Yanjiang offers her apologies for the late greeting, while Tang Kism, in his thoughts, sincerely congratulates her on becoming the family head. She then looks up at the two men, dismissing their formality with a gentle smile, and thanks them for their kind words. As she looks down, a soft smile gracing her lips, the younger man remarks that many hearts will be broken over her beauty, to which she simply replies with a polite, "Thank you for the compliment." Sabak, still captivated, covers his mouth with a hand, musing that she reminds him of his younger self. Tang Kism, sharing a smile with Sabak, adds that upon first seeing her, he had mistaken her for the Tang family head's sister. A blush spreads across Jigul Yanjiang's cheeks as she admits that hearing such kind words feels good, even if they are merely flattery. Sabak offers a friendly smile, suggesting that since Yanjiang is the same age as the family head, they might become close during her stay. Yanjiang, however, responds with a hint of sarcasm, declaring herself delighted to hear that, though she privately notes that her own older brothers in the main family had never shown her much affection. With a feigned sigh, she laments the unfortunate situation, observing that even the family head seems to be reacting to her words. Meanwhile, Sabak lets out a bored sigh, clearly unimpressed by the theatrics. Tang Kism, looking utterly bewildered, questions if he truly ignored her, as Yanjiang continues her playful act, wondering aloud how anyone could ignore such beautiful and heartfelt words. He muses that she is the kind of captivating woman a man should be tripping over himself to impress, especially if the family head were interested in her. Yanjiang then strikes a seductive pose, winking playfully as she lets out a soft, alluring sound. Kism feels himself undeniably drawn in, while Sabak remains impassive, observing the scene with a detached air. Sabak then remarks with a hint of amusement that the family head didn't even spare her a glance. Jigul Yanjiang, still determined to capture attention, vows to make sure she is noticed. No matter what it takes, her eyes glowing with a subtle green light. Meanwhile, members of the Black Death Alliance discuss the Tang clan, wondering if they've heard about their recent gathering. They confirm the Tang clan's participation in the Sichuan gathering, expressing surprise that other factions won't be able to join. Preparations for the Sichuan gathering are underway at Simua Hall, where the second page of a report lists all participating factions and families. The unnamed masked figure receives the report on the Sichuan gathering, acknowledging the good work and noting the Tang clan's participation. He offers a simple, approving, "well done." However, his concern shifts to the safety of his leader, as it seems the Tang clan has already moved out, ahead of the report. He reviews the report, a faint scoff escaping him as he notes the Tang clan's movements, which are always swift. Meanwhile, Jigul Yanjiang approaches her uncle, her voice filled with a youthful plea, demanding to attend the Sichuan gathering this time. Her eyes sparkle with determination, a clear sign she won't take no for an answer. Her uncle, a man of calm demeanor, simply responds, acknowledging the rumors she's heard. He confirms the Tang clan's participation in the gathering, and that they've already departed. Yanjiang, however, is more interested in the social aspect, eager to meet the handsome men she's heard about. Her uncle gently chides her, reminding her of her father's expectations, but she quickly dismisses his concerns, already planning her strategy. With a determined expression, she reiterates her desire to attend, regardless of his permission. Back in the shadows, the masked figure continues to observe the unfolding situation, his thoughts turning to the broader implications of the Tang clan's movements. Amidst a bright, almost idyllic backdrop, a young woman with dark, reddish-brown hair styled in two buns smiles broadly alongside a companion, as a voice confidently declares, "Who could possibly stop the will of the Black Death Alliance leader's daughter?"